The stoic dwarves of Ironforge spent countless generations mining treasures from deep within the earth. Hidden within their impregnable stronghold of Ironforge Mountain, they rarely ventured beyond the wintry peaks of Dulmora. Recently, however, the dwarves unearthed a series of ruins that held secrets to their ancient heritage. Driven to discover the truth about his people's fabled origins, the great king Magni Bronzebeard ordered that the dwarves shift their industry from mining to archaeology. As part of the Grand Alliance, the stalwart dwarven armies have been called away to battle the merciless horde in faraway lands. In these perilous times, the defense of the Mountain Kingdom falls to brave dwarves like you. The spirits of the ancient kings watch over you, and the very mountains are your strength. The future of your people is in your hands.
It hung limp and lifeless at his side, and then the boy was no longer standing over him, but a black monk with hand outstretched. "And now, who is master?" asked the monk. Chapter 25, Deep Sky Mid-Realm. Hugh crashed to the deck, dragging the cables attached to the harness on his body with him. The ship listed sharply, slamming Bane backward into the bulkhead. The bowl of food fell from the child's hand with a clatter. From the cabin below, there was a resounding crash, followed by a pained and panicked yell. Staggering to his feet, clinging to the ship's side, the prince looked around dazedly. The deck slanted at a precarious angle. Hugh lay on his back, entangled in the cables. Bane glanced hastily outside, saw the nose of the dragon pointing straight down, and realized what had happened. Hugh's fall had pulled the wings in. The magic was not working, and now they were plunging out of control through the sky, plummeting down toward the maelstrom. It had not occurred to Bane that this would happen, nor had it apparently occurred to his father. That was not surprising. A human mysteriarch of the 7th house, living in realms far above the strife and turmoil of the rest of the world, could have no knowledge of things mechanical. Sinistrad had probably never even seen an elven dragon ship. And after all, Hugh had assured the boy the ship could fly itself. Bane scrambled among the tangle of cables. Reaching Hugh's body, he pulled and tugged with all his might at the ropes, but he couldn't move them. The wings would not budge. "Alfred!" the prince yelled. "Alfred, come quickly!" There was another crash and a scuffling below. Then Alfred's face, deathly white, poked up through the hatch. "Sir Hugh, what's happening? We're falling." His gaze rested on the man's body. "Blessed Satan!" With a swiftness and ease unusual in such a clumsy, ungainly body, Alfred dashed in through the hatch, made his way over the coils of rope, and knelt beside Hugh. "Oh, never mind him, he's dead," cried the prince. Grabbing hold of Alfred's coat, he jerked him around to face the front of the ship. "Look, you've got to stop us. Take the harness off him and fly this thing." "Your Majesty," Alfred was livid. "I can't fly a ship. It takes skill, years of practice." The Chamberlain's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean? He's dead." Bane glared at him defiantly, but his gaze dropped before Alfred's. The Chamberlain was no longer the buffoon. His eyes were suddenly, strangely compelling and intense, and the boy found their penetrating stare highly uncomfortable. "He got what he deserved," Bane said sullenly. "He was an assassin hired by King Stephen to kill me. I've killed him first, that's all." "You?" Alfred's gaze went to the feather. "Or your father?" Bane looked confused. His lips opened and clamped shut. His hand clenched around the amulet as if to hide it, and he began to stammer. "No need to lie," Alfred said, sighing. "I've known for a long time, longer than your father and mother, or should I say your adopted father and mother, although adoption implies a choice, and they never had one. What kind of poison did you give him, Bane?" "Him? Why are you worried about him? Are you just going to let us crash?" The prince screeched shrilly. "He's the only one who can save us. What did you use on him?" Alfred demanded, reaching out his hand to grasp hold of the boy and shake the information out of him if need be. The prince darted backwards, slipping and sliding across the slanting deck until he was brought to a halt by the bulkhead. Turning, he stared through the window. The prince let out a whoop. "The elven ships! We're heading straight for them! We don't need that filthy murderer! The elves will save us!" "No, wait, Bane, it was the berries, wasn't it?" The boy dashed out of the steerageway. Behind him, Bane heard Alfred shouting that elves were dangerous, but he paid no attention. "I'm Prince of Eulandia," he said to himself, climbing the ladder to the top deck. There, clinging with his hands to the rails, he entwined his legs through them to hold on securely. They won't dare lay a hand on me. I've still got the enchantment. Tryon thinks he broke it, but that's only because it was what I wanted him to think. Father says we mustn't take a chance, and so we had to kill the assassin to get his ship. But I know the enchantment's still with me. Now I'll have an elf ship. I'll make them fly me to my father, and he and I will rule them. We'll rule them all, just as we planned. Hey, Bane shouted. Holding onto the rail with his legs, he let loose long enough to wave his arms. Hey there, help! Help us! The elves were far below, too far away to hear the boy's cry. Besides, they had other more important things on their minds, such as staying alive. Looking down from his perch, Bane could see the rebel ship and the Imperial warship locked together, and he wondered what was going on. He was too high to see the blood spilling over the deck. He could not hear the screams of the cable haulers, trapped in their harnesses, being dragged through the splintered hulls, nor could he hear the song of the rebel elves who attempted, even as they defended themselves, to turn the hearts of their brothers. Bright-colored dragon wings beat the air frantically or swung broken from snapped cables. Long grappling hooks attached to ropes held one ship firmly to the other. Elven warriors swung hand over hand along the cables to board the ship or leapt through the air to land on the deck. Far beneath them, the maelstrom swirled and boiled, its black clouds with frothy white fringes lit purple by the incessantly flaring lightning. Bane stared down at the elves eagerly. He felt no fear, only a heady exhilaration caused by the rushing of the wind in his face, the novelty of his situation, and the excitement of his father's plans coming to fulfillment. The dragon ship's fall had slowed somewhat. Alfred had managed to pull the wings out far enough so that the ship was no longer tumbling headfirst into the maelstrom. But it was out of control and falling still, drifting downward in a lazy spiral. Alfred's voice came to him from below. It was indistinct. He couldn't understand the man's words. Yet something about the tone or the rhythm brought back to his mind the hazy memory of when the tree had crashed down on top of him. Bane didn't pay much attention to it. They were nearing the elves, coming closer by the moment. He could see faces upturned, looking at him and pointing. He started to shout again when suddenly both the elven ships broke apart, disintegrating before his eyes. Slender figures toppled into the nothingness around them, and Bane was close enough now to hear the screams that would end when they were swallowed up in the maelstrom. Here and there, fragments of the two ships, held aloft by their own enchantment, floated in the air, and he could see elves clinging to them, or on the larger pieces, some still battling. And Bane and his small ship were plunging down right into the center of the chaos. Kier monks do not laugh. They see nothing funny in life, and like to point out that when humans laugh, it is often at the misfortune of others. Laughing is not prohibited in a Kier monastery. It simply isn't done. A child, when first taken into the halls of the black monks, may laugh for a day or two, but not longer. The black monk holding Hugh by the hand did not smile, but Hugh saw laughter in the eyes. Furious, he fought and struggled more fiercely against this one opponent than he had fought against any in his life. This opponent was not flesh and blood. No wound left its mark on it. No jab slowed it down. It was eternal, and it held him fast. You hated us, said the black monk, laughing at him soundlessly. Yet you served us. All your life you served us. I serve no man, shouted Hugh. His struggles were lessening. He was growing weak, tired. He wanted to rest. Only shame and anger kept him from slipping into welcome oblivion. Shame because he knew the monk was right. Anger that he had so long been their dupe. Bitter, frustrated, he summoned all his waning strength and made one final attempt to free himself. It was a weak and pitiful blow that wouldn't have made tears come to the eyes of a child. But the monk let loose. Astounded, bereft of the support, Hugh fell. There was no terror in his heart, for he had the strangest impression that he was not falling down, but up. He was not plunging into darkness. He was plunging into light. Sir Hugh? Alfred's face, fearful and anxious, floated above him. Sir Hugh? Oh, praise the Saturn, you're all right. How do you feel, sir? With Alfred's help, Hugh sat up. He glanced swiftly around him, searching for the monk. He saw no one other than the chamberlain, nothing except a tangle of ropes and his harness. What happened? Hugh shook his head to clear it. He felt no pain, only a kind of grogginess. His brain seemed too large for his skull, his tongue too big for his mouth. He'd awakened in an inn on occasion with exactly this same feeling, an empty wineskin at his side. The boy drugged you. It's wearing off now. I know you're not feeling too well, Sir Hugh, but we're in trouble. The ship is falling. Drugged. Hugh looked at Alfred, trying to bring him into focus through the fog. He didn't drug me. It was poison. His eyes narrowed. I was dying. No, Sir Hugh. I know it might feel that way, but... Hugh leaned forward. Catching hold of Alfred by the collar, he dragged the man near him, staring into the light-colored eyes in an effort to see into his very soul. I was dead. Hugh tightened his grip. You brought me back to life. Alfred returned Hugh's gaze calmly. He smiled somewhat sadly and shook his head. You are mistaken. It was a drug. I have done nothing. Bumbling, oafish, how could this man lie and Hugh not know it? More important, how could Alfred have saved his life? The face was guileless. The eyes looked at him with pity and sadness, nothing more. Alfred seemed incapable of hiding anything. Had Hugh been anyone else, he must have believed him. But the assassin knew that poison. He had given it to others. He had seen them die as he had. None of them had ever come back. Sir Hugh, the ship, Alfred persisted. We're falling. The wings pulled inward. I tried, but I couldn't get them out again. Now that his attention was called to it, Hugh could feel the ship rolling. He stared at Alfred, then let loose his grip on the man. Another mystery, but it wouldn't be solved by tumbling into the maelstrom. Hugh staggered to his feet, his hands clutching his pounding head. It was too heavy. He had the dazed feeling that if he let go, his skull might snap loose and roll off his neck. A glance out the window showed him that they were in no immediate danger, at least not from falling. Alfred had managed to bring the ship into some semblance of control, and Hugh could regain it completely easily enough, despite the fact that some of the cables had snapped. Falling into the maelstrom's the least of our worries. What do you mean, sir? Alfred hurried to his side and looked out. Gazing up at them so near that they could see every detail of their torn and bloodied clothing were 3 elven warriors, grappling hooks in their hands. Here, toss them up. I'll make them fast. It was Bane's voice coming from the deck above. Alfred gasped. His Majesty said something about seeking help from the elves. Help? Hugh's lips twisted into a mocking grin. It seemed he had come back to life only to die again. The grappling hooks snaked through the air. He heard the thuds when they landed on the deck, the scraping sound of the iron claws sliding over the wood. There was a tug and a jerk that knocked him, unsteady as he was, off his feet. The hooks had caught hold. He put his hand to his side. His sword was gone. Where? Alfred had seen his gesture and was slipping and sliding across the unsteady deck. Here, sir, I had to use it to cut you free. Hugh grabbed hold of the weapon and nearly dropped it. If Alfred had handed him an anvil, it could have seemed no heavier than his sword in his weak and shaking hand. The hooks were dragging the ship to a stop, keeping it floating in the air next to the disabled elven vessel. There was a sharp pull, and the ship sagged downward. The elves were scaling the ropes, coming aboard. Up above, Hugh could hear Bane chattering excitedly. Gripping the sword, Hugh left the steerageway, padded soft-footed into the corridor to stand beneath the hatch. Alfred stumbled behind, the man's loud, clumsy footfalls making Hugh cringe. He cast the Chamberlain a baleful glance, warning him to be silent. Then, slipping his dagger from the top of his boot, the assassin held it out. Alfred blenched, shook his head, and put his hands behind his back. No, he said through trembling lips. I can't take a life. Hugh looked up above, where booted feet could be heard walking across the deck. Not even to save your own, he hissed. Alfred lowered his eyes. I'm sorry. If you're not now, you're soon going to be, muttered Hugh, and began to silently climb the ladder. Chapter 26. Deep Sky Descending. Bane watched the 3 elves propel themselves hand over hand across the ropes, their thin, shapely legs grasping it with heels and knees. Beneath them was nothing but empty air, and far below, the dark and awesome, perpetually raging storm. The elves were expert at boarding, however, and did not pause or look down. Reaching the deck of the small dragon ship, they swung their legs over the sides and landed lightly on their feet. Having never seen elves before, the prince studied them as intently as they were ignoring him. The elves were nearly the same height as average humans, but their slender bodies made them appear taller. Their features were delicate, yet hard and cold, as if they had been carved out of marble. Smooth-muscled, they were extremely well-coordinated and walked with ease and grace, even on the listing ship. Their skin was nut brown, their hair and eyebrows white, tinted with silver that glistened in the sun. They wore what appeared to be vests and short skirts made like finely stitched tapestries, decorated with fanciful pictures of birds and flowers and animals. Humans often made fun of the elves' bright-colored garb, to their regret, most discovering too late that it was in reality elven armor. Elven wizards possess the power to magically enhance ordinary silken thread, making it as hard and tough as steel. The elf who appeared to be the leader motioned the other 2 to look around the ship. One ran aft, staring over the side at the wings, possibly to assess the damage that had caused this ship to tumble out of control. The other ran back to the stern. The elves were armed, but they didn't carry their weapons in hand. They were, after all, on a ship made by their own kind. Seeing his men deployed, the elven commander finally deigned to notice the child. "What is a human brat doing on board a ship of my people?" The commander stared down his long aquiline nose at the boy. "And where is the captain of this vessel?" He spoke human well, but with a twist to his mouth, as if the words tasted bad and he was glad to be rid of them. His voice was lilting and musical, his tone imperious and condescending. Bane was angry, but knew how to hide it. "I am Crown Prince of Volcaran and Ualandia. King Stephen is my father." Bane thought it best to begin this way, at least until he had the elves convinced that he was someone important. Then he would tell them the truth, tell them that he was of truly great importance, greater than they could imagine. The elf captain was keeping one eye on his men, giving Bane half his attention. "So my people have captured our human princeling, have they? I don't know what they think they'll get for you." "An evil man captured me," Bane said, tears coming readily to his eyes. "He was going to murder me, but you've rescued me. You'll be heroes. Take me to your king that I may extend my thanks. This could be the beginning of the peace between our people." The elf who had been inspecting the wings returned, his report on his lips. Overhearing the boy's speech, he looked at his captain. Both laughed simultaneously. Bane sucked in his breath. Never in his life had anyone laughed at him. What was happening? The enchantment should be working. He was positive Tryon hadn't been able to break the spell. Why wasn't his enchantment working on the elves? And then Bane saw the talismans. Worn around the elves' necks, the talismans were created by the elven wizards to protect their people against human war magic. Bane didn't understand this, but he knew a warding talisman when he saw it, and knew that inadvertently it was shielding the elves from the enchantment. Before he could react, the captain grabbed hold of him and tossed him through the air like a bag of garbage. He was caught by the other elf, whose strength belied the slender body. The elf captain gave a careless command, and the elf, holding the boy at arm's length as if he were a skunk, walked over to the ship's rail. Bane did not speak Elven, but he understood the command given by the elf captain's gesture. He was to be tossed overboard. Bane tried to scream. Fear choked off his breath. He fought and struggled. The elf held him by the scruff of the neck and seemed to be highly amused at the child's frantic efforts to free himself. Bane possessed the power of magic, but he was untrained, not having been brought up in his father's house. He could feel magic run through him like adrenaline. He lacked the knowledge to make it work. There was someone who could tell him, however. Bane grasped hold of the feather amulet. "Father, he can't help you now," laughed the elf. "Father," Bane cried again. "I was right," said the elf captain to his cohort. "There is someone else aboard, the brat's father. Go search." He gestured to the third elf, who came running back from the stern. "Go ahead, get rid of the little bastard," the captain grunted. The elf holding Bane held the boy over the rail and then dropped him. Bane tumbled through the air. He sucked in his breath to let it out in a howl of terror, when a voice commanded him abruptly to be silent. The voice came as it always did to the child, speaking words that he heard in his mind, words audible only to himself. "You have the ability to save yourself, Bane, but first you must conquer fear." Falling rapidly, seeing below him floating pieces of debris from the elven ship, and below that the black clouds of the maelstrom, Bane went stiff and rigid with fright. I can't, Father," he whimpered. "If you can't, then you will die, which will be all to the best. I have no use for a son who is a coward." All his short life, Bane had striven to please the man who spoke to him through the amulet, the man who was his true father. To win the powerful wizard's approval was his dearest wish. "Shut your eyes," was Sinistrad's next command. Bane did so. "Now we are going to work the magic. Think to yourself that you are lighter than the air. Your body is not solid flesh, but airy, buoyant. Your bones are hollow, like a bird's." The prince wanted to laugh, but something inside told him if he did so, he would never be able to control it and would drop to his death. Swallowing the wild, hysterical giggling, he tried to do as his father commanded. It seemed ludicrous. His eyes wouldn't stay shut, but kept flying open to watch in panic-stricken desperation for a bit of debris to cling to until he could be rescued. The wind rushing past made his eyes tear, however, and he couldn't see clearly. A sob welled up in his throat. "Bane!" Sinistrad's voice flicked through the child's mind like a whip. Gulping, Bane squinched his eyes tightly shut and tried to picture himself a bird. At first it was difficult and seemed impossible. Generations of wizards long dead, plus the boy's own inherent skill and intelligence, came to Bane's aid. The trick was to banish reality, to convince the mind that its body did not weigh 60-some rock, that it weighed nothing or less than nothing. It was a skill most young human wizards must study years to attain, yet Bane was having to learn it in seconds. Mother birds teach the young to fly by tossing them out of the nest. Bane was acquiring the art of magic in the same way. Shock and sheer terror jolted his natural talent into taking over and saving him. My flesh is made of cloud, my blood is fine mist, my bones are hollow and filled with air. A tingling sensation spread through the prince's body. It seemed as if the magic was changing him into a cloud, for he felt weightless and airy. As this feeling increased, so did his confidence in the illusion he was spinning around himself. And the magic in turn increased, growing stronger and more powerful. Opening his eyes, Bane saw to his delight that he was no longer falling. Lighter than a snowflake, he was drifting in the sky. "I've done it! I've done it!" He laughed gleefully, flapping his arms like a bird. "Concentrate," Sinistrad snapped. "This is not play. Break the concentration and you lose the power." Bane sobered. His father's words had not affected him so much as the sudden, frightening sensation he'd experienced of growing heavier again. Resolutely, he set his mind to its task of keeping him afloat among the wispy clouds. "What do I do now, Father?" he asked, more subdued. "Remain where you are for the moment. The elves will rescue you." "But they tried to kill me." "Yes, but now they will see that you possess the power, and they will want to take you to their wizards. That will lead you to their court. You may as well spend some time there before you return to me. You might gather useful information." Bane gazed upward, trying to see what was happening on the ship. All that was visible to him from his angle was the underside of the hull and the half-spread wings. The dragon ship was still falling, however. Bane relaxed, floating in the air, and waited for it to come to him. Chapter 27. Deep Sky Descending. Hugh and Alfred crouched at the foot of the stairs. They could hear the elves searching the ship. They heard the elf captain's conversation with Bane. "Little bastard," Hugh muttered beneath his breath. Then they heard Bane scream. Alfred paled. "You want him, you better help rescue him," Hugh said to the Chamberlain. "Keep close behind me." Clambering up the ladder, Hugh threw open the hatch. Sword in hand, he surged out onto the deck with Alfred right behind him. The first thing he saw was the elf hurling Bane over the side of the ship. Alfred cried out in horror. "Never mind," shouted Hugh, looking about swiftly for something to use as a weapon. "Cover my back. By the ancestors, no, you don't." Alfred's eyes were rolling up into his head. His face was ashen as he swayed on his feet. Hugh reached out a hand, grabbed him to shake him furiously, but it was too late. The Chamberlain keeled over and landed on the deck in a pathetic heap. "Damn!" Hugh swore viciously. The elves were stiff and weary from their fight with the rebels. They had not expected to find humans on board a dragon ship, and they were slow to react. Hugh grabbed for the spar just as one of the elf fighters attempted to reach it first. The hand was quicker. Lifting it, he snatched it up with all the force he could manage and thwacked the elf across the face. The fighter toppled, striking his head against the hatch when he fell. Presumably he would be out for a while. Hugh dared not finish him off, for he had two other elves in front of him. Elves are not particularly skilled swordsmen. They prefer the bow and arrow, which demonstrates skill and judgment, not merely brute strength, or they consider swordplay. The short blades elves carry at their sides are generally used for close fighting or to dispatch victims already wounded by arrows. Knowing the elves' dislike for the blade, Hugh swung his sword wildly, forcing them to keep out of his reach. He edged backward, hopping from plank to plank, until he ran into the bulwarks, the elves pressing him, but not moving into attack. Not yet. Whatever they lack in technique, elves make up for in patience and wariness. It was taking all Hugh's waning strength just to keep the blade in his hand. The elves could see that he was sick and weak. Fainting, jabbing, they drained his energy. They could afford to wait until weariness forced him to drop his guard. Hugh's arms ached, his head throbbed. He knew that he could not hold out long. Somehow this must end. Movement caught his eye. "Alfred!" Hugh bellowed. "That's it! Take them from behind!" It was an old trick, and no human fighter worth his codpiece would have fallen for it. As it was, the elven captain kept his eyes fixed on Hugh, but the other warrior lost his nerve and turned his head. What he saw was not a menacing human bearing down at him, but Alfred sitting up and looking about him dazedly. Hugh was on the elf in a flash, slashing the sword out of his hand and bashing the warrior in the face with his fist. This move left him open to attack from the captain, but he couldn't help that. The elf captain leapt forward to strike. His feet slipped on the slanting deck. The clumsy stroke missed Hugh's heart and tore through the muscles of his sword arm. Hugh spun on his heel, caught the captain across the jaw with the hilt of the blade, and sent the elf sprawling on his back on the deck, his weapon flying from his hand. Hugh sank to his knees, fighting dizziness and nausea. "Sir Hugh, you're injured. Let me help." Hands touched his arm, but Hugh jerked away. I'm all right, he snapped. Staggering to his feet, he glared at the Chamberlain, who flushed and hung his head. I'm sorry I let you down, he stammered. I don't know what comes over me. Hugh cut him off, gesturing at the elves. Toss this scum overboard before they come to. Alfred went so pale that Hugh thought he was going to faint again. I can't do that, sir. Throw a helpless man to his death. They threw that kid of yours to his death. Hugh raised his sword, holding it above the neck of the unconscious elf. Then I'll have to get rid of them here. I can't take a chance on them coming around. He started to cut the slender neck, but a strange reluctance halted him. A voice came to him from out of a vast and horrifying darkness. All your life you served us. Please, sir, Alfred caught hold of his arm. Their ship is still attached to ours. He pointed to where the remnants of the elven vessel nosed alongside the dragon ship, the grappling hooks holding it fast. I could transfer them back there. At least they'd have a chance of being rescued. Very well. Too sick and tired to argue, Hugh gave in with an ill grace. Do what you want, just get rid of them. What do you care about elves anyway? They murdered your precious prince. All life is sacred, said Alfred softly, leaning down to lift the unconscious elf captain by the shoulder. Late, too late. At least that's what Hugh thought he said. The wind was whistling through the rigging. He was sick and in pain, and who cared anyway? Alfred performed the task in his usual bumbling fashion, tripping over the planks, dropping the bodies, once nearly hanging himself when he became entangled in one of the wing cables. Eventually, he managed to haul the unconscious elves to the ship's rail and heave them onto their own ship with a strength the hand found difficult to credit in the tall, gangling man. But then there was a lot about Alfred that was inexplicable. Was I really dead? Did Alfred bring me back to life? And if so, how? Not even the Mysteriarchs have the ability to restore the dead. All life is sacred. Too late, too late. Hugh shook his head and was immediately sorry. He thought his eyeballs must burst out of their sockets. Alfred returned to find Hugh trying to knot a clumsy bandage around his arm. Sir Hugh, Alfred began timidly. Hugh did not look up from his work. Gently, the Chamberlain took over, tying the bandage deftly. I think you should come and see something, sir. I know we're still falling, but I can pull us out. How close are we to the maelstrom? It's not just that, sir. It's the prince. He's safe. Safe? Hugh stared at him, thinking the man had gone mad. It's very peculiar, sir, although not so peculiar, I suppose, considering who he is and who his father is. Who the hell is he? Hugh wanted to ask, but now was not the time. Sick and hurting, he made his way across the deck, whose movements were becoming more and more erratic as they drew nearer the storm. Looking down below, he could not repress a low whistle of amazement. His father is a Mysteriarch of the High Realm, said Alfred. I suppose he taught the boy to do that. They communicate through the amulet, said the hand, recalling his failing vision, focusing on the boy clasping the feather in his hand. Yes. Hugh could see the boy's upturned face, looking at them triumphantly, evidently quite pleased with himself. I'm supposed to rescue him, I suppose. A kid who tried to poison me. A kid who wrecked my ship. A kid who tried to turn us all over to the elves. After all, sir, replied Alfred, gazing at Hugh steadily, you did agree to murder him for money. Hugh glanced back down at Bane. They were nearing the maelstrom. He could see the stinging clouds of dust and debris floating above it, and hear the dull booming of the thunder. A cool, moist wind smelling of rain was causing the tail rudder to flap wildly. Right now, Hugh should be examining the snapped cables, trying to rig them so that he could extend the wings and regain the upper air before the ship drifted too close, before the winds of the storm could prevent them from rising. And the pounding in his head was making him sick. Turning, Hugh left the rail. I don't blame you, said Alfred. He is a difficult child. Difficult? Hugh laughed, then paused, eyes closed, as the deck cantered away beneath his feet. When he was himself again, he drew a deep breath. Take that spar and hold it out to him. I'll try to maneuver the ship closer. We're risking our own lives doing this. Chances are we'll get caught by the winds and sucked into the storm. Yes, Sir Hugh. Alfred ran to get the spar, for once his feet and his body all going the same direction. The hand dropped through the hatch into the steerageway and stood staring at the mess. Why am I doing this? He asked himself. It's simple, was the response. You've got a father who will pay to have his son not come back, and another father who will pay to get hold of the kid. That makes sense, Hugh admitted. All, of course, provided we don't wind up in the maelstrom. Looking out the crystal window, he could see the boy floating among the clouds. The dragon ship was falling down to meet him. but unless Hugh could alter their course, they would miss him by over a wing's length. Gloomily, the hand surveyed the wreckage, prodding his aching mind to function and delineate between the various ropes that were twisting and slithering across the deck like snakes. Finding those he needed, he untangled them and laid them out straight so that they could run easily through the hawse holes. Once the cables were arranged, he cut them loose from the harness with his sword and wound them around his arms. He had seen men suffer broken bones from doing this. If he lost control, the heavy wing would fly out suddenly, jerk the rope, and snap his arms like a twig. Seating himself, his feet braced against the deck, Hugh began to pay out the line slowly. One length of cable ran swiftly and smoothly through the hawse hole. The wing began to lift and the magic to activate. But the cable on Hugh's right arm remained limp and lifeless, straggling across the deck. He wiped sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. The wing was stuck, jammed. Hugh hauled back on the cable with all his might, hoping to jolt it free. It did no good, and he realized that one of the exterior cables attached to his guide rope must have snapped. Swearing to himself beneath his breath, the hand abandoned the broken cable and concentrated on flying the ship with one wing. "Nearer!" Alfred shouted. "A little more to the left. Or is that starboard? I can never remember. Port? Perhaps port. There, I've almost got him. Now, hang on tightly, Your Highness." Hugh heard the prince's shrill voice yammering excitedly about something, the sound of small boots hitting the deck. Then he heard Alfred's voice, low and rebuking, and Bane's defensive whine. Hugh pulled back on the cable, felt the wing lift, and the dragon ship, aided by its magic, began to float upward. The clouds of the maelstrom swirled below, seemingly angry to see the prey escaping. Hugh held his breath, concentrating all his energy on holding the wings steady as they continued slowly rising. It was as if a giant hand reached out to slap them like an irritating mosquito. The ship dropped suddenly and sickeningly, plunging downward so fast that it seemed their bodies went with it, but their stomachs and bowels stayed up above. Hugh heard a frightened shriek and a heavy bump, and knew someone must have been thrown to the deck. The hand hoped both Alfred and the kid had found something to hang on to, but there was nothing he could do about it if they hadn't. Grimly, he held onto the cables, fighting to keep the wing up to slow their descent. Then he heard an ominous ripping sound and the eerie whistle that stops the hearts of all dragon ship pilots. The wing had torn. The wind was rushing through it. Hugh paid out the line as far as it would go, opening the wing all the way. Although he couldn't use it to steer, at least its magic would help cushion their fall when they hit the ground. If they hit the ground, and if the maelstrom didn't rip them apart first. Unwinding the rope from around his arm, Hugh threw it onto the deck. They hadn't reached the maelstrom yet, and already the wind was whipping the ship around. He couldn't stand up and was forced to crawl across the planking, clinging to the cables and using them to pull himself into the corridor. Once there, he dragged himself up the ladder and peered out. Alfred and Bane were lying flat on the top deck, the Chamberlain with his arm wrapped tightly around the boy. "Down here!" Hugh yelled above the buffeting of the wind. "The wings split! We're sinking into the storm!" Alfred slithered on his stomach across the deck, hauling Bane with him. Hugh took a certain grim pleasure in noting that the child appeared to be stricken dumb with terror. Reaching the hatch, the Chamberlain shoved the prince ahead of him. Hugh grasped hold of the boy none too gently, pulled him inside, and dropped him onto the deck. Bane let out a howl of pain that was cut short when the ship flipped over, slamming him into the bulwarks and knocking the breath from his body. The motion sent Alfred plunging through the hatch head first, causing Hugh to lose his footing. He crashed down the ladder onto the deck below. The hand staggered to his feet and made his way back up the ladder, or perhaps it was down the ladder. The ship was rolling over and over, and he had lost all sense of direction. He grabbed hold of the hatch cover. A rain squall hit the ship. Water lashed down with the force of elven spears. A jagged bolt of lightning split the air near enough that the smell made him wrinkle his nose. The concussion of the air rushing back together nearly deafened him. He fumbled at the hatch cover. It was slippery and wet, and finally managed to yank it shut. Wearily, he slid back down the ladder and collapsed onto the deck. You're alive!" Bane stared at him in blank astonishment. Then his expression changed to one of joy. Running over to Hugh, the child threw his arms around him and hugged him close. "Oh, I'm so glad. I was so frightened. You saved my life." Detaching the clinging hands, Hugh held the prince at arm's length. There was no doubting the sincerity either in the tear-choked voice or on the innocent face. There was no guile or deceit in the blue eyes. The hand could have almost imagined that he had dreamed everything. Almost, but not quite. This Bane, so aptly named, had tried to poison him. Hugh put his hand around the boy's white throat. It would be a simple matter. One twist, snap the neck, contract fulfilled. The ship pitched and tossed in the storm. The hull creaked and groaned and seemed likely to fly apart at any moment. Lightning flashed around them. Thunder boomed in their ears. All your life you served us. Hugh tightened his grasp. Bane gazed up at him. The child was trusting, shyly smiling. The assassin might have been soothing the prince with a loving caress. Angrily, the hand hurled the boy away from him, sent him stumbling into Alfred, who caught him reflexively. Stumbling past the two, heading for the steerage way, Hugh dropped to his hands and knees and heaved up his guts. Chapter 28, Drevlin, Low Realm. Bane was the first to regain consciousness. Opening his eyes, he stared around at his surroundings, at the dragon ship and its other two occupants. He could hear a low rumble of thunder, and for a moment his terror returned. Then he realized the storm was some distance away. Looking outside, he could see it was calm, with only a spatter of rain hitting the ship. The horrid motion had ended. Everything was still. Nothing moved. Hugh lay on the deck amidst the cables, his eyes closed, blood on his head and arm, his hand hanging on to one of the ropes, as though his last effort had been to make some attempt to save them. Alfred lay sprawled on his back. The Chamberlain did not appear to be injured. Bane remembered little about the terrifying descent through the storm, but he had the impression from somewhere that Alfred had fainted. Bane, too, had been afraid, more afraid even than when the elf captain had tossed him over the side of the ship. That had happened swiftly, so there had been only a short time for fear. The fall into the storm had seemed to take forever, with terror growing stronger every second. Bane had really thought he might die of it. He recalled then his father's voice, whispering words that lulled him into sleep. The prince attempted to sit up. He felt peculiar, not hurt, just peculiar. His body seemed too heavy. A tremendous force was weighing him down, yet there was nothing on top of him. Bane whimpered a little in fright, and at the feeling of being alone. He didn't like these strange sensations, and he crawled over to shake Alfred to try to wake him. Then Bane saw Hugh's sword lying on the deck beneath him, and the child had a thought. I could kill them both now, he said, gripping the feather amulet tightly. We could be rid of them, Father. No! The word was stern and sharp and startled him. Why not? Because you need them to get you away from this place and bring you to me. But first there is a task I want you to perform. You have landed on the Isle of Drevlin in the Low Realm. A people known as Gegs inhabit this land. Actually, I am quite pleased that chance has brought you here. I was planning to come myself when I acquired a ship. There is a great machine on this isle that very much intrigues me. It was built long ago by the Sartan, but for what purpose no one has ever been able to discover. I want you to investigate it while you are there. Do this and find out what you can about these Gegs. Though I doubt if they can be of much use to me in my conquest of the world, it is wise to know as much as I can about those I intend to conquer. I might even be able to make use of them. You must watch, my son, for the opportunity. The voice faded. Bane scowled. If only Sinistrad would stop his irritating habit of saying, when I conquer, when I rule. It was to be we. Bane had determined this. Of course, my father can't know much about me yet. That's why he's never included me in his plans. When we meet, he'll get to know me. He'll be proud of me, and he'll be glad to share his power with me. He'll teach me all his magic. We'll do everything together. I won't be lonely anymore. Hugh began to groan and stir. Bane hurriedly lay back down on the deck and shut his eyes. Hugh eased himself up painfully, propping his body with his arms. His first thought was one of absolute astonishment to discover he was alive. His next was that he would pay that elven wizard who cast the spell on his ship double what he charged for magic and feel that it was cheap. His next was for his pipe. Reaching into the soiled and sodden velvet tunic, Hugh discovered it safe, unbroken. The hand glanced at his companions. Alfred was out cold. Hugh had never in his life known anyone to pass out from sheer terror. Marvelous person to have around in a crisis. The boy was also unconscious, but he was breathing steadily. His color was good. He hadn't been hurt. Hugh's future security was alive and well. But first, muttered the hand, edging across the deck to the boy, we need to get rid of Daddy, if that's who this really is. Moving slowly and cautiously, careful not to wake the child, Hugh slid his fingers beneath the silver chain from which the feather amulet was suspended and started to lift it from around the boy's neck. The chain slid through his fingers. Hugh stared at it incredulously. The chain had not slipped off his fingers, but through them, literally. He had seen it pass right through solid flesh and bone with as much ease as if his hand had been as insubstantial as that of a ghost's. I'm imagining things. A bump on the head, he said, and grasped the chain, this time firmly. He held nothing in his hand but air. Hugh realized then that Bane's eyes had opened. The boy was watching him, not angrily or suspiciously, but with sadness. "It won't come off," he said. "I've tried." The prince sat up. "What happened? Where are we?" "We're safe," Hugh said, sitting back and drawing forth his pipe. He'd smoked the last of the Sterigo, not that he had any way to light it, even if he hadn't. He clamped the stem in his teeth and sucked on the empty bowl. "You've saved our lives," Bane told him. "And after I tried to kill you, I'm sorry. I truly am." The limpid blue eyes lifted to gaze at Hugh. "It was only that I was afraid of you." Hugh sucked on the pipe and said nothing. "I feel so strange," continued the prince in easy conversation, that one small matter between them having now finally been cleared up. "Like I'm too heavy for my body." "It's the pressure down here, the weight of the air. You'll get used to it. Just sit still and don't move." Bane sat, fidgeting. His gaze went to Hugh's sword. "You're a warrior. You can defend yourself the honorable way. But I'm weak. What else could I do? You are an assassin, aren't you? You were hired to kill me?" "And you're not Stephen's son," Hugh countered. "No, sir, he is not." The voice was Alfred's. The chamberlain sat up, looking around him in confusion. "Where are we?" "My guess is we're in the low realm. With luck, we're on Drevlin." "Why luck?" "Because Drevlin's the only continent down here that's inhabited. The Gegs will help us if we can make it to one of their cities. This low realm is swept constantly by terrible storms," he added in explanation. "If we're caught in one out in the open..." Hugh finished his sentence with a shrug. Alfred blanched and cast a worried glance outside. Bane squirmed and twisted to see. "It's not storming now. Shouldn't we leave?" "Wait until your body's gotten used to the change in pressure. We'll need to move fast when we go." "And you think we're on this Drevlin?" Alfred asked. "Judging from our location when he fell, I'd say so. We were blown around some by the storm, but Drevlin's the largest landmass down here, and it'd be hard to miss. If we'd been blown off course too far, we wouldn't be anywhere." "You've been here before." Bane sat up straight, staring at Hugh. "Yes." "What's it like?" he questioned eagerly. Hugh did not immediately reply. His eyes shifted to Alfred, who had lifted his hand and was examining it in puzzlement, as if certain it must belong to someone else. "Go outside and see for yourself, Your Highness." "You mean it?" Bane scrambled to his feet. "I can go outside?" "See if you can find any signs of a Geg settlement. There's a big machine on this continent. If you could see parts of it, there'll be Gegs living nearby. Keep close to the ship. You get caught by a storm with nowhere to go for shelter, and you're finished." "Is that wise, sir?" Alfred looked anxiously after the boy, who was squeezing his small body out of a hole smashed in the hull. "He won't go far. He'll get tired sooner than he realizes. Now, while he's gone, tell me the truth." Alfred became very pale. Shifting uncomfortably, he lowered his eyes and stared at his two large hands. "You were right, sir, when you said that Bane was not Stephen's child. I will tell you what I know, what any of us knows for certain as far as that goes, although I believe Tryon has conjectured some theories to explain what happened. I must say that they didn't seem to completely cover all the circumstances." He saw Hugh's face darken, the brows draw together with impatience. 10 cycles ago, a child was born to Stephen and Anne. It was a boy, a beautiful baby, with his father's dark hair and his mother's eyes and ears. You think that is odd that I mentioned the ears, but it will become important later on. Anne, you see, has a nick in her left ear, right here at the outer curve. It is a trait in her family. The story goes that long ago, when the Sartans still walked the world, one of their kind was saved from harm when a spear thrown at him was deflected by Anne's ancestor. The point sliced off a part of the man's left ear. All children born since have been marked with that notch as a symbol of the family's honor. Anne's child had the notch. I saw it myself when they brought the babe out for the showing." Alfred's voice lowered. "The child found in the cradle the next morning did not." "A changeling," commented Hugh. "Surely they knew?" "Yes, they knew. We all knew. The baby appeared to be the same age as the prince, only a day or two old. But this baby was fair-haired with bright blue eyes, not the milky kind of blue that will turn brown. And the child's ears were both perfectly shaped. We questioned everyone in the palace, but no one knew how the switch was made. The guards swore no one had slipped past them. They were good men. Stephen did not doubt their word. The nurse slept in the room with the baby all night and woke to take him to the wet nurse, who said that she put to her breast Anne's dark-haired boy. By this and by other tokens, Tryon judged that the child had been placed there by magic. Other tokens? Alfred sighed. His gaze strayed outside. Bane was standing on a rock, peering intently into the distance. On the horizon, black clouds flecked with lightning were massing. The wind was beginning to rise. The baby had a powerful enchantment woven round him. Anyone who looked at him must immediately love him. No, love isn't the right word. The Chamberlain considered the matter. Dote on, perhaps, or become obsessed by. We couldn't bear to see him unhappy. A tear falling from his eye made us feel wretched for days. We would have parted with our lives before we parted with that child. Alfred's voice fell silent, and he ran his hand over his bald pate. Stephen and Anne knew the danger of taking this child as their own, but they, all of us, were helpless to prevent it. That's why they named him Bane. And what was the danger? A year after the changeling was delivered to us on the birthday of Anne's true child, a mysteriarch from the High Realm came among us. At first we were honored, for such a thing had not happened in years, that one of the powerful magi of the seventh house should so humble himself that he would deign to leave his glorious realm above and visit with us below. But our pride and our gladness changed to ashes in our mouths. Sinistrad is an evil man. He took care that we should know him and fear him. He came, he said, to do honor to the little prince. He had brought him a present. When Sinistrad lifted the babe in his arms, we knew, every one of us, whose child Bane truly was. No one could do a thing, of course, not against a powerful wizard of the seventh house. Tryon himself is one of the most skilled wizards in the kingdom, and he is only third house. No, we had to watch with smiles plastered on our faces as the mysteriarch slipped that feather amulet around the baby's neck. Sinistrad congratulated Stephen on his heir and left. His emphasis on that word sent shivers of horror through all of us. But Stephen was helpless to do anything except dote on the child more fiercely than ever, even though he began to loathe the sight of him. Hugh tugged at his beard, frowning. But why would a wizard of the High Realm want a kingdom in the middle? They left us cycles ago of their own free will. Their own kingdom is wealthy beyond anything we can imagine, or so we've heard. As I've said, we do not know. Tryon has theories. Conquest is the most obvious, of course. But if they wanted to rule us, they could bring an army of mysteriarchs down and defeat us easily. No, as I said, it doesn't make sense. Stephen knew that Sinistrad was in communication with his son. Bane is a cunning spy. The boy has learned every secret in the kingdom and has passed it all on. Of that we are certain. We might have lived with that, for 10 cycles have passed and our strength grows. If the mysteriarchs wanted to take over, they could have done it before this. But something has happened that made it urgent for Stephen to rid himself of the changeling. Alfred glanced outside to see the boy still occupied in scouting out a city, though he was obviously tired and now sitting on the rock instead of standing. The Chamberlain motioned Hugh near, whispering in his ear, "Anne is with child." Ah, Hugh nodded in sudden understanding. And so they decide to get rid of one heir now that there's another on the way. What about the enchantment? Tryon broke it. 10 years of study it took him, but he managed at last. Now Stephen was able to... Alfred halted, stammering in confusion. To hire an assassin to kill him. How long have you known? From the first, Alfred flushed. It was why I followed you. And you would have tried to stop me? I'm not certain. Alfred's brow furrowed, and he shook his head confusedly. I don't know. A dark seed fell into Hugh's mind and took root. It grew fast, twisting around his brain, flowering and bearing a noxious fruit. I decided to break the contract. Why? Because the boy is more valuable alive than dead. But so were a number of men I contracted to kill. I never before broke faith. I never before broke a contract. Though sometimes I could have made 10 times the fee paid me. Why now? I risked my own life to rescue the bastard. I couldn't kill him after he tried to kill me. End of side 5. To continue, turn the cassette over. What if the enchantment isn't broken? What if Bane is still manipulating all of us, beginning with King Stephen? Hugh looked intently at Alfred. And what's the truth about you, Chamberlain? You see it before you, sir, I am afraid, said Alfred humbly, spreading his hands. I have been in service all my life. I was with Her Royal Highness's family at their castle in Ewalandia. When Her Majesty became queen, she was kind enough to bring me with her. A slow flush spread over Alfred's face. His eyes sought the deck. He plucked nervously at the shabby clothing with his clumsy fingers. Lying does not come easily for this man, not like it does for the child, thought Hugh. Yet, like the child, Alfred is seemingly living a lie. The assassin let it drop, closing his eyes. His shoulder pained him. He felt queasy and lethargic, effects of both the poison and the heavy air pressure. Thinking of all that had passed, he twisted his lips into a bitter smile. Worst of all, his hands smeared red with the blood of countless men. He who had proudly believed himself to be masterless had been mastered by a child. Prince Bane poked his head back through the shattered side of the ship. I think I see it. The great machine. It's off in the distance, that direction. You can't see it now because the clouds have covered it, but I remember the way. Let's go there now. After all, how can it be dangerous? It's only rain. A bolt of lightning sizzled from sky to ground, blasting a hole in the coralite. The thunderclap shook the ground and nearly knocked the boy over. That's why, said Hugh. Another lightning bolt struck with shattering force. Bane shot across the deck and crouched down beside Alfred. Rain pounded on the hull. Hail beat on it with deafening ferocity. Soon water began pouring in through the cracks in the smashed timber. Bane's eyes were wide, his face pale, but he didn't cry out. When he saw his hands were trembling, he clasped them together tightly. Looking at the boy, Hugh saw himself long ago, battling fear with pride, the only weapon in his arsenal. And it occurred to him that perhaps this was just what Bane wanted him to see. The assassin fingered the hilt of his sword. It would take only a few seconds. Grasp it, wield it, thrust it deep into the boy's body. If he was going to be stopped by magic, then he wanted to see it act, know for certain. Or perhaps he had seen it already. Hugh moved his hand away from the sword. Lifting his pipe, he saw Bane watching him. The boy's lips curved in a sweet, charming smile. Chapter 29. Rome, Drevlin, Low Realm. The High Froman was having a sad time of it. He was being plagued by gods. Literally dropping from the skies, gods rained down on his defenseless head. Nothing was going right. His once peaceful realm that had not known a whisper of trouble in the last several centuries was now running amok. Trudging across the coralite, his band of coppers marching along reluctantly behind him, the head clerk marching righteously at his side, the Froman thought long and hard about gods and decided that he hadn't much use for them. First, instead of neatly getting rid of Mad Limbeck, the gods had actually had the audacity to send him back alive. Not only that, but they came with him. Well, one of them did, a god who called himself Haplo. And though confused reports had reached the ears of the High Froman that the god didn't consider himself a god, Darrell Longshoreman didn't believe it for a flicker. Unfortunately, whether this Haplo was or he wasn't, he was stirring up trouble wherever he went. And that was pretty nearly everywhere, including now the Gegg's capital city of Wome. Mad Limbeck and his wild whups were dragging the god across the countryside, making speeches, telling the people that they were being misused, ill-treated, enslaved, and the Mangers knew what else. Of course, Mad Limbeck had been ranting and raving about this for some considerable length of time, but now, with the god standing at his side, the Geggs were beginning to listen to him. Half the clerks had been completely won over. The head clerk, seeing his church falling apart around him, was demanding that the High Froman do something. "And what am I supposed to do?" Darrell asked sourly. "Arrest this Haplo, this god who says he isn't a god? That won't do anything except convince the people who do believe in him that they've been right all along and convince the rest who don't that they should." "Bosh," sniffed the head clerk, who hadn't understood a thing the High Froman said, but who knew he didn't agree with it. "Bosh! That's all you've got to say. It's all your fault anyhow," the High Froman shouted, working himself into a rage. "Let the Mangers take care of Mad Limbeck, you said. Well, they took care of him all right. Sent him back to destroy us." The head clerk had stormed off in a huff, but he'd been back quick enough when the ship was sighted. Plummeting out of the skies where it had no business being, since it wasn't time for the monthly festival yet, the dragon ship had landed in the outland some distance away from an outer sector of Wome known as Stomac. The High Froman had seen it from his bedroom window and his heart had sunk. More gods, just what he needed. At first, Darrell thought he might have been the only one to see it, and that he could pretend he hadn't. No such luck. A number of other Geggs saw it, including the head clerk. Worse still, one of his sharp-eyed, no-brains coppers had reported seeing something alive come out of it. The copper, as punishment, was now stumbling along after his chief on their way to investigate. I guess this'll teach you. Darrell rounded on the unfortunate copper. It's because of you we're being forced to come out here. If you'd kept your lips from flapping. But no, you have to go and see one of them. Not only that, but you have to shout it out to half the realm. I only said it to the head clerk, protested the copper. It's the same thing, Darrell muttered. Well, but I think it's only right that we have our own god now, High Froman, persisted the copper. It isn't fair to my mind, those clods in Het having a god and us going without. I reckon this'll show 'em. The head clerk raised an eyebrow. Anger forgotten, he sidled over to the High Froman. He does have a point, murmured the clerk in Darrell's ear. If we have our own god, we can use him to counter Limbeck's god. Stumbling along over the cracked and gouged coralite, the High Froman had to admit that his brother-in-law had, for once in his life, come up with something that sounded halfway intelligent. My own god, mused Darrell Longshoreman, squelching through the puddles, heading for the dragon ship. There's got to be some way to work this to my advantage. Seeing that they were nearing the wrecked dragon ship, the High Froman slowed his march, raising his hand to warn those behind him to slow theirs, something that was not necessary. The coppers had already come to a standstill about 10 feet behind their leader. The High Froman glared at his men in exasperation and started to curse them all for cowards. But on second thought, he considered that it was probably just as well his men remained behind. It would look better if he treated with the gods alone. He cast a sidelong glance at the head clerk. I think you should stay here, said Darrell. It might be dangerous. Since Darrell Longshoreman had never in his entire life been concerned about his welfare, the head clerk was very rightly suspicious at this sudden consideration, and promptly and unequivocally refused. It's only proper that a churchman greet these immortal beings, said the head clerk loftily. I suggest, in fact, that you allow me to do the talking. The storm had cleared, but there was another coming. On Drevlin there was always another coming. And Darrell didn't have time to argue. Contenting himself with muttering that the head clerk could talk all he wanted through a split lip, the High Froman and his cohort turned and marched, with a remarkable courage that would later be celebrated in story and song, right up to the battered hull of the downed ship. The courage exhibited by the two Geggs should not, after all, be considered that remarkable, the copper having reported that the creature he had seen emerge from the ship was small and puny-looking. Their true courage would be tested shortly. Standing next to the damaged hull, the High Froman was momentarily at a loss. He'd never spoken to a god before. At the monthly sacred docking ceremonies, the Wells appeared in their huge winged ships, sucked up the water, threw down their reward, and departed. Not a bad way of doing things, the High Froman thought regretfully. He was just opening his mouth to announce to the small, puny-looking god inside the ship that his servants were here when there emerged a god who was anything but small and puny-looking. The god was tall and dark, with a black beard that hung in 2 braids from his chin and long black hair that flowed over his shoulders. His face was hard, his eyes as sharp and cold as the coralite on which the Geggs stood. The god carried in his hand a weapon of bright, glittering steel. At the sight of this formidable, frightening creature, the head clerk, forgetting completely about church protocol, turned and fled. Most of the coppers, seeing the church abandoning the field, figured doom had descended and took to their heels. Only one stalwart copper remained, the one who had sighted the god and had reported it to be small and puny. Perhaps he thought he had nothing to lose. Good riddance, muttered Darrell. Turning to the god, he bowed so low his long beard dragged the wet ground. Your worship, said the High Froman humbly, we welcome you to our realm. Have you come for the judgment? The god stared at him, then turned to another god. The Froman inwardly groaned. How many of these were there? And spoke something to this second god in words that were a meaningless babble to the High Froman. The second god, a bald, weak, soft-looking god, if you asked Darrell Longshoreman, shook his head, a blank expression on his face. And it occurred to the High Froman that these gods hadn't understood a word he'd said. In that instant, Darrell Longshoreman realized that Mad Limbeck wasn't mad after all. These weren't gods. Gods would have understood him. These were mortal men. They had come in a dragon ship, which meant that the Wells in their dragon ships were most likely mortal. If the Kixie-Winzy had suddenly ceased to function, if every whirly had stopped whirling, every gear stopped grinding, every whistle stopped tooting, the High Froman could not have been more appalled. Mad Limbeck was right. There would be no judgment. They would never be lifted up to Gegg's hope. Glowering at the gods and at their wrecked ship, Darrell realized that the gods themselves couldn't even get off Drevlin. A low rumble of thunder warned the High Froman that he and these gods didn't have time to stand around and stare at one another. Disillusioned, angry, needing time to think, the High Froman turned his back on the gods and started to head for his city. "Wait," came a voice. "Where are you going?" Startled, Darrow whirled around. A third god had appeared. This must have been the one the copper had seen, for this god was small and frail-looking. This god was a child. And had Darrow only imagined it, or had the child spoken to him in words he understood? "Greetings, I am Prince Bane," said the child in excellent but halting Geg, sounding almost as if he were being prompted. One hand was clasped tightly around a feather amulet he wore on his breast. He held out his other hand, palm open, in the ritual Geg gesture of friendship. "My father is Sinistrad, Mysteriarch of the 7th House, ruler of the High Realm." Darrow Longshoreman drew in a deep, shivering breath. Never in his life had he seen such a beautiful being as this. Bright golden hair, bright blue eyes. The child glistened like the shining metal of the Kixie Winsey. "Perhaps I've been mistaken. Mad Limbeck is wrong, after all. Surely this being is immortal." Somewhere from deep within the Geg, buried beneath centuries of sundering, holocaust, and rupture, came a phrase to Darrow's mind, "And a little child shall lead them." "Greetings, Prince Bane," returned the High Froman, stumbling over the name that held in his language no meaning. "Have you come to pass judgment on us at last?" The child's eyelids flickered. Then he said coolly, "Yes, I have come to judge you. Where is your king?" "I am the High Froman, your worship, ruler of my people. It would be a great honor if you would deign to visit our city, your worship." The High Froman's gaze strayed nervously to the approaching storm. Gods probably weren't bothered by bolts of lightning sizzling down from the heavens, and Darrow found it somewhat embarrassing to hint that High Froman were. However, the child appeared to be cognizant of the Geg's plight, and to take pity on it. Casting a glance back at his two companions, whom Darrow now took for the gods' servants, or guards, Prince Bane indicated he was ready to travel, and glanced about for the conveyance. "I'm sorry, your worship," muttered the High Froman, flushing warmly, "but we have to, walk." "Oh, that's all right," said the guard, and jumped gleefully into a puddle. Chapter 30. WoW, Drevlin, Low Realm. Limbeck was sitting in the drafty headquarters of WAP, writing the speech he would deliver at the rally tonight. His spectacles perched precariously on his head, the Geg scribbled his words onto the paper, happily spattering ink over everything and completely oblivious of the chaos erupting around him. Haplo sat near him, the dog at his feet. Quiet, taciturn, unobtrusive, indeed going almost unnoticed, the patron lounged in a Geg chair that was too short for him. His long legs extending out in front of him, he idly watched the organized confusion. His cloth-wound hand dropped occasionally to scratch the dog on the head or to pat it reassuringly in the event that something startled it. WAP headquarters in the Geg capital city of WoW was, literally, a hole in the wall. The Kixie Winsey had once decided it needed to expand in a certain direction, knocked a hole in the wall of a Geg dwelling, then had apparently decided, for some unknown reason, that it didn't want to go that way after all. The hole in the wall remained, and the 20 or so Geg families who had occupied the dwelling had moved, since one could never be certain but that the Kixie Winsey might change its mind again. Beyond a few minor inconveniences, such as the perpetual draft, it was, however, ideal for the establishment of WAP headquarters. There had been no WAP headquarters in the capital of Drevlin. The High Froman and the Church both held crushing power here. But after Limbeck's triumphant return from the dead, bringing with him a god who claimed he wasn't a god, reached Rome via the news singers, the Gegs clamored to know more about WAP and its leader. Jara herself traveled to Rome to establish the Union, distribute pamphlets, and find a suitable building to serve both as center of operations and a place to live. Her primary secret goal, however, was to discover if the High Froman and or the Church was going to give them trouble. Jara hoped they would. She could almost hear the news singers across the land warbling, "Coppers crush converts." Nothing of the sort had occurred, much to Jara's disappointment, and Limbeck and Haplo and the dog were met by cheering crowds when they entered the city. Jara hinted that this was undoubtedly a dark and subtle plot by the High Froman to ensnare them all, but Limbeck said it simply proved that Darrow Longshoreman was fair and open-minded. Now crowds of Gegs stood outside the hole in the wall, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the famous Limbeck or of his god who wasn't. WAP members rushed importantly in and out, bearing messages to or from Jara, who was so busy running things that she didn't have time to make speeches anymore. Jara was in her element. She led WAP with ruthless efficiency. Her skills in organization, her inherent knowledge of the Gegs, and her management of Limbeck had been responsible for setting the Geg's world aflame with anger and the call for revolution. She poked, prodded, and pummeled Limbeck into shape, shoved him forth to issue words of genius, and hauled him back when it was time to quit. Her awe of Haplo soon faded, and she began to treat him the same way she treated Limbeck, telling him what to say and how long to say it. Haplo submitted to her in everything with easy, casual pliability. He was, Jara discovered, a man of few words, but those words had a way of searing into the heart, leaving a mark that burned long after the iron had grown cool. Is your speech ready for tonight, Haplo? She paused in the act of drafting a reply to an attack that the church had made on them, an attack so simple-minded that to answer it was to give it more credence than it deserved. I will say what I always say, if that is agreeable to you, madam, he replied with the quiet respect that marked all his dealings with the Gegs. Yes, said Jara, brushing her chin with the end of the feather quill. I think that will be most satisfactory. You know that we are likely to draw our biggest crowd yet. They say that some scripts are even talking of walking off the job, a thing absolutely unprecedented in the history of Drevlin. Limbeck was startled enough by the tone of her voice to lift his myopic gaze from his paper and stare vaguely in her general direction. In reality, all he could see of her was a squarish blur surmounted by a lump that was her head. He couldn't see her eyes, but he knew her well enough to envision them sparkling with pleasure. My dear, is that wise? He said, holding his pen poised above the paper and unconsciously allowing a large drop of ink to splat right in the center of his text. It's certain to anger the High Froman and the clerks. I hope it does, Jara stated emphatically, much to Limbeck's consternation. Nervously, he set his elbow in the ink splot. Let him send his coppers to break up our meeting, Jara continued. We'll gain hundreds more followers. But there could be trouble, Limbeck was aghast. Someone could get hurt. All in the name of the cause. Jara shrugged and returned to her work. Limbeck dropped another ink blot. But my cause has always been peace. I never meant for people to get hurt. Rising to her feet, Jara cast a swift, meaningful glance at Haplo, reminding Limbeck that the god who wasn't was listening. Limbeck flushed and bit his lip, but shook his head stubbornly, and Jara moved over to his side. Lifting up a rag, she wiped away a particularly large ink spot on the end of his nose. My dear, she said, not unkindly, you've always talked about the need for change. How did you think it would happen? Gradually, said Limbeck, gradually and slowly, so that everyone has time to get used to it and comes to see that it is for the best. That is so like you, sighed Jara. A whopper stuck his head through the hole in the wall, seeking to attract Jara's attention. She frowned at him severely, and the Geg appeared slightly daunted, but held his ground, waiting. Turning her back on the whopper, Jara smoothed Limbeck's wrinkled brow with a hand rough and calloused from hard work. You want change to come about nicely and pleasantly. You want to see it just sort of slip up on people so that they don't notice it until they wake up one morning and realize that they're happier than they were before. Isn't that true, Limbeck? Jara answered her own question. Of course it is. And it's very wonderful and very thoughtful of you, and it's also very naive and very stupid. Leaning down, she kissed him on the crown of the head to rob her words of their sting. And it's just what I love about you, my dear. But haven't you been listening to Haplo, Limbeck? Give part of your speech now, Haplo. The whopper, who had been waiting to see Jara, turned to shout to the crowd, Haplo is going to give his speech. The Geg standing in the street broke into rousing cheers, and as many as could possibly fit squeezed heads, arms, legs, and other body parts in through the hole in the wall. This somewhat alarming sight caused the dog to leap to its feet. Haplo patted the dog down and obligingly began to orate, speaking loudly in order to be heard above the crunch, whiz, bang of the Kixie-Winsy. You, Gegs, know your history. You were brought here by those you call the Mangers. In my world, they are known as the Sartan, and they treated us as they did you. They enslaved you, forced you to work on this thing that you know as the Kixie-Winsy. You consider it to be a living entity, but I tell you that it's a machine, nothing more. A machine kept running by your brains, your brawn, your blood. And where are the Sartan? Where are these so-called gods who claim that they brought you, a gentle, peaceful people, here to protect you from the Welves? They brought you here because they knew they could take advantage of you. Where are the Sartan? Where are the Mangers? That is the question we must ask. No one, it seems, knows the answer. They were here, and now they're gone, and they've left you to the mercy of the minions of the Sartan, those Welves you were taught to believe were gods. But they're not gods either, any more than I am a god, except for the fact that they live like gods. Live like gods because you are their slaves, and that's how the Welves think of you. It's time to rise up, throw off your chains, and take what is rightfully yours. Take what has been denied you for centuries. Wild applause from the Gegs peering through the hole cut him off. Jara, eyes shining, stood with clasped hands, her lips moving to the sound of the words which she had memorized. Limbeck listened, but his eyes were downcast, his expression troubled. Though he too had heard Haplow's speech often, it seemed that only now was he really hearing it for the first time. Words such as blood, rise up, throw off, take, leapt up, growling like the dog at Haplow's feet. He had heard them, perhaps even said them himself, but they had been only words. Now he saw them as sticks and clubs and rocks. He saw Gegs lying in the streets, or being herded off to prison, or being made to walk the steps of Terrell Fen. "I never meant this," he cried, "any of this." Jara, her lips pressed tightly together, strode over, and with a vicious jerk, flung down the blanket that had been hung up over the hole in the wall. There were disappointed murmurings from the crowd whose view inside was cut off. "Whether you did or you didn't, Limbeck, it's gone too far now for you to stop it," she snapped. Seeing the harried expression on her beloved's face, she softened her voice. "There are pain and blood and tears at every birth, my dear. The baby always cries when it leaves its safe, quiet prison. Yet if it stayed in the womb, it would never grow, never mature. It would be a parasite feeding off another body. That's what we are. That's what we've become. Don't you see? Can't you understand?" "No, my dear," said Limbeck. The hand holding the pen was shaking. Ink drops were flying everywhere. He laid it down across the paper on which he'd been writing and slowly rose to his feet. "I think I'll go out for a walk." "I wouldn't," said Jara. "The crowds..." Limbeck blinked. "Oh, yes, of course, you're right. You're exhausted. All this traveling and excitement. Go lie down and take a nap. I'll finish your speech. Here are your spectacles," Jara said briskly, plucking them from the top of Limbeck's head and popping them onto his nose. "Up the stairs and into bed with you." "Yes, my dear," said Limbeck, adjusting the spectacles that Jara had, with well-meaning kindness, stuck on lopsided. Looking through them that way, with one eyeglass up and the other down, made him nauseous. "I think that would be a good idea. I do feel tired." He sighed and hung his head. "Very tired." Walking to the ramshackle stairs, Limbeck was startled to feel a wet tongue lick across his knuckles. It was Haplow's dog, looking up at him, wagging its tail. "I understand," the animal seemed to say, its unspoken words startlingly clear in Limbeck's mind. "I'm sorry." "Dog," Haplow spoke to it sharply, calling it back. "No, that's all right," said Limbeck, reaching down to give the animal's sleek head a gingerly pat. "I don't mind." "Dog, come." Haplow's voice had an almost angry edge to it. The dog hurried back to its master's side, and Limbeck retired up the stairs. "He's so very idealistic," said Jara, gazing after Limbeck in admiration mixed with exasperation. "I'm not at all practical. I just don't know what to do." "Keep him around," suggested Haplow. He stroked the dog's long nose to indicate that all was forgiven and forgotten. The animal lay down, rolled over on its side, and closed its eyes. "He gives your revolution a high moral tone. You'll need that when blood starts to flow." Jara looked worried. "You think it will come to that?" "Inevitable," he said, shrugging. "You said as much yourself to Limbeck." "I know. It seems, as you say, that it is inevitable, that this is the natural end of what we began long ago. Yet it has seemed to me lately," she turned her eyes to Haplow, "that we never seriously turned our thoughts to violence until you came. Sometimes I wonder if you aren't really a god." "Why is that?" Haplow smiled. "Your words have a strange power over us. I hear them and I keep hearing them, not in my head, but in my heart." She placed her hand on her breast, pressing it as if it pained her. "And because they're in my heart, I can't seem to think about them rationally. I just want to react, go out and do something. Make somebody pay for what we've suffered, what we've endured." Haplow rose from the chair and came over to Jara, kneeling down so that he put himself at eye level with the short, stocky Geg. "And why shouldn't you?" he said softly, so softly that she couldn't hear over the thumping whooshing of the Kixie-Winsy. Yet she knew what he said, and the pain in her heart increased. "Why shouldn't you make them pay? How many of your people have lived and died down here, and all for what? To serve a machine that eats up your land, that destroys your homes, that takes your lives and gives nothing to you in return. You've been used, betrayed. It's your right, your duty to strike back." "I will." Jara was caught, mesmerized by the man's crystal blue eyes. Slowly, the hand over her heart clenched into a fist. Haplow, smiling his quiet smile, rose and stretched. "I think I'll join our friend in a nap. It's liable to be a long night. Haplo, called Jara. You said you come from below us, from a realm that no one knows is down there. He did not reply, merely looked at her. You were slaves. You told us that. But what you haven't told us is how you came to crash on our isle. You weren't. She paused and licked her lips as if to make the words come more easily. Running away. One corner of the man's mouth twitched. No, I wasn't running. You see, Jara, we won our fight. We are slaves no longer. I've been sent to free others. The dog raised its head, turning to stare sleepily at Haplo. Seeing him leaving, the dog yawned and got up, hind end first, stretching out its front legs luxuriously. Yawning again, it rocked forward, stretching the back legs, then lazily accompanied its master up the stairs. Jara watched, then shook her head and was sitting down to finish Limbeck's speech when a thumping against the curtain recalled her to her duties. There were people to meet, pamphlets to be delivered, the hall to be inspected, parades to be organized. The revolution just wasn't much fun anymore. Haplo mounted the stairs carefully, keeping to the inside against the wall. The knobwood boards were cracked and rotting. Large, snaggle-toothed gaps waited to snare the unwary and send them crashing down to the floor below. Once inside his room, he lay down on the bed, but not to sleep. The dog jumped up on the bed next to him and rested its head on the man's chest, bright eyes fixed on his face. The woman is good, but she won't serve our purpose. She thinks too much, as my lord would say, and that makes her dangerous. What we need in this realm to foment chaos is a fanatic. Limbeck would be ideal, but he must have that idealistic bubble of his burst. And I've got to leave this place to carry on with my mission, investigate the upper realms and do what I can to prepare the way for the coming of my lord. My ship is destroyed. I have to find another, but how? How? Musing, he fondled the dog's soft ears. The animal, sensing the man's tension, remained awake, lending its small support, and slowly Haplo relaxed. Opportunity would come. He knew it. He had only to watch for it and take advantage of it. The dog closed its eyes with a contented sigh and slept, and after a few moments, so did Haplo. Chapter 31. Rome, Drevlin, No Realm. Alfred. Sir? Do you understand what they're saying? Hugh motioned to Bane, chatting with the Geg, the two of them scrambling across the coralite. Storm clouds gathered at their backs, and the wind was rising and keened eerily among the bits and pieces of lightning-blasted coralite. Ahead of them was the city Bane had seen, or rather not a city, but a machine, or perhaps a machine that was a city. No, sir, said Alfred, looking directly at Bane's back and speaking more loudly than was usual for him. I do not speak the language of these people. I do not believe that there are many of our race, or the elves either, for that matter, who do. A few of the elves speak it, those who captain the waterships. But if you don't speak it, and I assume that Stephen didn't, then where did His Highness learn it? How can you ask, sir? Said Alfred, glancing significantly toward the heavens. He wasn't referring to the storm clouds. Up there, far above the maelstrom, was the High Realm, where dwelt the Mysteriarchs in their self-imposed exile, living in a world said by legend to be wealthy beyond the dreams of the greediest man and beautiful beyond the imagining of the most fanciful. Understanding the language of a different race or culture is one of the simpler of the magical spells. I wouldn't be surprised if that amulet he wears... Oh! Alfred's feet decided to take a side trip down a hole, and took the rest of Alfred with them. The Geg stopped and looked around in alarm at the man's cry. Bane said something, laughing, and he and the Geg continued on their way. Hugh extricated Alfred and, keeping his hand on his arm, guided him rapidly over the rough ground. The first raindrops were falling out of the sky, hitting the coralite with loud splatters. Alfred cast an uneasy sidelong glance at Hugh, and the hand read the unspoken appeal to keep his mouth shut. In that appeal, Hugh had his answer, and it wasn't the one Alfred had given for Bane's benefit. Of course, Alfred spoke the Geg's language. No one listened intently to a conversation he couldn't understand. And Alfred had been listening intently to Bane and the Geg. What was more interesting to Hugh's mind was that Alfred was keeping his knowledge secret from the prince. Hugh thoroughly approved spying on His Highness, but that opened the other nagging question, where and why had a chamberlain learned to speak Geg? Who or what was Alfred Montbank?
You got my attention.
The storm broke in all its deadly fury, and the humans and the Gegs made for the city of Rome at a dead run. Rain fell in a gray wall in front of them, partially obscuring their vision. But the noise made by the machine was fortunately so loud that they could hear it over the storm, feel its vibrations underfoot, and knew they were headed in the right direction. A crowd of Gegs were waiting by an open doorway for them and hustled them all inside the machine. The sounds of the storm ceased, but the sounds of the machine were louder, clanking and banging above, around, below, and beyond. Several Gegs who appeared to be armed guards of some sort, plus a Geg dressed up to look like an elf lord's footman, were waiting, somewhat nervously, to greet them. "Bane, what's going on?" Hugh demanded loudly, shouting to be heard above the racket made by the machine. "Who is this guy, and what does he want?" Bane looked up at Hugh with an ingenuous grin, obviously highly pleased with himself and his newfound power. "He's the king of his people," shouted Bane. "What?" "King. He's going to take us to some sort of judgment hall." "Can't he take us somewhere quiet?" Hugh's head was beginning to throb. Bane turned to the king with the question. To Hugh's amazement, all the Gegs stared at him in horror, shaking their heads emphatically. "What the hell is the matter with them?" The prince began to giggle. "They think you've asked for a place to go to die." At this juncture, the Geg dressed in silk hose, knee breeches, and a worn velvet doublet was introduced to Bane by the Geg king. The velvet-clad Geg threw himself to his knees. Taking Bane's hand, he pressed it against his forehead. "Who do they think you are, kid?" Hugh asked. "A god," Bane answered airily. "One they've been looking for, it seems. I'm going to pass judgment on them." The Gegs led their newly discovered gods through the streets of WoW, streets that ran up, under, and straight through the Kixie Windsor. Hugh the Hand was not awed by many things in this world. Not even death impressed him much. But he was awed by the great machine. It flashed, it glittered, it sparkled. It whumped and whanged and hissed. It pumped and whirled and shot out blasts of searing hot steam. It created arcs of sizzling blue lightning. It soared higher than he could see, delved deeper than he could imagine. Huge gears engaged, huge wheels revolved, huge boilers boiled. It had arms and hands and legs and feet, all made of shining metal, all busily engaged in going somewhere other than where they were. It had eyes that shed a blinding light and mouths that screeched and hooted. Gegs crawled over it, climbed up it, clambered down into it, turned it, tapped it, and tended it with obvious loving care and devotion. Bane, too, was overwhelmed. He gazed with wide-open eyes, his mouth gaping in ungodlike wonder. "This is amazing," breathed the boy. "I've never seen anything like this." "You haven't, your worship?" exclaimed the high Froman, looking at the child god in astonishment. "But you gods built it!" "Oh, yes," Bane stammered. "It's just that I meant I'd never seen anything like the way you're taking care of it," he finished with a rush, exhaling the words in relief. "Yes," said the high clerk with dignity, his face glowing with pride. "We take excellent care of it." The prince bit his tongue. He wanted very much to ask what this wondrous machine did, but it was obvious that this little king fellow expected him to know everything, not an unreasonable assumption in a god. Bane was on his own in this, too, his father having imparted to him all the information he had on the great machine of the low realm. This being a god wasn't as easy as it had first appeared, and the prince began regretting he'd agreed to it so fast. There was this judgment thing. Who was he judging, and why? Would he be sending anyone to the dungeons? He really needed to find out. But how? The little king fellow was, Bane decided, just a bit too shrewd. He was very respectful and polite, but the boy saw that when he wasn't looking, the Geg was scrutinizing him with a gaze that was sharp and penetrating. Walking along on the prince's right, however, was another Geg who reminded the child of a performing monkey he'd seen once at court. Bane guessed from what he'd heard that the beruffled, beribboned, velvet-lined Geg had something to do with the religion in which the boy had suddenly found himself so intimately involved. This Geg didn't appear to be all that bright, and the prince decided to turn to him for answers. "Pardon me," said the boy with a charming smile for the head clerk, "but I didn't catch your name." "Wes Wrenchranger, your worship," said the Geg, bowing as best he could for his stoutness, and nearly tripping on his long beard. "I have the honor to be your worship's head clerk." Whatever that is, Bane muttered to himself. Outwardly, he smiled and nodded and gave every indication that nowhere else on Grevlin could he have found a Geg more suited for that position. Sidling close to the head clerk, Bane slipped his hand into the Geg's hand, a proceeding which caused the head clerk to swell rather alarmingly and cast a glance of supreme self-satisfaction at his brother-in-law, the High Froman. Darrell paid little attention. The crowds lining the streets to see them were getting unruly. He was glad to see the coppers reacting to it. For the moment, they appeared to have matters under control, but he knew he would need to keep a watchful eye on things. He only hoped the child god couldn't understand what some of the Gegs were shouting. Damn that Limbeck anyway. Fortunately for Darrell, the child god was completely absorbed in his own problems. "Perhaps you could help me, head clerk," said Bane, flushing shyly and very prettily. "I would be honored, your worship." "You know, it's been an awfully long time since your gods,
What did you call us? The Mangers, Your Worship. That is what you call yourselves, isn't it? Yes, oh yes, Mangers. It's just that, well, as I was saying, we Mangers have been away an awfully long time. Many centuries, Your Worship, said the head clerk. Yes, many centuries. And we've noticed that quite a few things have changed since we were away. Bane drew a deep breath. This was coming easier all the time. Therefore, we've decided that this judgment thing should be changed as well. The head clerk felt some of his smugness begin to drain from him. He glanced uneasily at the High Frohman. If he, the head clerk, screwed up the judgment, it would be the last screw he ever turned. I'm not quite certain what you mean, Your Worship. Modernize it. Bring it up to date, suggested Bane. The head clerk appeared terribly confused. How could you change something that had never before happened? Still, he supposed that the gods must have had it planned out. I guess it would be all right. Never mind, I can see you're uncomfortable with the idea, said the prince, patting the head clerk on his velvet-covered arm. I've got a suggestion. You tell me the way you want me to handle it, and I'll do it just like you say. The head clerk's face brightened. You can't believe how wonderful this moment is for me, Your Worship. I've dreamed of it for so long, and now to have the judgment go just as I've always imagined. He wiped tears from his eyes. Yes, said Bane. He noted that the High Frohman was watching them with narrowed eyes and edging nearer all the time. He might have stopped their conversation before this, except that it was undoubtedly considered bad manners to interrupt a god in confidential conference. Go on. Well, I always pictured all the Gegs, or at least as many as we could get in there, dressed in their very best clothes, standing in the factory. You would be there, seated in the Manger's chair, of course. Of course, and I would be there, standing before the crowd in my new head clerk suit that I would have made specially for the occasion. White, I think, would be proper, with black bows at the knees, nothing too overdone. Very tasteful. And then the High Frohman would be standing there with us, too, I suppose, Your Worship. That is, unless we could find something else for him to do. You see, Your Worship, what he'll find fit to wear is going to be a problem. Perhaps with this modernization you were discussing, we might dispense with him. I'll think about it. Bane gripped the feather amulet and tried very hard to be patient. Go on. We're all up in front of the crowd. I stand up and I... He looked expectantly at the head clerk. Why, you judge us, Your Worship. The prince had the sudden satisfying vision of sinking his teeth into the Geg's velvet arm. Reluctantly banishing the thought, he drew a deep breath. Fine. I judge you. And then what happens? I know. We'll declare a holiday. I don't really think there'll be time for that, do you, Your Worship? Said the Geg, looking at Bane with a puzzled expression. Perhaps not, stammered the prince. I forgot about the other. When we're all... Slipping his hand from the hand of the head clerk, the boy wiped his sweating forehead. It was certainly hot inside the machine, hot and noisy. His throat was getting sore from shouting. What is it we're all doing now after I've judged you? Why, that depends on whether or not you found us worthy, Your Worship. Let's say I find you worthy, Bane said, gritting his teeth. Then what? Then we ascend, Your Worship. Ascend? The prince looked at the catwalks running hither and thither above him. The head clerk, misunderstanding his gaze, sighed with happiness. His face glowing beatifically, he lifted his hands. Yes, Your Worship, right straight up into heaven.
Off with you.
Marching along behind Bane and his adoring Gegs, Hugh diverted one eye to his surroundings and the other to the prince. He soon ceased to try to keep track of where they were, admitting to himself that he could never find his way out of the insides of the machine without help. News of their coming had apparently rushed on ahead of them. Thousands of Gegs lined the halls and corridors of the machine, staring, shouting, and pointing. Gegs busy with their work actually turned their heads, bestowing on Hugh and his companions, had they known it, a high honor by forgetting their tasks for a few seconds. The reaction of the Gegs, however, was mixed. Some were cheering with enthusiasm, but others appeared to be angry. Hugh was more interested in Prince Bane and what he was doing in such close confab with the ruffled Geg. Silently cursing himself for never having bothered to learn any of the Geg language when he was with the elves, Hugh felt a tug on his sleeve and turned his attention to Alfred. Sir, said Alfred, have you noticed what the crowd is yelling? Gibberish, as far as I'm concerned. But you understand it, don't you, Alfred? Alfred flushed deeply. I am sorry I had to conceal my knowledge from you, Sir Hugh, but I believed it important that I conceal it from another. He glanced at the prince. When you asked me that question, it was just possible that he could have heard my answer, and so I felt I had no choice. Hugh made a deprecating motion with his hand. Alfred had a point. It had been the hand who had made the mistake. He should have realized what Alfred was doing and never spoken up. It was just that never in Hugh's life had he felt so damn helpless. Where did you learn to speak, Geg? The study of the Gegs and the Low Realm has been a hobby of mine, sir, answered Alfred with the shy, proud consciousness of a true enthusiast. I dare say I have one of the finest collections of books written about their culture in the Mid-Realm. If you would be interested when we return, I'll be happy to show you. If you left those books in the palace, you can forget them. Unless you plan on asking Stephen to give you leave to run back in and pick up your things. You're right, sir, of course. How stupid of me. Alfred's shoulders sagged. All my books. I don't suppose I'll ever see them again. What were you saying about the crowd? Oh, yes. The Chamberlain glanced around at the cheering and occasionally jeering Gegs. Some are calling out, "Down with the foeman's god," and "We want Limbeck's god." Limbeck? What does that mean? It's a Geg name, I believe, sir. It means to distill or extract. If I might make a suggestion, I think... Instinctively he lowered his voice, and in the noise and commotion, Hugh lost his words. Talk louder. No one can understand us, can they? Oh, I suppose not, said Alfred, light dawning. That hasn't occurred to me. I was saying, sir, that there might be another human such as ourselves down here. Or an elf, that's more likely. Either way, odds are they've got a ship we can use to get out of here. Yes, sir, I thought that might be the case. We've got to see this Limbeck and his god or whatever. That shouldn't be difficult, sir. Not if our little god commands it. Our little god seems to have gotten himself in some sort of trouble, said Hugh, his gaze going to the prince. Look at his face. Oh, dear, murmured Alfred. Dane had twisted his head back to search for his companions. His cheeks were pale, his blue eyes wide. Biting his lip, he made a hurried motion for them to come up to him. An entire squadron of armed Gegs marched between them and the prince. Hugh shook his head. Bane gazed at him pleadingly. Alfred, looking sympathetic, gestured at the crowd. Bane was a prince. He knew what was due an audience. Sighing, he turned around and began to wave his small hand feebly and without enthusiasm. I was afraid of this, said Alfred. What do you think's happened? The boy said something about the Gegs thinking he was the god who had come to judge them. He spoke about it glibly, but it is very serious to the Gegs. According to their legends, it was the Mangers who built the great machine. The Gegs were to serve it until the day of judgment, when they would be rewarded and carried up into the higher realms. That was how the Isle Gegs Hope came by its name. Mangers? Who are these Mangers? The Sartan. Devil take us, the hand swore. You mean they think the kid is one of the Sartan? It would seem so, sir. I don't suppose he could fake it with help from Daddy. No, sir. Not even a mysteriarch of the 7th house, such as his father, possesses magical powers compared to those of the Sartan. After all, said Alfred, gesturing, they built all this. Hugh cared little about that now. Great, just great. And what do you think they'll do when they find out we're imposters? I couldn't say, sir. Ordinarily, the Gegs are peaceful, gentle people, but then I don't suppose they've ever had anyone pretend to be one of their gods before. In addition, they seem to be in a turmoil over something. Alfred, looking at the crowds growing increasingly hostile, shook his head. I would say, sir, that we've come at rather a bad time. Chapter 32. Wome Drevlin, Low Realm. The Gegs took the gods to the factory, the same place where Limbeck had been given his trial. They had some difficulty entering due to the crowds of milling Gegs massed outside. Hugh couldn't understand a word they were shouting. Despite that, it was obvious to him that the populace was divided into two distinct and highly vocal factions, with a large segment who seemed unable to make up their minds. The two factions appeared to feel strongly about their beliefs, because Hugh saw fights break out on several occasions. He remembered what Alfred had said about the Gegs being ordinarily peaceful and gentle. We've come at rather a bad time. No kidding. It looked to be in the middle of a revolution of some sort. The coppers kept back the crowd, and the prince and his companions managed to squeeze through the stout bodies into the relative quiet of the factory, relative to the fact that the clanging and banging of the Kixie-Winsey was constantly in the background. Once inside, the High Foreman held a hasty meeting with the coppers. The little king's face was grave, and Hugh observed several times that he shook his head. The hand didn't give a half-barrel for the Gegs, but he had lived long enough to know that being caught in a country undergoing political upheaval was not conducive to a long and healthy life. Excuse us. He approached the head clerk, who bowed and stared at him with the blank, bright smile of one who doesn't understand a word that is being said to him, but who is trying to appear as if he did, in order not to be rude. We have to have a little talk with your god. Gripping Bane firmly by the shoulder, ignoring the boy's yelps and squirming, Hugh marched the prince across the vast empty floor over to where Alfred stood gazing up at a statue of a hooded man holding what appeared to be an eyeball in his hand. "Do you know what they expect me to do?" Bane demanded of Alfred as soon as they neared him. "They expect me to transport them up into heaven." "May I remind His Highness that he brought this on himself by telling them he was a god?" The child's head drooped. He stole up to Alfred's side and slipped a hand in the chamberlain's. Lower lip quivering, Bane said softly, "I'm sorry, Alfred. I was afraid they were going to hurt you and Sir Hugh, and it was the only thing I could think of to do." Strong hands jerked Bane around. Rough fingers bit into his shoulders. Hugh knelt down and looked straight into the child's eyes, behind which he wanted to see cunning and malevolent purpose. All he saw were the eyes of a frightened kid. It angered him. "All right, Your Highness, you go on fooling the Gegs as long as you can. Anything to get us out of here. But we just want to make it plain that you don't fool us one bit. Not anymore. Those phony tears better dry up and you better listen. You and Daddy both." He glanced at the feather as he spoke, and the boy's hand closed over it protectively. "Unless you can hoist these dwarves into the skies, you better be prepared to do some fast thinking. I don't suppose these people will take kindly to being hoodwinked." "Sir Hugh," warned Alfred, "we're being watched." The hand looked over to the High Froman, who was observing the proceedings with interest. Releasing the boy, patting him on the shoulders, Hugh smiled. "What is it you plan to do, Your Highness?" he muttered in an undertone. Bane gulped back his tears. Fortunately, there was no need to keep their voices lowered. The rhythmic pounding and thumping of the machine muffled everything, including thought. "I've decided I'll tell them I've judged them and found them wanting. They haven't earned the right to go up to heaven." Hugh glanced at Alfred. The man shook his head. "It would be very dangerous, Your Highness, if you said such a thing in the state of turmoil that seems to have gripped the realm. The Gegs might well turn on us." The child's eyes blinked rapidly, their gaze shifting quickly from Alfred to Hugh and back again. Bane was obviously frightened. He had plunged in over his head and felt himself sinking. Worse still, he must know that the only two who could save him had very good reasons for letting him drown. "What do we do?" "We." Hugh would have liked nothing better than to leave the changeling on this storm-swept patch of rock. He knew he wouldn't, however. Enchantment? Or did he just feel sorry for the brat? Neither, he assured himself, still planning to use the kid to make his fortune. "There's talk of another god down here, Limbek's god," said Alfred. "How did you know that?" Bane flared. "You can't understand what they're saying." "Yes, I can, Your Highness. I speak some Geg." "You lied!" The child gazed at him in shock. "How could you, Alfred? I trusted you." The chamberlain shook his head. "I think it best for all of us to admit that none of us trust the other." "Who can blame me?" cried Bane with glittering innocence. "This man tried to kill me, and for all I know, Alfred, you were helping him." "That is not true, Your Highness, yet I can understand how you might come to think so. But I have not meant to make accusations. I think it behooves us to realize that though we do not trust each other, our lives in total now depend on each other individually. I think—" "Too much," Hugh broke in. "The kid understands, don't you, Bane? And drop the Babe Lost in the Woods act. We both know who and what you are. I presume that you want to get out of here, go up and pay Dad a visit. The only way you're going to get off this rock is with a ship, and I'm the only pilot you've got. Alfred here knows something about these people and how they think. At least he claims he does. He's right when he says we're each other's only chance in this game, so I suggest that you and Daddy there play along nicely." Bane stared at him. His eyes were no longer the eyes of a child who was eagerly studying the world. They were the eyes of one who knows all about it. Hugh saw himself reflected in those eyes, saw a chill, unloved childhood, saw a child who had unwrapped all of life's pretty presents and discovered the boxes contained filth. Like me, Hugh thought, he no longer believes in the bright, the shining, the beautiful. He knows what's underneath. "You're not treating me like a kid," said Bane, wary and cautious. "Are you one?" Hugh asked bluntly. "No." Bane clasped the feather tightly as he spoke and repeated more loudly, "No, I'm not. I'll work with you, I promise, so long as you don't betray me. If you do, either of you, then I'll make you regret it." The blue eyes gleamed with the most unchildlike shrewdness. "Fair enough. I give you each the same promise. Alfred?" The chamberlain looked at them in despair and sighed. "Must it be like this? Trusting only because each of us holds a knife in the other's back?" "You lied about speaking Geg. You didn't tell me the truth about the kid until it was almost too late. What else have you lied about, Alfred?" Hugh demanded. The chamberlain went white. His mouth worked, but he couldn't answer. Finally, he managed to squeeze out, "I promise." "All right, that's done. Now, we've got to find out about this other god. He could be our way off this rock. Chances are it's an elf whose ship got caught in the storm and sucked down." I could tell the High Froman that I want to meet this god. Bane was swift to see and understand the possibilities. I'll tell him that I can't judge the Gegs until I find out what this fellow god of mine thinks about the matter. The boy smiled sweetly. Who knows? It could take us days to come up with the answer. But would an elf help us? "If he's in as much trouble down here as we are, he would. My ship's wrecked. His probably is too. But we might be able to use parts of one to fix the other. Shh! We've got company." The High Froman joined them, the head clerk bustling importantly along behind. "When would your worship like to commence the judgment?" Bane drew himself up to his full height and managed to look offended. "I heard the people shouting something about another god being present in your land. Why wasn't I informed of this?" "Because, your worship," said the High Froman, casting a reproachful glance at the head clerk, "this is a god who claims he isn't a god. He claims that none of you are gods, but says you are mortals who have enslaved us." Hugh contained himself patiently during this conversation that he couldn't understand. Alfred was listening to the Gegs with close attention, and the hand kept close watch on Alfred's face. He did not miss the man's dismayed reaction over what was being said. The assassin ground his teeth, frustrated nearly to the point of madness. Their lives were dependent on a 10-cycled kid who at this point looked like he might very well burst into tears. Prince Bane got a grip on himself, however. Pointed chin in the air, he made some answer that apparently eased the situation, for Hugh saw Alfred's face relax. The Chamberlain even nodded slightly before he caught himself, aware that he shouldn't be reacting. The kid has nerve, he's quick thinking. Hugh twisted his beard. "And perhaps I'm enthralled," he reminded himself. "Bring this god to me," said Bane with an imperious air that made him for a brief moment resemble King Stephen. "If your worship wishes to see him, he and the Geg who brought him here are speaking at a rally tonight. You could confront him publicly." "Very well," said Bane, not liking it, but not knowing what other response to make. "Now, perhaps your worship would care to rest. I notice that one member of your party is injured." The Geg's glance went to Hugh's torn and blood-stained shirt-sleeve. "I could send for a healer." Hugh saw the glance, understood, and made a negating gesture. "Thank you, his injury isn't serious," said Bane. "But you could send us food and water." The High Froman bowed. "Is that all I can do for your worship?" "Yes, thank you. That will be all," said Bane, failing to conceal the relief in his voice. The gods were shown to chairs placed at the feet of the Manga, possibly to provide inspiration. The head clerk would have liked very much to stay and visit, but Darrow nabbed his brother-in-law by the velvet sleeve and dragged him, protesting volubly, away. "What are you doing?" raved the head clerk. "How could you risk insulting his worship by saying such a thing, implying that he isn't a god? And that talk about slaves—" "Shut up and listen to me," snapped Darrow Longshoreman. He'd had his fill of gods. One more your worship and he thought he'd gag. "Either these folk are gods or they're not. If they're not, and this Limbeck turns out to be right, what do you think will happen to us, who've spent our lives telling our people that we were serving gods?" The head clerk stared at his brother-in-law. Slowly his face drained of all its ruddy color. He gulped. "Exactly." Darrow nodded emphatically, his beard wagging. "Now, suppose they are gods. Do you really want to be judged and taken up into heaven? Or do you like it down here the way things used to be before all this hullabaloo started?" The head clerk considered. He was very fond of being head clerk. He lived well. Gegs respected him, bowed and took off their hats when he walked down the street. He didn't have to serve the Kixie-Winsy, except when and where he chose to put in an appearance. He got invited to all the best parties. When you came right down to it, what more did heaven have to offer? "You're right," he was forced to admit, though it galled him to do so. "What do we do?" "I'm working on it," said the High Froman. "Just leave it to me." I'd give 100 barrels to know what those two are talking about. Hugh watched the two Gegs walk off in close conversation. "I don't like this at all," said Alfred. "This other god, whoever it is fomenting rebellion and chaos down here. I wonder why. The elves wouldn't have any reason to upset things in the low realm, would they?" "No. It's to their advantage to keep the Gegs quiet and hard at work. But there's nothing we can do, I guess, except to go to this rally tonight and hear what this god has to say." "Yes," said Alfred absently. Hugh glanced at the man. The high domed forehead glistened with sweat, and his eyes had acquired a fevered luster. His skin was ashen, his lips gray. He hadn't, it occurred to Hugh, suddenly fallen over anything in the last hour. "You don't look good. Are you all right?" I'm not feeling very well, Sir Hugh. Nothing serious, just a reaction from the crash. I'll be fine. Please don't worry about me. Your Highness understands the serious nature of tonight's encounter? Vane gave Alfred a thoughtful, considering look. Yes, I understand. I'll do my best to help, although I'm not certain what it is I'm supposed to do. The boy appeared to be sincere, but Hugh could still see that innocent smile as the child fed him poison. Was Vane, in truth, playing the game with them, or was he merely moving them ahead one more square? Chapter 33. Rome, Drevlin, Low Realm. A commotion outside the hole in the wall attracted Jara's attention. She had just put the finishing touches on Limbeck's speech. Laying it down, she went to what served as the door and peered out the curtain. The crowds in the street had grown larger, she saw with satisfaction. But the whups assigned to guard the door were arguing loudly with several other gegs attempting to enter. At the sight of Jara, their clamor increased. What is it? She asked. The gegs began shouting at once, and it took her some time to quiet them down. When she had done so and had heard what they had to say, she gave instructions and re-entered WAP headquarters. What's going on? Hafler was standing on the stairs, the dog at his side. I'm sorry the commotion woke you, Jara apologized. It's nothing, really. I wasn't asleep. What is it? Jara shrugged. The High Foeman's come up with his own god. I might have expected something like this of Darrow Longshoreman. Well, it won't work, that's all. His own god. Haflo descended the stairs with a step swift and light as a cat's. Tell me. Surely you can't take this seriously. You know there are no such things as gods. Darrow probably told the Wells we were threatening them, and they've sent someone down here to try to convince my people that, yes, we Wells really are gods. Is this god an elf? A Welf? I don't know. Most of our people have never seen a Welf. I don't suppose anyone knows what they look like. All I know is that it seems this god is a child. And he's been telling everyone he's come to judge us, and he's going to do so at the rally tonight and prove that we're wrong. Of course, you can deal with him. Of course, murmured Haflo. Jara was bustling about. I've got to make certain everything's arranged at the Together Hall. She threw a shawl around her shoulders. On her way up the hole in the wall, she paused and looked back. Don't tell Limbeck about this. He'll get himself all worked up. It'll be better to take him completely by surprise. That way he won't have time to think. Thrusting aside the curtain, she stepped outside to the sound of loud cheers. Left alone, Haflo threw himself in a chair. The dog, sensing his master's mood, thrust his muzzle comfortingly into the man's hand. The Sartan, do you think, boy? Mused Haflo, absently scratching the dog beneath the chin. They're as close to a god as these people are likely to find in a godless universe. And what do I do if it is? I can't challenge this god and reveal to him my own powers. The Sartan must not be alerted to our escape from their prison. Not yet, not until my lord is fully prepared. He sat in thoughtful, brooding silence. The hand stroking the animal slowed in its caress and soon ceased altogether. The dog, knowing itself no longer needed, settled down at the man's feet, chin on its paws, its liquid eyes reflecting the concern in the eyes of its master. Ironic, isn't it? Said Haflo, and at the voice the dog's ears pricked, and it glanced up at him, one white eyebrow slightly raised. Me with the powers of a god, and unable to use them. Drawing back the bandage that swathed his hand, he ran a finger over the blue and red spiderweb lines of the Sigla, whose fantastic whorls and patterns decorated his skin. I could build a ship in a day, fly out of here tomorrow if I so chose. I could show these dwarves power they've never imagined. I could become a god for them, lead them to war against the humans and the Wells. Haflo smiled, but his face grew immediately sober. Why not? What would it matter? A strong desire to use his power came over him. Not only to use the magic, but to use it to conquer, to control, to lead. The Gegs were peaceful, but Haflo knew that wasn't the true nature of dwarves. Somehow the Sartan had managed to beat it out of them, reduce them to the mindless, machine-serving Gegs that they had become. It should be easy to uncover the fierce pride, the legendary courage of the dwarves. The ashes appeared cold, but surely a flame must flicker somewhere. I could raise an army, build ships. No, what has gotten into me? Haflo angrily jerked the cloth back over his hand. The dog, cringing at the sharp tone, looked up apologetically, thinking perhaps that it had been at fault. It's my true nature, the nature of the patrons, and it would lead me into disaster. My lord warned me of this. I must move slowly. The Gegs are not ready, and I'm not the one who should lead them. Their own Limbeck. Somehow I must blow on the spark that is Limbeck. As for this child god, there's nothing to be done but wait and see and trust in myself. If it is a sartan, then that might be all for the better. Right, boy?
How are we?
Leaning down, Haplo thumped the animal on its flank. The dog, pleased at the return of its master's good humor, closed its eyes and sighed deeply. And if it is a sartan, muttered Haplo beneath his breath, leaning back in the small, uncomfortable chair and stretching his legs, may my lord keep me from ripping out the bastard's heart. By the time Jara had come back, Limbeck was awake and anxiously perusing his speech, and Haplo had made a decision. Well, said Jara brightly, unwinding her shawl from around her ample shoulders, everything is all ready for tonight. I think, my dear, that this will be the biggest rally yet. We need to talk to the god, interrupted Haplo in his quiet voice.
You got my attention.
Jara flashed him a look, reminding him that this subject was not to be mentioned in front of Limbeck. God? Limbeck peered at them from behind the spectacles perched precariously on his nose. What god? What's going on? He had to know, Haplo mollified an angry Jara. It's best to always know as much as you can about the enemy. Enemy? What enemy? Limbeck, pale but calm, had risen to his feet. You don't seriously believe that they are what they claim, Mangers, do you? Demanded Jara, staring at Haplo with narrowed eyes, arms akimbo. No, and that is what we must prove. You said yourself this was undoubtedly a plot by the High Foreman to discredit your movement. If we can capture this being who calls himself a god, and can prove publicly that he's not, then we can cast down the High Foreman, cried Jara, clapping her hands together eagerly. Haplo, pretending to scratch the dog, lowered his head to hide his smile. The animal gazed up at his master with a wistful, uneasy aspect. Certainly there's that possibility, but we must take this one step at a time, said Haplo after a pause, seeming to give the matter grave consideration. First, it's essential that we find out who this god really is, and why he's here. Who is? Why, who is here? Limbeck's spectacles slid down his nose. He pushed them back and raised his voice. Tell me. I'm sorry, my dear, it all happened while you were asleep. Jara informed him of the arrival of the High Foreman's god, and how he had paraded the child through the city streets, and what the people were saying and doing, and how some of them believed the child was a god, and some believed he wasn't, and there's going to be trouble, that's what you mean, don't you? Concluded Limbeck. Sinking down into his chair, he stared bleakly at her. What if they really are the Mangers? What if I've been wrong, and they come to pass judgment on the people? They'll be offended, and they might abandon us again. He twisted the speech in his hands. I might have brought great harm to all our people. Jara, looking exasperated, opened her mouth, but Haplo shook his head at her. Limbeck, that is why we need to talk to them. If they are the Mangers, he corrected himself, then we can explain, and they'll understand, I'm sure. I was so certain, Limbeck cried woefully. And you are right, my dear. Jara knelt beside him, and putting her hands on his face, turned it so that he was forced to look at her. Believe in yourself. This is an impostor brought by the High Foreman. We'll prove that, and we'll prove that he and the Clarks have been in league with those who have enslaved us. This could be our great chance, our chance to change our world. Limbeck did not reply. Gently removing Jara's hands, he held them fast, thanking her silently for her comfort. But he lifted his head and fixed a troubled gaze on Haplo. You've gone too far to back out now, my friend, said the patron. Your people trust you, believe in you. You can't let them down. But what if I'm wrong? You're not, said Haplo with conviction. Even if this is a Manger, the Mangers are not gods and never were. They are human, like myself. They were endowed with great magical power, but they were mortal. If the High Foreman claims the Manger is a god, just ask the Manger. If he really is one, he will tell you the truth. The Mangers always told the truth. They had gone throughout the world protesting that they were not divine, yet taking upon themselves the responsibilities of the divine. False humility to mask pride and ambition. If this was a true Sartan, he would refute his own godhood. If not, Haplo would know he was lying, and exposing him would be easy. Can we get in to see them? He asked Jara. They're being held in the factory, she said, pondering. I don't know much about it, but we have those in our group who do. I'll ask them. We should hurry. It's almost dark, and the meeting is supposed to commence in 2 hours' time. We should see them before that. Jara was on her feet and heading for the hole in the wall. Limbeck, sighing, leaned his head on his hand. His spectacles slid down his nose and dropped into his lap, where they lay unnoticed. The woman has the energy and determination, mused Haplo. Jara knows her limitations. She can make the vision reality, but it is Limbeck who has the eyes, half blind that they are, to see. I must show him the vision. Jorah returned with several eager, grim-looking Gegs. There's a way in. Tunnels run underneath the floor and come up near the statue of the Manga. Haplo nodded his head toward Limbeck. Jorah understood. Did you hear me, my dear? We can get inside the factory and talk to this so-called god. Do we go? Limbeck raised his head. His face beneath the beard was pale, but there was an expression of determination. Yes. He raised a hand, stopping her from interrupting. I've realized it doesn't matter if I'm right or if I'm wrong. All that matters is to discover the truth. Chapter 34. Wom, Drevlin, Low Realm. 2 guide Gegs, Limbeck, Jorah, Haplo, and of course the dog, navigated a series of twisting, winding tunnels that intersected, bisected, and dissected the ground below the Kixie-Winzy. The tunnels were old and marvelous in their construction, lined with stone that appeared from its regular shape to have been made either by the hand of man or the metal hands of the Kixie-Winzy. Here and there, carved into the stones, were curious symbols. Limbeck was absolutely fascinated with these, and it was with some difficulty and a few tugs on his beard that Jorah managed to persuade him that there was a need for hurry. Haplo could have told him much about these symbols. He could have told him they were in reality sigla, the runes of the Sartan, and that it was the sigla carved upon the stones that kept the tunnels dry despite the almost constant flow of rainwater dripping through the porous corallite. It was the sigla that maintained the tunnels centuries after those who built them had left them. The patron was nearly as interested in the tunnels as Limbeck. It was becoming increasingly obvious to him that the Sartan had abandoned their work. Not only that, but they had left it unfinished. And that was not at all like these humans who had attained the power and the status of demigods. The great machine, which, even far below ground, they could still feel throbbing and pulsing and pounding, was, Haplo had observed, running on its own, at its own whim, by its own design. And it was doing nothing creative that Haplo could see. He had traveled the length and breadth of Drevlin with Limbeck and the Whoppers, and everywhere he had gone he had inspected the great machine. It knocked over buildings, it dug holes, it built new buildings, it filled in holes, it roared and steamed and tooted and hummed, and did what it did with a wondrous amount of energy. But what it was doing was nothing. Once a month, so Haplo had heard, the Wells came down from above in their iron suits and their flying ships and picked up the precious substance, water. The Wells had been doing this for centuries, and the Gegs had come to believe that this was the ultimate purpose of their beloved and sacred machine, to produce water for these godlike wells. But Haplo saw that the water was merely a byproduct of the Kixie-Winzy, perhaps even a waste product. The function of the fabulous machine was something grander, something far more magnificent than spitting out water to slake the thirst of the Elven nation. But what that purpose was, and why the Sartan had left before it could be accomplished, was something Haplo could not begin to fathom. There was no answer for him in the tunnels. Possibly it lay ahead. He had learned, as had all the patrons, that impatience, any slip from the tightly held reins of control imposed upon themselves, could lead to disaster. The labyrinth was not kind to those with flaws. Patience, endless patience. That was one of the gifts the patrons had received from the labyrinth, though it came to them covered with their own blood. The Gegs were excited, noisy, and eager. Haplo walked through the tunnels after them, making no more noise than did his shadow cast by the light of Geg glimmer-glamps. The dog trotted along behind, silent and watchful as his master. Are you certain this is the right way? Jorah asked more than once, when it seemed that they must be walking in endless circles. The guide Gegs assured her it was. It seemed that several years ago the Kixie-Winzy had taken it into its mechanical head that it should open the tunnels. It had done so, punching through the ground with its iron fists and feet. Gegs swarmed below, shoring up the walls and providing the machine's support. Then, just as suddenly, the Kixie-Winzy changed its mind and launched off in a completely new direction. These particular Gegs had been part of the tunnel script and knew them as well as they knew their own houses. Unfortunately, the tunnels were not deserted as Haplo had hoped. The Gegs now used them to get from one place to another, and the Whoppers on their way to the factory ran into large numbers of Gegs. The sight of Haplo created excitement. The guide Gegs felt called upon to tell everyone who he was and who Limbeck was, and almost all the Gegs that didn't have other, more pressing business decided to follow along. Soon there was a parade of Gegs tromping through the tunnels, heading for the factory. So much for secrecy and surprise. Haplo comforted himself with the knowledge that an army of Gegs mounted on shrieking dragons could have flown through the tunnel, and due to the noise of the machine, no one topside would be the wiser. "Here we are!" shouted one Geg in a booming voice, pointing to a metal ladder leading up a shaft and into darkness. Glancing further down the tunnel, Haplo could see numerous other ladders placed at intervals, the first time they had come across such a phenomenon, and he calculated that the Geg was correct. These ladders obviously led somewhere. He just hoped it was the factory. Haplo motioned the guide Gegs, Jara, and Limbeck to draw near him. Jara kept the numerous other Gegs back with a wave of her hand. "What's up the ladder? How do we get into the factory?" "There was a hole in the floor," explained the Gegs, "covered with a metal plate. Moving the plate allowed access to the main floor of the factory." "This factory is a huge place," said Haplo. "What part of it will I come up in? What part have they given over to the god?" There was some lengthy discussion and argument over this. One Geg had heard that the god was in the manga's room 2 floors up over the main floor of the factory. The other Geg had heard that the god was, by orders of the High Foreman, being kept in the board room. "What's that?" Haplo asked patiently. "It's where my trial was held," said Limbeck, his face brightening at the memory of his moment of supreme importance. "There's a statue of a manga there, and the chair where the High Foreman sits in judgment." "Where is this place from here?" The Gegs thought it was about 2 more ladders down, and they all trooped in that direction, the 2 guide Gegs arguing among themselves until Jara, with an embarrassed glance at Haplo, ordered them sharply to hold their tongues. "They think this is it," she said, placing her hand upon the ladder's steel rungs. Haplo nodded. "I'll go up first," he said as softly as he could and still make himself heard above the roar of the machine. The guide Gegs protested. This was their adventure. They were leading. They should get to go up first. "There might be guards of the High Foreman up there," said Haplo, "or this so-called god might be dangerous." The Gegs looked at each other, looked at Haplo, and backed away from the ladder. There was no further discussion. "But I want to see them," protested Limbeck, who was beginning to feel they'd come all this way for nothing. "Shh," remonstrated Haplo. "You will. I'm just going up to scout around, reconnoiter. I'll come back and get you when it is safe." "He's right, Limbeck, so be quiet," scolded Jara. "You'll have your chance soon enough. It would never do for the High Foreman to arrest us before tonight's rally." Cautioning the need for quiet, at which all the Gegs stared at him as if he were absolutely insane, Haplo turned to the ladder. "What should we do with the dog?" asked Jara. "He can't climb the ladder, and you can't carry him." Haplo shrugged, unconcerned. "He'll be all right, won't you, dog?" Leaning down, he patted the animal on the head. "You stay, dog, all right? Stay." The dog, mouth open and tongue lolling, plopped itself down on the floor and, ears cocked, looked around with interest. Haplo began his ascent, climbing the ladder slowly and carefully, allowing his eyes time to adjust to the increasing darkness as he moved out of the bright light of the glimmer lamps. The climb was not long. Soon he was able to see pinpoints of the glimmer lamp light below him, reflecting off a metal surface above. Reaching the plate, he put his hand on it and cautiously and gently pushed. It gave way smoothly and easily, and he was thankful to note, quietly. Not that he was anticipating trouble. He wanted this chance to observe these gods without them observing him. Thinking regretfully that in the old days the threat, or the promise, of danger would have caused the dwarves to clamber up the ladders in droves, Haplo cursed the Sartan beneath his breath, silently lifted the plate, and peered out. The glimmer lamps lit the factory brighter than a Geg day. Haplo could see clearly, and he was pleased to note his guides had judged correctly. Directly in his line of vision stood a tall statue of a robed and hooded figure. Lounging around the statue were 3 people. They were human, 2 men and a child. That much Haplo could tell at a glance. But the Sartan were also of human derivation. He inspected each one closely, though he was forced to admit to himself that he would not be able to tell simply by looking if these humans were Sartan or not. One man sat beneath the statue in its shadow. Clad in plain clothing, he appeared to be of middle age, with thinning, receding hair that emphasized a domed, protruding forehead and a lined, careworn face. This man shifted restlessly, his gaze going worriedly to the child, and when he did so, Haplo saw that his movements, particularly of his hands and feet, were ungainly and awkward. By sharp contrast, the other adult human male present was one Haplo might have mistaken for a fellow survivor of the labyrinth. Lithe, well-muscled, there was an alert watchfulness about the man that, though he was lying relaxed, stretched out on the floor, smoking a pipe, indicated he kept instinctive, watchful vigil. The face, with its dark, deep crevices and twisted black beard, reflected a soul of cold, hard iron. The kid was a kid, nothing more, unless you counted a remarkable beauty. An odd trio. What brought them together? What brought them here? Down below, one of the overly excited Gegs forgot the injunction to maintain silence, and shouted in what he apparently thought was a whisper to ask if Haplo could see anything. The man with the twisted beard reacted instantly. his body coiling swiftly to a standing position, his black eyes darting to the shadows, his hand closing over the hilt of a sword. Beneath him, Haplo heard a resounding smack, and knew that Jara had effectively punished the offender. "What is it, Hugh?" asked the man sitting in the shadow of the statue. The voice spoke human, and it quavered with nervousness. The man addressed as Hugh put his fingers to his lips and crept several steps in the direction of Haplo. He did not look down, or he must have seen the plate, but was staring into the shadows. "I thought I heard something." "I don't know how you can hear anything over that racket that damn machine's making," stated the child. The boy was eating bread and staring up at the statue. "Do not use such language, Your Highness," rebuked the nervous man. He had risen to his feet and seemed to have some idea of joining this Hugh in his search, but he tripped and only saved himself from a headlong fall by bracing himself against the statue. "Do you see anything, sir?" The Gegs, undoubtedly under threat of bodily harm from Jara, actually managed to keep quiet. Haplo froze, hardly daring to breathe, watching and listening intently. "No," said Hugh. "Sit down, Alfred, before you kill yourself." "It probably was the machine," said Alfred, looking as though he wanted very much to convince himself. The boy, bored, tossed his bread to the floor and walked over to stand directly in front of the statue of the Manger. He reached out to touch it. "Don't!" Alfred cried in alarm. The child, jumping, snatched his hand back. "You frightened me," he said accusingly. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. Just move away from the statue." "Why? Will it hurt me?" "No, Your Highness. It's just that the statue of the Manger is, well, sacred to the Gegs. They wouldn't like you bothering it." "Pooh," said the child, glancing around the factory. "They're all gone anyway. Besides, it seems like he wants to shake hands or something." The boy giggled. "The way he has his hand stuck out like that. He wants me to take it." "No, Your Highness." But the stumble-footed man was too late to prevent the boy reaching out and grasping hold of the Manger's mechanical hand. To the child's delight, the eyeball flickered with a bright light. "Look!" Bain shoved aside Alfred's frantic, grasping hand. "Don't stop it. It's showing pictures. I want to see." "Your Highness, I must insist. I know I heard something. The Gegs—" "I think we could handle the Gegs," said Hugh, coming over to look at the pictures. "Don't stop it, Alfred. I want to see what it's showing." Taking advantage of the trio's preoccupation and feeling an intense interest in this statue himself, Haplo crept up out of the hole. "Look, it's a map!" cried the child, much excited. The three were intent on the eyeball. Haplo, coming up silently behind, recognized the images flitting across the eye's surface as a map of the realm of the sky, a map remarkably like one his lord had discovered in the halls of the Sartan in the Nexus. At the very top were the isles known as Lords of Night. Beneath them, the firmament, and near them floated the Isle of the High Realm. Then came the Mid-Realm. Further down were the Maelstrom and the land of the Gegs. Most remarkable, the map moved. The isles drifted around in their oblique orbits. The storm clouds swirled. The sun was periodically hidden by the Lords of Night. Then, suddenly, the images changed. The isles and continents ceased to orbit at random, and all lined up neatly in a row, each realm positioning itself directly beneath the one above. Then the segment flickered, faltered, and went out. The man known as Hugh was not impressed. "A magic lantern. I've seen them in the Elven Kingdom." "But what does it mean?" asked the boy, staring, fascinated. "Why does everything go around, then stop?" Haplo was asking himself the same question. He had seen a magic lantern before. He had something similar to it on his ship, projecting images of the Nexus, only it had been devised by his lord and was much more sophisticated. It seemed to Haplo that there might be more pictures than what they were seeing, for the images stopped with an abrupt jerk in what looked to be mid-frame. There came a low whirring sound, and suddenly the pictures started over again. Alfred, whom Haplo took to be some sort of servant, started to reach out and grab the statue's hand, probably with the design of stopping the pictures. "Please don't do that," said Haplo in his quiet voice. Hugh whirled, sword drawn, and faced the intruder with an agility and skill that Haplo inwardly applauded. The nervous man crumpled to the floor, and the boy, turning, stared at the patron with blue eyes that were not frightened so much as shrewdly curious. Haplo stood with his hands up, palms outward. "I'm not armed," he said to Hugh. The patron wasn't the least afraid of the man's sword. There were no weapons in this world that could harm him, guarded as he was by the runes upon his body. But he must avoid the fight, for by that very act of protecting himself, he would reveal to knowing eyes who and what he truly was. "I don't mean anyone any harm." He smiled and shrugged, keeping his hands in the air and plainly visible. "I'm like the boy here. I only want to see the pictures." Of all of them, it was the child who intrigued Haplo. The cowardly servant, lying in a pathetic heap on the floor, did not merit his interest. The man he assumed to be a bodyguard he could dismiss now that he had noted his strength and agility. But when Haplo looked at the child, he felt a stinging sensation of the runes upon his chest, and knew by that sensation that some sort of enchantment was being cast at him. His own magic was instinctively acting to repel it, but Haplo was amused to note that whatever spell the child was casting wouldn't have worked anyway. His magic, whatever its source, had been disrupted. "Where did you come from? Who are you?" demanded Hugh. "My name is Haplo. My friends, the Geggs." He gestured to the hole out of which he'd come. Hearing a commotion behind him, he assumed that the ever-curious Limbeck was following. "And I heard of your coming and decided that we should meet and talk to you in private, if that's possible. Are the High Froman's guards around?" Hugh lowered the sword slightly, though his dark eyes continued to follow Haplo's every move. "No, they left. But we're probably being watched." "No doubt. And we haven't much time before someone returns." End of side 6. To continue, change side selector switch and turn the cassette over.
Limbeck, puffing and panting from his scramble up the ladder, trotted up behind Haplo. The Gegg glanced askance at Hugh's sword, but his curiosity was stronger than his fear. "Are you Mangers?" he asked, his gaze going from Haplo to the boy. Haplo, watching Limbeck closely, saw an awed expression smooth out his face. The Gegg's myopic eyes, magnified behind the spectacles, grew wide. "You are a god, aren't you?" "Yes," answered the child, speaking Gegg. "I am a god." "Do these speak human?" asked Hugh, pointing to Limbeck, Jara, and the other two Geggs, who were cautiously poking their heads up out of the hole. Haplo shook his head. "Then I can tell you the truth," said Hugh. "The kid's no more a god than you are." To judge by the expression in Hugh's dark eyes, he had apparently reached the same decision about Haplo that Haplo had reached about Hugh. He was wary, cautious, suspicious still, but crowded inns force people to sleep with odd bedfellows or spend the night out in the cold. "Our ship got caught in the maelstrom and crashed on Drevlin, not far from here. The Geggs found us and thought we were gods, and we had to play along." "Like me," said Haplo, nodding. He glanced down at the servant who had opened his eyes and was staring around him with a bemused look. "Who's that?" "The kid's chamberlain. I'm called Hugh the Hand. That's Alfred, and the kid's name is Bane, son of King Stephen of Volcaran and Eulandia." Haplo turned to Limbeck and Jara, who was staring at the three with deep suspicion, and made introductions. Alfred staggered to his feet and gazed at Haplo with a curiosity that deepened when he saw the man's wrapped hands. Haplo, becoming aware of Alfred's stare, self-consciously tugged at the cloth. "Are you injured, sir?" questioned the servant in respectful tones. "Forgive me for asking, but I notice the bandages you wear. I am somewhat skilled in healing." "Thank you, no. I'm not wounded. It's a skin disease, common to my people. It's not contagious, and it doesn't cause me any pain, but the pustules it creates aren't pleasant to look at." Disgust twisted Hugh's features. Alfred's face paled slightly, and it was a struggle for the servant to express the proper sympathy. Haplo watched with inward satisfaction and did not believe he would encounter any further questions about his hands. Hugh sheathed his sword and drew near. "Your ship crashed?" he asked Haplo in low tones. "Yes." "Destroyed?" "Completely." "Where are you from?" "Down below on one of the lower isles. You've probably never heard of it. Not many have. I was fighting a battle in my own lands when my ship was hit and I lost control." Hugh walked toward the statue. Apparently deeply engrossed in the conversation, Haplo joined him, but managed to cast a casual glance back at the servant. Alfred's skin was a deathly hue, his eyes still staring intently at the patron's hands, as if the man wished desperately his look could pierce through the cloth. "You're stranded down here, then?" asked Hugh. Haplo nodded. "And you want—" Hugh hesitated, certain perhaps that he knew the answer, but wanting the other to say it. "To get out," Haplo was emphatic. Now it was Hugh who nodded. The two men understood each other completely. There was no trust between them, but that wasn't necessary, not as long as each was able to use the other to achieve a common goal. Bedfellows, it seemed, who wouldn't fight over the blankets. They continued to converse in low tones, considering their problem. Alfred stood staring at the man's hands. Bane, frowning, gazed after Haplo. The boy's fingers stroked the feather amulet. His thoughts were interrupted by the Gegg. "You're not a god, then?" Drawn by an irresistible force, Limbeck had moved nearer to talk to the child. "No," answered Bane, wrenching his gaze from Haplo. Turning to the Geg, the prince carefully and quickly smoothed his dour expression. I'm not, but they told me to tell that man your king that I was, so that he wouldn't hurt us. Hurt you? Limbeck appeared amazed. The concept was beyond him. I'm really a prince of the high realm, continued the child. My father is a powerful wizard. We were going to see him when our ship crashed. I'd dearly love to see the high realm, exclaimed Limbeck. What's it like? I'm not sure. You see, I've never been there before. I've lived all my life in the mid-realm with my adopted father. It's a long story. I've never been to the mid-realm either, but I've seen pictures of it in a book I found on a Welsh ship. I'll tell you how I found it. Limbeck began to recite his favorite tale, that of stumbling across the elven vessel. Bane, fidgeting, craned his neck to look back at Haplo and Hugh, standing together before the statue of the Manger. Alfred was muttering to himself. None of them was paying any attention to Jara. She didn't like this, any of it. She didn't like the two tall, strong gods putting their heads together and talking in a language she couldn't understand. She didn't like the way Limbeck was looking at the child god. She didn't like the way the child god was looking at anyone. She didn't even like the way the tall, gawky god had tumbled down onto the floor. Jara had the feeling that, like poor relatives coming to visit, these gods were going to devour all the food, and when that was gone, leave the Gegs with nothing but an empty cupboard. Jara slipped over to where the two Gegs were standing nervously beside the hole. Bring up everybody, she said in as soft a voice as is possible for a Geg. The High Fromans tried to fool us with sham gods. We're going to capture them and take them before the people and prove that the High Froman is a fraud. The Gegs looked at the so-called gods, then at each other. These gods didn't appear very impressive. Tall, maybe, but skinny. One of them carried a formidable-looking weapon. If he were mobbed, he wouldn't get a chance to use it. Haplo had mourned the extinction of Geg courage. It hadn't completely died out. It had just been buried under centuries of submission and toil. Now the coals had been stirred up. Here and there, flames were flickering. The excited Gegs backed down the ladder. Jara leaned over and looked down after them. Her square face, dimly illuminated by the glimmer lamps, was awesome, almost ethereal, when viewed from below. More than one Geg had a sudden image of ancient days, when the clan priestesses would have summoned them to war. Noisily, but in the disciplined manner the Gegs had learned serving the great machine, they clambered up the ladder. But with the thumping and the thumping going on all around, no one heard them. Forgotten in the confusion, Haplo's dog lay at the foot of the ladder. Nose on paws, it watched and listened, and seemed to ponder whether its master had really been serious about that word, stay. Chapter 35. Wom, Drevlin, Low Realm. Haplo heard a whine, felt a pawing at his leg. He turned his attention from examining the Manger pictures to look down at his feet. What is it, boy? I thought I told you to... Oh.
Good day to you.
The patron glanced over and saw the Geg streaming up out of the hole. The hand, hearing a sound at his back, looked in the opposite direction, toward the main entrance of the factory.
How are you? All right.
Company, said Hugh. The High Froman and his guards.
Very good.
And over there. Hugh glanced swiftly toward the hole, his hand going to his sword. Haplo shook his head. No, we can't fight. There are too many. Besides, they don't want to harm us. They want to claim us. We're the prize. There's no time to explain. It looks as if we're going to be caught in the middle of a riot. You better go take care of that prince of yours. He's an investment, began Hugh. The coppers, Jara shrieked, catching sight of the High Froman. Quick, grab the gods before they stop us. Then you better go guard your investment, suggested Haplo. What is it, sir? Gasped Alfred, seeing Hugh running toward them, sword in hand. The two groups of Gegs were yelling and shaking their fists and snatching up makeshift weapons off the factory floor. Trouble, take the kid and go with... Hugh began. No, damn it, don't faint! Alfred's eyes rolled back in his head. Hugh reached out to shake him or slap him or something, but it was too late. The Chamberlain's limp body slid down and flopped gracelessly across the feet of the Manger's statue. The Gegs rushed toward the gods. The High Froman, instantly recognizing his danger, ordered the coppers to rush the Gegs. Shouting wildly, some for the Whuppers and some for the Froman, the two groups came together. For the first time in the history of Drevlin, blows were struck, blood was shed. Haplo, gathering up his dog in his arms, melted back into the shadows and watched quietly, smiling. Jara stood near the hole, helping Gegs climb out, rallying her people to attack. When the last Geg was up out of the tunnels, she looked around and discovered that the battle had surged ahead of her. Worse, she had completely lost sight of Limbeck, Haplo, and the three strange beings. Leaping onto the top of a crate, Jara peered over the heads of the milling, fighting press of Gegs and saw, to her horror, the High Froman and the head clerk standing near the statue of the Mangr, taking advantage of the confusion to spirit away not only the gods, but also the august leader of WAP. Furious, Jara jumped from her crate and ran toward them, but got caught up in the midst of the battle, pushing and shoving and lashing out with her fists at the Gegs blocking her path. She struggled to get near the statue. She was flushed and panting, her trousers were torn, her hair had fallen down over her face, and one eye was swelling shut when she finally reached her destination. The gods were gone, Limbeck was gone. The High Froman had won. Her fist doubled, Jara was prepared to punch the head of the first copper who came near her when she heard a moan, and looking down saw two large feet sticking up in the air. They weren't Geg feet, they were god feet. Hurrying around to the front of the Mangr, Jara was amazed to see the base of the statue standing wide open. One of the Froman's gods, the tall, gawky one, had apparently fallen into this opening and was lying half in and half out of it. "I'm in luck," said Jara. "I've got this one at least." She glanced fearfully behind her, expecting to see the Froman's coppers, but in the confusion and turmoil, no one was paying any attention to her. The Froman would be intent on getting his gods out of danger, and undoubtedly no one had missed this one yet. "But they will. We have to get you away from here," muttered Jara. Hurrying over to the god, she saw that he was lying on a staircase that led inside the statue. Descending below the floor level, the stairs provided a quick and easy means of escape. Jara hesitated. She was violating the statue, the Geg's most holy of holies. She had no idea why this opening was here or where it might lead. It didn't matter. This was only going to be a hiding place. She'd wait inside here until everyone was gone. Jara bounded over the comatose god and stumbled down the stairs. Turning, she grabbed the god's shoulders and dragged him, bumping and sliding and groaning, inside the statue. Jara had no clear plan in mind. She only hoped that by the time the High Froman came looking for this god and discovered the opening in the statue, she would have been able to smuggle him back to WAP headquarters. But when Jara drew the god's feet over the base, the opening suddenly and silently slid shut. The Geg found herself in darkness. Jara held perfectly still and tried to tell herself everything was all right. But panic was swelling up inside her until it seemed she must split apart. Her terror wasn't caused by fear of the dark. Living nearly all of their lives inside the Kixie-Winsey, the Gegs were used to the darkness. Jara shook all over. Her hands were sweating, her breath came fast, her heart pounded, and she didn't know why. And then it came to her. It was quiet. She couldn't hear the machine, couldn't hear the comforting whistles and bangs and hammerings that had lulled her to sleep as a babe. Now there was nothing but awful, terrible silence. Sight is a sense outside and apart from the body, an image on the surface of the eye. But sound enters the ears, the head. It lives inside. In sound's absence, silence echoes. Abandoning the god on the staircase, heedless of pain, forgetting her fear of the coppers, Jara flung herself against the statue. "Help!" she screamed. "Help me!" Alfred regained consciousness. Sitting up, he accidentally began to slide down the stairs, and only saved himself by reflexively grabbing and hanging on to the steps beneath. Thoroughly confused, surrounded by pitch-black night with a Geg screaming like a steam whistle in his ears, Alfred endeavored to ask several times what was going on. The Geg paid no attention to him. Finally, crawling on hands and knees in the darkness back up the stairs, he reached out a hand in the direction of the nearly hysterical Jara. "Where are we?" She pounded and shrieked and ignored him. "Where are we?" Alfred caught hold of the Geg in his large hands, uncertain in the darkness just what part he'd grabbed, and began to shake her. "Stop this! It isn't helping! Tell me where we are and maybe I can get us out of here!" Not clearly understanding Alfred's words, but angered at his rough handling, Jara came to herself with a gulp and shoved the Chamberlain away with a heave of her strong arms. He slid and slithered and nearly tumbled back down the stairs, but managed to stop his fall. "Now listen to me," Alfred said, separating each word and speaking it slowly and distinctly. "Tell me where we are, and maybe I can help get us out." "I don't know how." Breathing hard, shivering, Jara huddled as far away from Alfred as possible on the opposite side of the staircase. "You're a stranger here. What could you know?" "Just tell me," pleaded Alfred. "I can't explain. After all, what will it hurt?" "Well," Jara considered, "we're inside the statue." "Ah," breathed Alfred. "What does ah mean?" "It means, I thought that might be the case." "Can you open it back up?" "No, I can't. No one can. Not from the inside. But how would I know that if I've never been here before? What do I tell her?" Alfred was thankful for the darkness. He was a terrible liar, and it made it easier that he couldn't see her face and that she couldn't see his. "I'm not certain, but I doubt it. You see, what is your name?" It doesn't matter. Yes, it does. We're here together in the dark, and we should know each other's names. Mine is Alfred, and yours? Jara. Go on. You opened it once. Why can't you open it again? I didn't open it, stammered Alfred. It opened by accident, I guess. You see, I have this terrible habit. Whenever I'm frightened, I faint. It's something I can't control. I saw the fighting, you see, and some of your people were rushing toward us, and I just passed out. That much was true. What followed wasn't. I guess that when I fell, I must have tripped something on the statue that caused it to open. I regained consciousness. I looked up to see the statue, and I felt for the first time in a long, long while safe and secure and deeply, fervently at peace. The suspicion that had been awakened in my mind, the responsibility, the decisions I will be forced to make if that suspicion is true, overwhelmed me. I longed to escape, to disappear, and my hand moved of its own volition, without my prompting, and touched the statue's robe in a certain place, in a certain way. The base slid open, but then the enormity of my action must have been too much for me. I suppose I fainted again. The gag came upon me, and, seeking a haven from the melee raging outside, dragged me in here. The base closed automatically, and it will stay closed. Only those who know the way in know the way out. Anyone stumbling across an entrance by mistake would never return to tell of it. Oh, they wouldn't die. The magic, the machine would care for them, and care for them very well, but they would be prisoners for the rest of their lives. Fortunately, I know the way in, I know the way out. But how can I explain this to the gig? A terrible thought occurred to Alfred. By law, he should leave her here. It was her own fault, after all. She shouldn't have entered the sacred statue. But then Alfred considered, with a pang of conscience, that perhaps she had endangered herself for him, trying to save his life. He couldn't just abandon her. He knew he couldn't, no matter what the law said. But right now, it was all so confusing. If only he hadn't given way to his weakness. Don't stop, Jara clutched at him. Stop what? Talking. It's the quiet. I can't stand listening to it. Why can't we hear anything in here? It was made that way purposely, said Alfred with a sigh, designed to offer rest and sanctuary. He had reached a decision. It probably wasn't the right one, but then he'd made few right decisions in his lifetime. I'm going to lead us out of here, Jara. You know the way? Yes. How? She was deeply suspicious. I can't explain it. In fact, you will see many things that you won't understand and that I can't explain. I can't even ask you to trust me, because of course you don't, and I can't expect you to. Pausing, Alfred considered his next words. Let's look at it like this. You can't get out this way. You've tried. You can either stay here or you can come with me and I'll show you the way out. Alfred heard the gag draw breath to speak, but he forestalled her. There's one more thing you should consider. I want to return to my people just as desperately as you want to go back to yours. The child you saw is in my care, and the dark man with him needs me, although he doesn't know it. Alfred was silent a moment, thinking of the other man, the one who called himself Haplo, and it occurred to him that the silence was loud in here, louder than he'd remembered. I'll go with you, said Jara. What you say makes sense. Thank you, answered Alfred gravely. Now hold still one moment. This stairway is steep and dangerous without light. Alfred reached out his hand and felt the wall behind him. It was made of stone, like the tunnels, and was smooth and even. Running his hand along the surface, he had nearly reached the juncture where the wall met the stairs, when his fingers brushed over lines and whorls and notches carved in the stone. They formed a distinct pattern, one that he knew. Tracing his finger over the rough edges of the carving, following the lines of the pattern he could see clearly in his mind, he spoke the rune. The sigil beneath his fingers began to glow with a soft, radiant blue light. Jara, seeing it, caught her breath and sank backward, pressing herself against the wall. Alfred gave her a soothing, reassuring pat on the arm and repeated the rune. A sigil carved beside and, touching the first, caught the magical fire and began to glow. Soon, one after the other, a line of runes appeared out of the darkness, running the length of the steep staircase. At the bottom, they curved around a corner leading to the right. Now it's safe for us to go down, said Alfred, rising and brushing the dust of ages from his clothes. Keeping his words and actions purposefully brisk, his tone matter-of-fact, he held out his hand to Jara. If I might be of assistance? Jara hesitated, gulped, and hugged her shawl closely around her. Then, pressing her lips together, her face grim, she rested her small, work-worn hand in Alfred's. The blue-glowing runes glittered brightly in her fearful eyes. They descended the stairs swiftly, the runes making it easy to see the way. Hugh would not have recognized the bumbling, stumble-footed chamberlain. Alfred's movements were sure-footed, his stance erect. He hurried ahead with an anticipation that was eager, yet wistful and tinged with melancholy. Reaching the bottom of the steep staircase, they found that it opened into a small, narrow corridor. A veritable honeycomb of doorways and tunnels branched off it in countless directions. The blue runes led them out of the corridor and into a tunnel, third from their right. Alfred followed the Sigler unhesitatingly, bringing with him a wide-eyed and awestruck Jara. At first, the Geg had doubted the man's words. She had lived among the delvings and burrowings of the Kixie-Winsey all her life. Gegs have a keen eye for minute detail and excellent memories. What looks to be a blank wall to a human or an elf holds a myriad of individual characteristics, cracks, crevices, chipped paint. For a Geg, and once seen is not soon forgotten. Consequently, Gegs do not easily lose themselves, either above ground or below. But Jara was almost instantly lost in these tunnels. The walls were flawless, perfect, and completely devoid of the life that a Geg can find, even in stone. And though the tunnels branched out in all directions, they did not turn and twist or ramble. There was no indication anywhere that a tunnel had been built just for the hell of it, out of a sense of adventure. The corridors ran straight and smooth and gave the impression that wherever you were going, they'd get you there the quickest route possible, and no nonsense. Jara recognized in the design a sense of strong purpose, a calculated intent that frightened her by its sterility. Yet her strange companion seemed to find it comforting, and his confidence eased her fear. The runes led them in a gentle curve that kept taking them to their right. Jara had no idea how far they traveled, for there was no feeling of time down here. The blue Sigler ran on before them, lighting their path, each flaming to life out of the darkness as they neared it. Jara became mesmerized by them. It seemed as if she walked in a dream and might have kept walking forever as long as the runes led the way. The man's voice added to this eerie impression, for, as she had asked, he talked the entire time. Then, suddenly, they rounded a corner and Jara saw the Sigler climb into the air, form a glowing archway that burned and glistened in the darkness, inviting them to enter. Alfred paused. "What is it?" Jara asked, starting out of her trance, blinking and tightening her grip on Alfred's hand. "I don't want to go in there." "We have no choice. It's all right," said Alfred, and there was that note of wistful melancholy in his voice. "I'm sorry I frightened you. I'm not stopping because I'm afraid. I know what's in there, you see, and it only makes me sad, that's all." "We'll go back," said Jara suddenly, fiercely. She turned and took a step, but almost immediately the runes that had showed the way behind them flared a bright blue, then slowly began to fade. Soon the two were surrounded by darkness, the only light coming from flickering blue Sigler outlining the archway. "We can go in now," said Alfred, drawing a deep breath. "I'm ready. Don't be frightened, Jara," he added, patting her hand. "Don't be frightened by anything you see. Nothing can harm you." But Jara was frightened, though she couldn't say of what. Whatever lay beyond was hidden in darkness, yet what frightened her wasn't a fear of bodily harm or the terror of the unknown. It was the sadness, as Alfred had said. Perhaps it had come from the words he'd been speaking during their long walk, although she was so disoriented and confused that she could recall nothing of what he'd said. But she experienced a feeling of despair, of overwhelming regret, of something lost and never found, never even sought. The sorrow made her ache with loneliness, as if everything and everyone she had ever known was suddenly gone. Tears came to her eyes, and she wept, and she had no idea for whom she was crying. "It's all right," repeated Alfred. "It's all right. Shall we go in now? Do you feel up to it?" Jara couldn't answer, couldn't stop crying. But she nodded, and weeping, clinging closely to Alfred, walked with him through the archway. And then Jara understood in part the reason for her fear and her sadness. She stood in a mausoleum. Chapter 36. Wome, Grevlin, Low Realm. "This is dreadful, simply dreadful, unheard of. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?" The head clerk was clearly becoming hysterical. Darrell Longshoreman felt a tingling in his hands and was hard-pressed to resist the temptation to administer a right to the jaw. "There's been enough bloodshed already," he muttered, grasping hold of his hands firmly behind his back in case they took it upon themselves to act on their own. And he managed to ignore the voice that whispered, "A little more blood wouldn't hurt then, would it?" Decking his brother-in-law, though undoubtedly very satisfying, wasn't going to solve his problems. "Get hold of yourself," Darrell snapped. "Haven't I got trouble enough?" "Never has blood been spilled in Drevlin," cried the head clerk in an awful tone. "It's all the fault of this evil genius Limbeck. He must be cast forth, made to walk the steps of Terrelfen. The Mangers must judge him." "Oh, shut up. That's what brought on all this trouble in the first place. We gave him to the Mangers, and what did they do? gave him right back to us and threw in a god. Sure, we'll send Limbeck down the steps. Darrell waved his arms wildly. Maybe this time he'll come up with a whole army of gods and destroy us all. But that god of Limbeck's isn't a god, protested the head clerk. They're none of them gods, if you ask me, stated Darrell Longshoreman. Not even the child? This question, asked in wistful tones by the head clerk, posed a problem for Darrell. When he was in Bain's presence, he felt that, yes, indeed, he had at last discovered a god. But the moment he could no longer see the blue eyes and the pretty face and the sweetly curved lips of the little boy, the High Froman seemed to waken from a dream. The kid was a kid, and he, Darrell Longshoreman, was a sap for ever thinking otherwise. No, said the High Froman, not even the child. The two rulers of Drevlin were alone in the factory, standing beneath the statue of the Manger, gloomily surveying the battlefield. It hadn't in reality been much of a battle. One might hardly even term it a skirmish. The aforesaid blood had flowed not from the heart, but from several cracked heads, gushed out a few smashed noses. The head clerk had sustained a bump, the High Froman a jammed thumb that had swelled up and was now turning several quite remarkable colors. No one had been killed. No one had even been seriously injured. The habit of living peacefully over numerous centuries is a hard one to break, but Darrell Longshoreman, High Froman of his people, was wise enough to know that this was only the beginning. A poison had entered the collective body of the Gigs, and though the body might survive, it would never be healthy again. Besides, said Darrell, his heavy brows creased in a scowl, if these gods aren't gods, like Limbeck said they weren't, how can we punish him for being right? Unaccustomed to wading in such deep philosophical waters, the head clerk ignored the question and struck out for high ground. We wouldn't be punishing him for being right. We'd be punishing him for spreading it around. There was certainly some logic to that, Darrell had to admit. He wondered sourly how his brother-in-law had come up with such a good idea, and concluded it must have been the bump on the head. Wringing his wounded thumb and wishing he was back home in his holding tank with Mrs. High Froman clucking over him and bringing him a soothing cup of bark warm, Darrell pondered the idea, born of desperation, that was lurking about in the dark alleys of his mind. Footnote, bark warm, a hot drink concocted by boiling the bark from a furben bush in water for about half an hour. To elves, the drink is mildly narcotic, acting as a sedative, but to humans and dwarves, it merely brings on a feeling of restful relaxation. End of footnote. Maybe this time, when we throw him off the steps of Terrell Fen, we can leave off the kite, suggested the head clerk. I always did think that was an unfair advantage. No, said Darrell, the rattle-brained ideas of his brother-in-law making his decision for him. I'm not sending him or anyone else down anymore. Down isn't safe, seemingly. This god that isn't a god of Limbeck says he comes from down, and therefore... The High Froman paused during a particularly loud spate of banging and whanging from the Kixie-Winsy. I'm going to send him up. Up? The bump on the head was not going to come to the aid of the head clerk on this one. He was absolutely and categorically lost. I'm going to turn the gods over to the wells, said Darrell Longshoreman with dark satisfaction. The High Froman paid a visit to the prison vat to announce the captives' punishment, an announcement he reckoned must strike terror into their guilty hearts. If it did, the prisoners gave no outward sign. Hugh appeared disdainful, Bain bored, and Haplo impassive, while Limbeck was in such misery that it was doubtful if he heard the High Froman at all. Getting nothing from his prisoners but fixed, cold stares, and in Bain's case a yawn and a sleepy smile, the High Froman marched out in high dudgeon. I presume you know what he's talking about, inquired Haplo. This being given to the wells? Elves, corrected the hand. Once a month, the elves come down on a transport ship and pick up a supply of water. This time they'll pick us up with it. And we don't want to end up prisoners of the elves. Not if they catch us down here with their precious water supply. Those bastards can make dying very unpleasant. The captives were locked up in the local prison, a grouping of storage vats that the Kixie-Winsy had abandoned and which, when fitted with locks on the doors, made excellent cells. Generally, the cells were little used, perhaps the occasional thief or a Geg who had been lax in his service to the great machine. Due to the current civil unrest, however, the vats were filled to capacity with disturbers of the peace. One vat had to be emptied of its inhabitants in order to make room for the gods. The Geg prisoners were crowded into another vat so as to avoid being placed in contact with mad Limbeck. The vat was steep-walled and solid. Several openings covered with iron grills dotted the sides. Hugh and Haplo investigated these grills and discovered that fresh air, smelling damply of rain, was flowing in through them, leading the men to assume the grills covered shafts that must eventually connect with the outside. The shafts might have offered a means of escape, except for two drawbacks. First, the grills were bolted to the metal sides of the vat, and second, no one in his right mind wanted to go outside. "So, you're suggesting we fight?" inquired Haplo. "I presume these elven ships are well manned. We have 4, counting the Chamberlain, plus a child and 1 sword between us. A sword that's currently in the possession of the guards." "The Chamberlain's worthless," grunted Hugh. Leaning back comfortably against the brick wall of their prison, he drew out his pipe and stuck the stem between his teeth. "The first sign of danger, and he faints, dead away. You saw him back there during the riot." "That's odd, isn't it?" "He's odd," stated Hugh. Haplo could remember Alfred's eyes trying desperately to pierce the cloth covering the patron's hands, almost as if the Chamberlain knew what was beneath. "I wonder where he got to. Did you see?" Hugh shook his head. "All I saw was Geggs. I had the kid. But the Chamberlain's bound to turn up, or rather stumble up. He won't leave His Highness." The hand nodded at Bane, who was talking away at the misery-stricken Limbeck. Haplo followed Hugh's gaze and focused on the Gegg. "There's always Limbeck and his whups. They'd fight to save us, or if not us, their leader." Hugh glanced at him dubiously. "Do you think so? I always heard Geggs had the fighting spirit of a flock of sheep." "That may be true now, but it didn't used to be so. Not in the old days. Once long ago, the dwarves were a fierce, proud people." Hugh, returning his gaze to Limbeck, shook his head. The Gegg sat huddled in a corner, his shoulders slumped, arms dangling limply between his knees. The child was talking at him. The Gegg was completely oblivious of the conversation. "He's been walking along with his head in the clouds," said Haplo. "He didn't see the ground coming and got hurt in the fall, but he's the one to lead his people." "You're really caught up in this revolution of theirs," observed Hugh. "Some might wonder why you care." "Limbeck saved my life," answered Haplo, lazily scratching the ears of the dog that was stretched out at his side, its head resting in his lap. "I like him and his people. As I said, I know something about their past." The mild face darkened. "I hate seeing what they've become. Sheep, I believe, was how you put it." Hugh sucked thoughtfully, silently on his empty pipe. The man sounded good, but Hugh found it difficult to believe this Haplo was that concerned about a bunch of dwarves. A quiet, unassuming man, you tended to ignore him, forget he was around. And that, said Hugh to himself, might be a very big mistake. Lizards that blend in with the rocks do so to catch flies. "Somehow we've got to get some backbone into your Limbeck, then," remarked Hugh. "If we're going to save ourselves from the elves, we'll need the Geggs to help us." "You can leave him to me," said Haplo. "Where were you headed before you got caught up in all this?" "I was going to return the kid to his father, his real father, the Mysteriarch." "Damn nice of you," commented Haplo. Hugh grunted, his lips twisting in a grin. "These wizards who live in the high realm, why was it they left the world below? They must have enjoyed a large amount of power among the people." "The answer to that depends on who you ask. The Mysteriarchs claim they left because they'd advanced in culture and wisdom and the rest of us hadn't. Our barbaric ways disgusted them. They didn't want to bring up their kids in an evil world." "And what do you barbarians say to all this?" asked Haplo, smiling. The dog had rolled over on its back, all 4 feet in the air, its tongue lolling out of its mouth in foolish pleasure. "We say," Hugh sucked on the empty pipe, his words coming out between the stem and his teeth, "that the Mysteriarchs were afraid of the growing power of the elven wizards and beat it. They left us in the lurch, no doubt of it. Their leaving was the cause of our downfall. If it hadn't been for the revolt among their own people, the elves would be our masters still. And so these Mysteriarchs wouldn't be welcome if they returned." "Oh, they'd be welcome. Welcomed with cold steel if the people had their way. But our king maintains friendly relations, or so I've heard. People wonder why." His gaze shifted back to Bane. Haplo knew the changeling's story. Bane himself had proudly explained it to him. But the Mysteriarchs could come back if one of them was the human king's son. Hugh made no response to the obvious. He removed the pipe from his mouth, tucked it back in his doublet. Crossing his arms over his chest, he rested his chin on his breast and closed his eyes. Haplo rose to his feet, stretched. He needed to walk, needed to work the kinks out of his muscles. Pacing the cell, the patron thought about all he'd heard. He had very little work to do, it seemed. This entire realm was overripe and ready to fall. His lord would not even have to reach out his hand to pluck it. The fruit would be found lying, rotting on the ground at his feet. Surely this was the clearest possible evidence that the Sartan were no longer involved in the world. The child was the question. Bane had evinced a magical power, but that might be expected of the son of the Mysteriarch of the 7th house. Long ago, before the Sundering, the magics of those wizards had reached the lower level of both Sartan and patrons. After all this time, they had likely grown in power. Orbain could be a young Sartan, clever enough not to reveal himself. Haplo looked over to where the boy sat talking earnestly to the distraught Geg. The patron made an almost imperceptible sign with his wrapped hand. The dog, who rarely took his eyes from his master, immediately trotted over to Limbeck and gave the Geg's limp hand a swipe with his tongue. Limbeck looked up and smiled wanly at the dog, who, tail wagging, settled down comfortably at the Geg's side. Haplo drifted over to the opposite end of the vat to stare in seeming absorption at one of the air shafts. He could now hear clearly every word being said. "You can't give up," said the boy. "Not now. The fight's just beginning." "But I never meant there to be a fight," protested poor Limbeck. "Gegs attacking each other. Nothing like that has ever happened before in our history, and it's all my fault." "Oh, stop whining," said Bane. Scratching at an itch on his stomach, he looked around the vat and frowned. "I'm hungry. I wonder if they're going to starve us. I'll be glad when the Wells get here. The boy fell suddenly silent, as if someone had bidden him hold his tongue. Haplo, glancing surreptitiously over his shoulder, saw Bane holding the feather amulet, rubbing it against his cheek. When he spoke again, his voice had changed. "I've got an idea, Limbeck," said the prince, scooting forward to be very near the Geg. "When we leave this place, you can go with us. You'll see how well the elves and the humans live up above while you Gegs slave down here below. Then you can come back and tell your people what you've seen, and they'll be furious. Even this king of yours will have to go along with you. My father and I will help you raise an army to attack the elves and the humans." "An army? Attack?" Limbeck stared at him horrified, and Bane saw that he had gone too far. "Never mind about that now," he said, brushing aside world warfare. "The important thing is that you get to see the truth." "The truth," repeated Limbeck. "Yes," said Bane, sensing that the Geg was at last impressed. "The truth. Isn't that what's important? You and your people can't go on living a lie. Wait, I just got an idea. Tell me about this judgment that's supposed to come to the Gegs." Limbeck appeared thoughtful, his misery fading. It was as if he'd put on his spectacles. Everything that was blurry he could now see clearly, see the sharp lines and crisp edges. "When the judgment is given and we are found worthy, we will ascend to the realms above." "This is it, Limbeck," said Bane, awed. "This is the judgment. It's all happened just like the prophecy said. We came down and found you worthy, and now you're going to ascend into the upper realms." "Very clever, kid," said Haplo to himself. "Very clever." Bane no longer held the feather. Daddy was no longer prompting. That last had been Bane's own idea, seemingly. A remarkable child, this changeling, and a dangerous one. "But we thought the judgment would be peaceful." "Was that ever said?" Bane countered. "Anywhere in the prophecy?" Limbeck turned his attention to the dog, patting its head, attempting to avoid answering while he tried to accustom himself to this new vision. "Limbeck?" pushed Bane. The Geg continued to stroke the dog, who lay still beneath his hands. "New vision," he said, looking up. "That's it. When the Welves come, I know just what to do." "What?" asked Bane eagerly. "I'll make a speech." Later that evening, after their jailers brought them food, Hugh called a meeting. "We don't want to end up prisoners of the elves," explained the assassin. "We've got to fight and try to get away, and we can if you Gegs will help us." Limbeck wasn't listening. He was composing. "Wells and Waps, ladies and gentle. No, too many was. Distinguished visitors from another realm." That's better. Drat, I wish I could write this down. The Geg paced up and down in front of his companions, mulling over his speech and pulling distractedly on his beard. The dog, trotting along behind him, looked sympathetic and wagged its tail. Haplo shook his head. "Don't look for help there." "But, Limbeck, it wouldn't be much of a battle," Bane protested. "The Gegs outnumber the elves. We'll take them completely by surprise. I don't like elves. They threw me off their ship. I nearly died." "Distinguished visitors from another realm," Haplo pursued his argument. "The Gegs are untrained, undisciplined. They don't have any weapons. And even if they could get weapons, we don't dare trust them. It'd be like sending in an army of children, ordinary children," Haplo added, seeing Bane bristle. "The Gegs aren't ready, yet." He put an unconscious emphasis on the word that caught Hugh's attention. "Yet." "When Father and I return," struck in Bane, "we're going to whip the Gegs into shape. We'll take on the elves and we'll win. Then we'll control all the water in the world, and we'll have power and be rich beyond belief. Rich. Hugh twisted his beard. A thought occurred to him. If it came to open war, any human with a ship and the nerve to fly the maelstrom could make his fortune in one run. He would need a watership, an elven watership, and a crew to man it. It would be a shame to destroy these elves. What about the kegs? Suggested Haplo. Oh, we'll take care of them, answered Bane. They'll have to fight a lot harder than what I've seen so far, but... Fight, repeated Hugh, interrupting Bane in mid-dictatorship. Why are we talking about fighting? Reaching into his pocket, he drew forth his pipe and clamped his teeth down on it. How are you at singing? He asked Haplo. Chapter 37. The Resting Place, Low Realm. Jara's hand slid nervelessly from Alfred's. She could not move. The strength seeped from her body. She shrank back against the archway, leaning on it for support. Alfred never seemed to notice. He walked ahead, leaving the gig shaken and trembling to wait for him. The chamber he entered was vast. Jara couldn't recall ever seeing such a huge open space in her life, a space not inhabited by some whirly, clanging, or thumping part of the Kixie-Wincy. Made of the same smooth, flawless stone as the tunnels, the walls of the chamber glowed with a soft white light that began to shine from them when Alfred set his foot inside the archway. It was by this light that Jara saw the coffins. Set into the walls, each covered by glass, the coffins numbered in the hundreds and held the bodies of men and women. Jara could not see the people closely. They were little more than silhouettes against the light. But she could tell that they were of the same race as Alfred and the other gods who had come to Drevlin. The bodies were tall and slender and lay resting with arms at their sides. The floor of the chamber was smooth and wide, and the coffins encircled it in rows that extended up to the high domed ceiling. The chamber itself was completely empty. Alfred moved slowly, looking all around him in wistful recognition, as does someone returning home after a long absence. The light in the room grew brighter, and Jara saw that there were symbols on the floor, similar in shape and design to the runes that had lit their way. There were 12 sigla, each carved singular and alone, never touching or overlapping. Alfred moved carefully among these, his gangly, ungainly form weaving its way across the empty chamber in a solemn dance, the lines and movements of his body appearing to imitate the particular sigil over which he was passing. He made a complete circuit of the chamber, drifting across the floor, dancing to silent music. He glided close to each rune, but never touched it, gliding away to another, honoring each in turn, until finally he came to the center of the chamber. Kneeling, he placed his hands upon the floor and began to sing. Jara could not understand the words he sang, but the song filled her with a joy that was bittersweet, because it did nothing to lighten the terrible sadness. The runes on the floor glittered brightly, almost blinding in their radiance during Alfred's song. When he ceased, their gleaming light began to fade, and within moments was gone. Alfred, standing in the center, sighed. The body that had moved so beautifully in the dance stooped, the shoulders rounded. He looked over at Jara and gave her a wistful smile. "You're not still frightened?" He made a weak gesture toward the rows of coffins. "Nobody here can harm you, not anymore. Not that they would have anyway, at least not intentionally." He sighed and, turning in his place, looked long around the room. "But how much harm have we done unintentionally, meaning the best? Not gods, but with the power of gods, and yet lacking the wisdom." He walked slowly and with head bowed over to a row of coffins that stood very near the entrance, near Jara. Alfred placed his hand on one of the crystal windows, his fingers stroking it with an almost caressing touch. Sighing, he rested his forehead against another coffin up above. Jara saw that the coffin he touched was empty. The others around it held bodies in them, and she noticed, her attention called to these because of him, that they seemed all to be young. Younger than he is, she thought, her gaze going to the bald head, the domed forehead, carved with lines of anxiety, worry, and care that were so pronounced a smile only deepened them. "These are my friends," he said to Jara. "I told you about them as we were coming down here." He smoothed the crystal closure with one hand. "I told you that they might not be here. I told you that they might have gone, but I knew in my heart what I told you wasn't true. They would be here. They will be here forever. Because they're dead, you see, Jara. Dead before their time. I am alive long after." He closed his eyes, then covered his face with his hand. A sob wrenched the tall, ungainly body that leaned against the coffins. Jara didn't understand. She hadn't listened to anything about these friends, and she could not and did not want to think about what she was seeing. But the man was grieving, and his grief was heartbreaking to witness. Looking at the young people with their beautiful faces, serene and unmarred and cold as the crystal behind which they lay, Jara understood that Alfred did not grieve for one, but for many, himself among them. Wrenching herself from the archway, she crept forward and slipped her hand into his. The solemnity, the despair, the sorrow of the place and of this man had affected Jara deeply. Just how deeply she would not come to know until much later in her life. During that future time of great crisis, when it seemed to her that she was losing all that was most valuable to her, everything he said, the story of Alfred and his losses and those of his people, would come back to her. Alfred, I'm sorry. The man looked down at her, the tears glistening on his eyelashes. Squeezing her hand, he said something that she did not understand, for it was not in her language, nor in any other language that had been spoken for long ages in the realm of Arianus. This is why we failed, he said in that ancient language. We thought of the many and forgot the one, and so I am alone, and left perhaps to face by myself a peril ages old. The man with the bandaged hands, he shook his head. The man with the bandaged hands. He left the mausoleum without looking back. No longer afraid, Jara walked with him. Hugh woke at the sound. Starting up, pulling his dagger from his boot, he was on the move before he had completely thrown off sleep. It took him but an instant to collect himself, his eyes blinking back the blur of waking, adjusting to the dim glow of glimmer lamps shining from the never-sleeping Kixie-Winsey. There was the sound again. He was heading in the right direction. It had come from behind one of the grills located on the side of the vat. Hugh's hearing was acute, his reflexes quick. He had trained himself to sleep lightly, and he was therefore not pleased to discover Haplo, fully awake, calmly standing near the air shaft as if he'd been there for hours. The sounds, scuffling and scraping, could now be heard clearly. They were getting closer. The dog, fur bristling around its neck, stared up at the shaft and whined softly. Shh! Haplo hissed, and the dog quieted. It walked around in a nervous circle and came back to stand beneath the shaft again. Seeing Hugh, Haplo made a motion with his hand. Cover that side. Hugh did not hesitate, but obeyed the silent command. To argue about leadership now would have been foolhardy, with some unknown something creeping toward them in the night, and the two of them with only their bare hands and one dagger to fight it. He reflected as he took up his stance that not only had Haplo heard and reacted to the sound, he had moved so softly and stealthily that Hugh, who had heard the sound, had not heard Haplo. The scuffling grew louder, nearer. The dog stiffened and bared its teeth. Suddenly, there came a thump and a muffled, ouch! Hugh relaxed. It's Alfred. How in the name of the Mangas did he find us? Haplo muttered. A white face pressed against the grillwork from the inside. Sir Hugh? He has a wide range of talents, remarked Hugh. I'd be interested in hearing about them, returned Haplo. How do we get him out? He peered inside the grillwork. Who's that with you? One of the Gegs. Her name's Jara. The Geg poked her head beneath Alfred's arm. The space they were in was seemingly a tight fit, and Alfred was forced to scrunch up until he practically doubled in two to make room. Where's Limbeck? Jara demanded. Is he all right? He's over there, asleep. The grill's bolted fast on this side, Alfred. Can you work any of the bolts out from yours? I'll see, sir. It's rather difficult without any light. Perhaps if I used my feet, sir, and kicked. Good idea. Haplo backed out of the way, the dog trotting at his heels. It's about time his feet were good for something, said Hugh, moving to the side of the vat. It's going to make one hell of a clatter. Fortunately, the machine's doing an excellent job of clattering itself. Stand back, dog. I want to see Limbeck. In just a moment, Jara, came Alfred's mollifying voice. Now, if you'll just scoot over there and give me some room. Hugh heard a thud and saw the grillwork shiver slightly. Two more kicks, a groan from Alfred, and the grill popped off the side of the vat and fell to the ground. By now, Limbeck and Bain were both awake and had come over to stare curiously at their midnight callers. Jara slid out feet first. Landing on the floor of the vat, she raced to Limbeck, threw her arms around him, and hugged him tight. Oh, my dear, she said in a fierce whisper, you can't imagine where I've been. You can't imagine it. Limbeck, feeling her trembling in his arms, somewhat bewilderedly smoothed her hair and gingerly patted her on the back. But never mind, said Jara, returning to the serious business at hand. The news singers say the High Froman's going to turn you over to the wells. Don't worry. We're going to get you out of here now. This air shaft Alfred found leads to the outskirts of the city. Where we'll go once we leave here, I'm not quite certain. But we can sneak out of WoW tonight and... Are you all right, Alfred? Hugh offered to help extricate the Chamberlain from the shaft. Yes, sir. Tumbling out of the air shaft, Alfred attempted to put his weight on his legs and crumpled over in a heap on the ground. That is, perhaps not, he amended from where he sat on the floor of the vat, a pained expression on his face. I'm afraid I've damaged something, sir, but it's not serious. Standing on one foot with Hugh's help, he leaned back against the vat. I can walk. You couldn't walk when you had 2 good feet. It's nothing, sir. My knee... Guess what, Alfred, interrupted Bane. We're going to fight the elves. I beg your pardon, your highness. We're not going to have to escape, Jara, Limbeck was explaining. At least I'm not. I'm going to make a speech to the Wells and ask for their help and cooperation. Then the Wells will fly us to the realms above. I'll see the truth, Jara. I'll see it for myself. Make a speech to the Wells, Jara gasped, her breath completely taken away by this astounding revelation. Yes, my dear, and you've got to spread the word among our people. We'll need their help. Haplo will tell you what to do. You're not going to fight anyone, are you? No, my dear, said Limbeck, stroking his beard. We're going to sing. Sing? Jara stared from one to another in blank astonishment. I don't know much about elves. Are they fond of music? What did she say? Hugh demanded. Alfred, we've got to get this plan moving. Come here and translate for me. I have to teach her that song before morning. Very well, sir, said Alfred. I assume, sir, you are referring to the song of the Battle of 7 Fields? Yes. Tell her not to worry about what the words mean. They'll have to learn to sing it in human. Have her memorize it line by line and say it back to us to make sure she's got the words. The song shouldn't be too difficult for them to learn. Kids sing it all the time. I'll help, Bane volunteered. Haplo, squatting on the ground, stroked the dog, watched and listened and said nothing. Jara, is that her name? Hugh approached the 2 Gegs, Bane dancing at his side. The man's face was dark and stern in the flickering light. Bane's blue eyes gleamed with excitement. Can you rally your people, teach them this song, and have them there at the ceremony? Alfred translated. This king of yours said the Wells will be here this day at noon. That doesn't give you much time. Sing, Jara murmured, staring at Limbeck. Are you really going? Up there? Taking off his spectacles, Limbeck rubbed them on his shirt sleeve and put them on again. Yes, my dear, if the Wells don't mind. If the Wells don't mind, Alfred translated to Hugh, giving him a meaningful glance. Don't worry about the Wells, Alfred, interposed Haplo. Limbeck's going to make a speech. Oh, Limbeck. Jara was pale, biting her lip. Are you sure you should go up there? I don't think you should leave us. What will Wop do without you? You going off like that, it will seem like the High Froman's won. Limbeck frowned. I hadn't thought about that. Removing his spectacles, he began to clean them again. Instead of putting them back on, he absent-mindedly stuck them in his pocket. He looked at Jara and blinked, as if wondering why she was all blurry. I don't know. Perhaps you're right, my dear. Hugh ground his teeth in frustration. He didn't know what had been said, but he could see the Geg was having second thoughts, and that was going to lose him his ship and probably his life. He looked impatiently at Alfred to help, but the Chamberlain, limping on one foot, appeared undignified and stork-like, also very sad and unhappy. Hugh was just admitting to himself that he might have to rely on Haplo when he saw the man, with a signal of his hand, send the dog forward. Gliding across the floor of the vat, the animal came to Limbeck and thrust its muzzle in the Geg's hand. Limbeck started at the unexpected touch of the cold nose and jerked his hand away. But the dog remained looking up at him intently, the bushy tail slowly brushing from side to side. Limbeck's nearsighted gaze was drawn slowly and irresistibly from the dog to its master. Hugh glanced swiftly back at Haplo to see what message he was giving, but the man's face was mild and tranquil with that quiet smile. Limbeck's hand absently stroked the dog, his eyes fixed on Haplo. He sighed deeply. My dear, Jara touched him on the arm. The truth. And my speech. I must make my speech. I'm going, Jara, and I'm counting on you and our people to help. And when I come back, when I've seen the truth, then we'll start the revolution. Jara recognized his stubborn tone, knew it was hopeless to argue. She wasn't certain she wanted to argue anyway. Part of her was stirred at the thought of what Limbeck was doing. It was the beginning of the revolution, really and truly. But he would be leaving her. She hadn't realized until now how much she truly loved him. I could come too, she offered. No, my dear. Limbeck gazed at her fondly. It wouldn't do for both of us to be gone. He took a step forward, put his hands out to where it looked to his nearsighted eyes her shoulders were. Jara, used to this, moved up to be right where he thought she was. You must prepare the people for my return. I'll do it. The dog, afflicted by a sudden itch, sat down, scratching at its fur with a hind foot. You can teach her the song now, sir, said Alfred. Alfred translating, Hugh gave Jara his instructions, taught her the song, then bundled her back into the air shaft. Limbeck stood beneath it and, before she left, reached up to hold her hand. "Thank you, my dear. This will be for the best. I know it." "Yes, I know it too." To hide the trouble in her voice, Jara leaned down and gave Limbeck a shy kiss on the cheek. She waved her hand to Alfred, who gave her a small, solemn bow. Then she hastily turned and began to climb through the air shaft. Hugh and Haplo lifted the grill and put it back in place as best they could, hammering at it with their fists. "Are you hurt very badly, Alfred?" asked Bain, struggling against sleepiness and an unwillingness to return to bed and possibly miss out on something. "No, Your Highness. Thank you for asking." Bain nodded and yawned. "I think I'll just lie down, Alfred. Not to sleep, mind you, just to rest." "Allow me to straighten your blankets, Your Highness." Alfred cast a swift, sidelong glance over to Hugh and Haplo, pounding at the grill. "Might I trouble Your Highness with a question?" Bain yawned until his jaws cracked. Eyelids drooping, he plopped down on the floor of the vat and said sleepily, "Sure." "Your Highness." Alfred lowered his voice, keeping his eyes fixed on the blanket that he was, as usual, clumsily twisting and knotting and doing everything but straightening. "When you look at that man, Haplo, what do you see?" "A man, not very good-looking, but not very ugly. Not like Hugh. That Haplo's not very much of anything, if you ask me. Here, you're making a mess of that, as usual." "No, Your Highness, I can manage." The Chamberlain continued to maul the blanket. "About my question. That really wasn't what I meant, Your Highness." Alfred paused, licking his lips. He knew that this next question would undoubtedly start Bain thinking. Yet Alfred felt at this juncture he had no choice. He had to know the truth. "What can you see with your special vision?" Bain's eyes widened, then narrowed, glistening with shrewdness and cunning. But the intelligence in them was gone so swiftly, masked by the bright gloss of innocence, that Alfred, if he had not seen it before, might not have believed he saw it then. "Why do you ask, Alfred?" "Just out of curiosity, Your Highness, nothing more." Bain regarded him speculatively, perhaps gauging how much more information he was likely to wheedle from the Chamberlain, perhaps wondering whether he could gain more by telling the truth or lying, or a judicious mixture of both. Giving Haplo a wary sidelong glance, Bain leaned confidentially near to Alfred and said softly, "I can't see anything." Alfred sat back on his heels, his careworn face drawn and troubled. He stared intently at Bain, trying to judge whether or not the child was sincere. "Yes," continued Bain, taking the man's look for a question. "I can't see anything. And there's only one other person I've met who's the same. You, Alfred. What do you make of that?" The child gazed up at him with bright, shining eyes. The blanket suddenly seemed to spread itself out, smooth and flat, without a wrinkle. "You can lie down now, Your Highness. We have, it seems, an exciting day tomorrow." "I asked you a question, Alfred," said the prince, stretching out obediently. "Yes, Your Highness. It must be coincidence, nothing more." "You're probably right, Alfred." Bain smiled sweetly and closed his eyes. The smile remained on his lips. He was inwardly enjoying some private joke. Alfred, nursing his knee, decided that, as usual, he had made a mush of things. "I gave Bain a clue to the truth, and against all express orders to the contrary, I took a being of another race into the heart and the brain and brought her back out again. But does it matter anymore? Does it really matter?" He couldn't help himself. His gaze went to Haplo, who was settling down for the night. Alfred knew the truth now, yet he resisted it. He told himself it was coincidence. The boy had not met every person in the world. There might be many whose past lives were not visible to him through the medium of his clairvoyance. The Chamberlain watched Haplo lie down, saw him give the dog a pat, saw the dog take up a protective position at the man's side. "I have to find out. I must know for certain. Then my mind will be at rest. I can laugh at my fears, or prepare to face them. No, stop thinking like that. Beneath the bandages, you will find swords, as he said." Alfred waited. Limbeck and Hugh returned to their beds, Hugh casting a glance in Alfred's direction. The Chamberlain pretended to sleep. The prince had drifted off, seemingly, but it might be well to make sure. Limbeck lay awake, staring up into the top of the vat, worrying, afraid, repeating to himself all his resolutions. Hugh leaned back against the vat's side. Taking out his pipe, he stuck it between his teeth and gazed moodily at nothing. Alfred did not have much time. He propped himself on one elbow, keeping his shoulders hunched, his hand held close to his body, and faced Limbeck. Raising his index and middle fingers, Alfred drew a sigil in the air. Whispering the rune, he drew it again. Limbeck's eyelids lowered, opened, lowered, quivered, and finally shut. The Geg's breathing became even and regular. Turning slightly, keeping his movements smooth and stealthy, Alfred faced the assassin and drew the same sigil. Hugh's head dropped. The pipe slipped from between his teeth and fell into his lap. Alfred's gaze turned to Bane, and he made the same sign. If the child hadn't been asleep before this, he was now. Then, facing Haplo, Alfred drew the rune and whispered the same words, only now with more concentration, more force. The dog, of course, was most important. But if Alfred's suspicions were right about the animal, all would be well. He forced himself to wait patiently a few more moments, letting the magical enchantment draw everyone down into deep sleep. No one moved. All was quiet. Slowly and cautiously, Alfred crept to his feet. The spell was powerful. He might have run round the vat shouting and screaming, blowing horns and beating drums, and not a person there would have so much as blinked an eye. But his own irrational fears held him back, halted his steps. He sneaked forward, moving easily without a limp, for he had been shamming the pain in his knee. But as slowly as he moved, the pain might have been real, the injury truly debilitating. His heart pulsed in his throat. Spots burst and danced in his eyes, obscuring his vision. He forced himself on. The dog was asleep, its eyes closed, or he never would have succeeded in creeping up on its master. Not daring to breathe, fighting suffocating spasms in his chest, Alfred dropped to his knees beside the slumbering Haplo. He reached out a hand that shook so he could hardly guide it to where it must go, and he stopped and would have said a prayer had there been a god around to hear it. As it was, there was only himself. He shoved aside the bandage that was wound tightly around Haplo's hand. There were, as he had suspected, the runes. Tears stung Alfred's eyes, blinding him. It took all his strength of will to draw the bandage back over the tattooed flesh so that the man would not notice it had been disturbed. Barely able to see where he was going, Alfred stumbled back to his blanket and hurled himself down. It seemed that he did not stop falling when his body touched the floor, but that he continued to fall and went spiraling down into a dark well of nameless horror. Chapter 38. Deep Sky Above the Maelstrom. The captain of the elven ship Carfashon was a member of the royal family. Footnote. Carfashon, meaning in Elven, at harmony with the elements. End of footnote. Not a very important member, but a member nonetheless, a fact of which he himself was extraordinarily conscious, and expected all others around him to be likewise. There was, however, one small matter of his royal blood that it was never wise to bring up, and this was an unfortunate relationship to Prince Rishon, the leader of the rebellion among the elves. In the halcyon days of yore, the captain had been wont to state modestly that he was nothing less than a fifth cousin of the dashing young and handsome elven prince. Now, following Rishon's disgrace, Captain Zankorel assured people that he was nothing more than a fifth cousin, and that was stretching a cousin or two. According to the manner and custom of all elven royalty, be they rich or poor, Captain Zankorel served his people by working hard and energetically during his life. And, again in the manner and custom of those of royal lineage, he expected to continue serving them at the time of his death. The lords and ladies of the royal family are not allowed to slip peacefully into oblivion at their deaths. Their souls are captured before they can flutter away to spend days in eternal spring meadows. The royal souls are then held in stasis by the elven wizards, who draw upon the soul's energy to work their magic. It is necessary, therefore, that wizards constantly attend the members of the royal family, ready at any time, day or night, in peace or during a raging battle, to grab up souls should death occur. Footnote. It is thought by some that the Order of the Kyr monks may have developed among humans as a corrupt form of the elven shadows. The Kyr monks, being a secret and closed organization, refused to discuss their origins. Legend has it, however, that they were founded by a group of human wizards who were endeavoring to discover the secret of soul capture. The wizards failed to achieve their goal, but the order they founded remained. Ordinary humans, those not possessing magical talents, were allowed to enter, and over the years the monks gradually turned from the attempt to cheat death to a worship of it. End of footnote. Wizards designated for such duty have a formal title, Wisham, by which they are referred to in polite society. Generally, however, they are known as Gyr, a word whose ancient meaning is vulture. The Gyr follow the royal elves from childhood to old age, never leaving them. A Gyr comes to the baby at his birth, watches his first steps, travels with him during the years of his schooling, sits beside the bed, even the bridal bed, every night, and attends him in the hour of his death. Elven wizards who accept this duty that to the elves has become sacred are carefully trained. They are encouraged to develop a close personal relationship with those over whom their wings spread a dark shadow. A gear is not allowed to marry, and thus the charge becomes his or her entire life, taking the place of husband, wife, and child. Since the gear are older than their charges, generally being in their 20s when they accept responsibility for infants, they frequently assume the additional roles of mentor and confidant. Many deep and abiding friendships grow between shadow and shadowed. In such instances, the gear often does not long outlive his charge, but delivers the soul to the cathedral of the Albedo, and then creeps away himself to die of grief. And thus, those of the royal family live from birth on with the constant reminder of their mortality hovering at their shoulders. They have come to be proud of the gear. The black-robed wizards mark royal status and symbolize to the elves that their leaders serve not only in life, but also after death. The presence of the gear has the additional effect of increasing royal power. It is hard to refuse the elven king anything he wants with that dark-robed figure standing always at his side. If the members of the royal family, particularly the younger members, are somewhat wild and foolhardy and live life with a devil-may-care attitude, it is understandable. Royal parties are often chaotic affairs. The wine flows freely, and there is a frantic, hysterical edge to the merriment. A glittering, gaily dressed elf maiden dances and drinks and lacks for nothing that will give her joy. But look where she will, she must see the gear standing back to the wall, the gear's gaze never leaving the one whose life, and most important, death, is in the gear's trust. The captain of the elven watership had his attendant gear, and it must be admitted that there were those aboard who wished the captain's gear Godspeed in his work. The majority of those serving the captain expressing quietly the opinion that the captain's soul would be far more valuable to the elven kingdom if it was no longer attached to the captain's body. Tall, slender, and handsome, Captain Zankarel had a great personal regard for himself, and none at all for those who had the distinct misfortune not to be of high rank, not to be of royal birth, and, in short, not to be him. Captain? Lieutenant. This was always spoken with a slight sneer. We are entering the maelstrom. Thank you, Lieutenant, but I am not blind, nor am I as stupid as perhaps was your last late captain. Having seen the storm clouds, I was able to deduce almost instantly that we were in a storm. If you like, you may go pass the word around to the rest of the crew, who may perhaps not have noticed. The lieutenant stiffened. His fair-skinned face flushed a delicate crimson. May I respectfully remind the captain that it is my duty by law to inform him that we have entered dangerous skies? You may remind him if you like, but I wouldn't, for he finds you to be teetering on the edge of insubordination, returned the captain, gazing out the portals of the dragon ship, a spyglass to his eye. Now go below and take charge of the slaves. That is one duty at least you are fit for. These last words were not spoken aloud, but by the captain's tone they were implied. The lieutenant and everyone else on the bridge heard them quite clearly. Very good, sir, responded Lieutenant Botharin. The crimson had drained from his face, leaving him livid with suppressed anger. None of the other crew members dared catch the lieutenant's eye. It was absolutely unheard of for the second-in-command to be sent down to the galley during a descent. The captain himself always took this hazardous duty, for control of the wings was essential to the ship's safety. It was a dangerous place to be during a descent. Their former captain had lost his life down there. But a good captain placed the safety of ship and crew above his own, and the elven crew, seeing their lieutenant descend into the galley, their captain remaining at ease up top, could not forbear exchanging dark looks. The dragon ship dipped down into the storm. The winds began to buffet it about. Lightning flared, partially blinding them. Thunder roared, nearly deafening them. Down below, the human galley slaves, wearing the body harnesses that connected them by cables to the wings, fought and wrestled to keep the ship upright and flying through the storm. The wings had been pulled in as far as possible to lessen the magic in order for them to descend. But the wings could not be drawn in completely, or else the magic would cease to work completely, and they would plummet down out of control to crash upon Drevlin below. A delicate balance had to be maintained, therefore. Not a difficult task in fair, clear weather, but extremely difficult in the midst of a raging storm. "Where's the captain?" demanded the overseer. "I'm taking over down here," answered the lieutenant. The overseer took one look at the lieutenant's pale, tense face, the clenched jaw, and tightly drawn lips, and understood. "It probably ain't proper to say this, sir, but I'm glad you're here and he ain't." "No, it is not proper to say that, overseer," replied the lieutenant, taking up his position in the front of the galley. The overseer wisely said nothing more. He and the ship's wizard, whose job it was to maintain the magic, glanced at each other. The wizard shrugged slightly. The overseer shook his head. Then both went about their business, which was critical enough to demand their full and complete attention. Up above, Captain Zancorel stood spread-legged, braced upon the heaving deck, staring through his spyglass down into the swirling mass of black clouds. His gear sat on a deck chair beside him. The wizard, green with sickness and terror, clung for dear life to anything he could get his hands on. There, Wisham. I believe I can see the lift alofts. Just a glimpse in the eye of those swirling clouds. He offered the spyglass. Do you want to take a look? May the souls of your ancestors forbid, said the wizard, shuddering. It was bad enough he had to travel in this frail and fragile contraption of skin and wood and magic without having to look at where he was going. What was that? The wizard reared up his head in alarm, his sharply pointed, beardless chin quivering. A crash had sounded from below. The ship listed suddenly, throwing the captain off his feet. Damn that Botharin, Zancorel swore. I'll have him brought up on charges. If he's still alive, gasped the pale-faced wizard. He better hope for his sake he isn't, snarled the captain, picking himself up. Swift glances flashed about the crew, and one rash young elf actually opened his mouth to speak, but was nudged in the ribs by a fellow crewman. The midshipman swallowed his mutinous words. For a terrifying instant, the ship seemed to be out of control and at the mercy of the swirling wind. It plunged down sickeningly, was caught by a gust, and nearly flipped over. An updraft swept it high, then dropped it again. The captain screamed curses and contradictory orders in the direction of the galley, but took care never to leave the safety of the bridge. The gear crouched on the deck and seemed, by the expression on his face, to wish he had gone into another line of work. At last, the ship righted itself and sailed into the heart of the maelstrom, where it was peaceful and calm, and the sun shone, making the swirling clouds around it that much blacker and more threatening by contrast. Down below on Drevellin, the lift alofts winked brightly in the sunshine. Having been purposefully built by the Mangers to be always directly in the eye of the ever-raging storm, the lift alofts were the one place on the continent where the Gegs could look up and see the sparkling firmament and feel the warmth of the sun. Small wonder that to the Gegs this was a sacred and holy place, made even holier by the monthly descent of the Welves. After a brief interval during which breath came easier and color returned to pale faces, the lieutenant made his appearance on the bridge. The rash young midshipman actually had the temerity to let out a cheer, which brought a baleful look from the captain, letting the young elf know that he wasn't likely to be a midshipman much longer. Well, what havoc have you wreaked down there besides nearly killing us all? Demanded the captain. Blood trickled down the lieutenant's face. His fair hair was clotted and matted with red, and his cheeks were ashen, his eyes dark with pain. One of the cables snapped, sir. The right wing slid out. We have jury-rigged a new cable now, sir, and all is under control. Not a word said about being slammed down onto the deck, about standing side by side with a human slave, both fighting desperately to drag the wing back in and save all their lives. No words were needed. The experienced crew knew of the life and death struggle that had been waged below their feet. Perhaps the captain knew, too, despite the fact that he had never previously commanded a ship, or perhaps he saw it reflected in the faces of his crew. He did not launch into a tirade against the lieutenant's incompetence, but said only, were any of the beasts killed? Footnote. Beasts, a term used by elves to denote humans. End of footnote. The lieutenant's face darkened. One human is very seriously injured, sir. The slave whose cable snapped. He was dragged off his feet and hurled into the hull. The cable wrapped around him, nearly cutting him in two before we could free him. But he's not dead? The captain raised a finely plucked eyebrow. No, sir. The ship's wizard is treating him now. Nonsense, waste of time. Toss him overboard. There's plenty more where he came from. Yes, sir, said the lieutenant, his eyes fixed on a point somewhere to the left of his captain's shoulder. Once again, the almond eyes of the elven crew slid glances at each other. In all honesty, it must be admitted that none of them had any love for their human slaves. There was a certain amount of grudging respect for the humans, however, not to mention the fact that the crew perversely decided to like anyone their captain didn't. Everyone on the bridge, including Zancorel himself, knew that the lieutenant had no intention of carrying out that order. The ship was nearing its point of rendezvous with the lifeline. Captain Zancorel did not have time to make an issue of this now, nor could he really do so except to go below and personally see to it that his order was obeyed. To do that would lessen his dignity, however, and he might get blood on his uniform. That will be all, Lieutenant. Return to your duties, said the captain, and spyglass in hand, he turned to look out the portals, gazing upward to see if the water pipe was in sight. But he had neither forgotten nor forgiven the lieutenant. I'll have his head for this, muttered Zancorel to his gear, who merely nodded, closed his eyes, and thought about being violently ill. The water pipe was at last descried, descending from the sky, and the elven ship took up its position as guide and escort. The pipe was ancient, having been built by the Sartan when they first brought the survivors of the Sundering to Arianus, whose water was plentiful in the low realm, but lacking in the realms above. The pipe was made of metal that never rusted. The alloy remained a mystery to the elven alchemists, who had spent centuries trying to reproduce it. Operated by a gigantic mechanism, the pipe dropped down a shaft that ran through the continent of Aristagon. Once every month, automatically, the pipe descended through deep sky to the continent of Drevlin. Although the pipe was capable of lowering itself, an elven ship was necessary to guide the water pipe down to the liftalofts, where it had to be connected to a huge waterspout. When the two were hooked up, the Kixie-Winzy, receiving some sort of mysterious signal, automatically turned on the water. A combination of magical and mechanical forces sent the liquid shooting up the pipe. Up above on Aristagon, elves guided the flow into vast holding tanks. Following the Sundering, elves and humans had dwelt in peace on Aristagon and the surrounding isles. Under the guidance of the Sartan, the races shared equally in the life-giving substance. But when the Sartan disappeared, their fond dream of peace shattered. The humans claimed the war was the fault of the elves, who had fallen increasingly under the control of a powerful faction of wizards. The elves claimed it was the fault of the humans, who were notoriously warlike and barbaric. The elves, with their longer lifespans, larger population, and knowledge of magical mechanics, had proved the stronger. They drove the humans from Aristagon, the mid-realm source for water. The humans, with the aid of the dragons, fought back, raiding elven towns and stealing water or attacking the elven waterships that ferried the precious liquid to neighboring elven-held isles. A watership such as the one flown by Captain Zankarel carried on board 8 huge casks made of rare oak, obtained from only the Sartan knew where, and bound by bands of steel. On an isle run, the ship held the water in these casks. On this trip, however, the casks were filled with the junk that the elves gave as payment to the Gegs. Footnote: every month, all the rubbish accumulated throughout the elven lands is transported by tear-drawn carts to the harbor. Here, it is loaded on board the ship and sent down to reward the faithful, long-suffering Gegs, without whom those in the mid-realm would not long survive. End of footnote. The elves cared nothing about the Gegs. Humans were beasts. The Gegs were insects. Chapter 39. WoW Drevlin, Low Realm. The Sartan built the Kixie-Winzy. No one knows why or how. Elven wizards did an intensive study on the machine years ago and came up with a lot of theories, but no answers. The Kixie-Winzy had something to do with the world, but what? The pumping of water to the higher realms was important, certainly. But it was obvious to the wizards that such a feat could have been accomplished by a much smaller and less complicated, albeit less marvelous, magical machine. Of all the constructions of the Sartan, the liftalofts were the most impressive, mysterious, and inexplicable. 9 gigantic arms made of brass and steel thrust up out of the corallite, some of them soaring several menka into the air. Atop each arm was an enormous hand whose thumb and fingers were made of gold with brass hinges at each of the joints and at the wrist. The hands were visible to the descending elven ships, and it was obvious to all who saw them that the wrists and fingers, which were large enough to have grasped one of the enormous waterships and held it in a golden palm, were movable. What were the hands designed to do? Had they done it? Would they do it still? It seemed unlikely. All but one of the hands drooped in limp stiffness like those of a corpse. The only hand that possessed any life belonged to an arm shorter than all the rest. It stood in a vast circle of arms surrounding an open area corresponding roughly in size to the circumference of the eye of the storm. The short arm was located near the waterspout. Its hand was spread flat, the fingers together, the palm facing upward, forming a perfect platform on which any so inclined could stand. The interior of the arm was hollow with a shaft running up the center. A doorway at the base of the arm allowed entrance, and hundreds of stairs spiraling upward around the center shaft permitted those with long wind and strong legs to ascend to the top. Apart from the stairs, an ornately carved golden door led into the shaft within the arm, and the Gegs had a legend which told that any who entered this door would be whisked to the top with the speed and force of the water that shot up out of the geyser. Thus, the Geg name for the contraption's liftaloft, though no Geg in current memory had ever been known to dare open the golden door. Here on this arm, every month, the High Froman and the head clerk and such other Gegs deemed worthy gathered to greet the wells and receive their payment for services rendered. All the Gegs of the city of WoW and those making pilgrimages from neighboring sectors in Drevlin ventured out into the raging storm to gather around the base of the arms, watching and waiting for the Mana, as it was known, to fall from heaven. Gegs were frequently injured during this ceremony, for there was no telling what might drop out of the barrels of the Welsh ships. An overstuffed velvet sofa with claw legs had once wiped out an entire family. But all the Gegs agreed it was worth the risk. This morning ceremony was particularly well attended, word having gone out among the news singers and over the squawky talk that Limbeck and his gods who weren't were going to be given to gods who were, the Wells. The High Frohman, expecting trouble, was considerably disconcerted when there wasn't any. The crowd that hastened across the Coralite in a break during one of the storms was quiet and orderly. Too quiet, thought the High Frohman, slogging through the puddles. Beside him marched the head clerk, his face a picture of self-righteous indignation. Behind him were the gods who weren't, taking this rather well, considering. They, too, were silent, even the troublemaker, Limbeck. At least he appeared subdued and grave, giving the High Frohman the satisfaction of thinking that at last the rebellious youth had learned his lesson. The arms could just be seen through the break in the scudding clouds, the steel and brass gleaming in the sunlight that shone only on this one place in all of Drevlin. Haplo gazed at them in undisguised wonder. What in the name of creation are those? Bane, too, was staring at them, open-mouthed and wide-eyed. Briefly, Hugh explained what he knew of them, which was what he'd heard from the elves and amounted to almost nothing. "You understand now why it's so frustrating," said Limbeck, roused out of his worries, staring almost angrily at the lift aloft glistening on the horizon. "I know that if we Gegs put our minds together and analyze the Kixie-Winsy, we could understand the why and the how. But they won't do it. They simply won't do it." He irritably kicked a bit of loose coralite and sent it spinning across the ground. The dog, in high spirits, went chasing after it, leaping and bounding gleefully through the puddles and causing the coppers surrounding the prisoners to cast it wary, nervous glances. "A why is a dangerous thing," said Haplo. "It challenges old, comfortable ways, forces people to think about what they do instead of just mindlessly doing it. No wonder your people are afraid of it." "I think the danger is not so much in asking the why, as in believing you have come up with the only answer," said Alfred, seeming almost to be talking to himself. Haplo heard him and thought it a strange statement to come from a human. But then this Alfred was a strange human. The Chamberlain's gaze no longer darted to the patron's bandaged hands. Instead, he seemed to avoid looking at them, and to avoid looking at Haplo if at all possible. Alfred appeared to have aged during the night. Lines of anxiety had deepened. Smudges of purple discolored the folds of puffy skin beneath his eyes. He obviously had not slept much, if at all. Not unusual, perhaps, for a man facing a battle for his life in the morning. Haplo tugged reflexively at the bandages, making certain the telltale sigla tattooed on his flesh were covered. But he was forced to wonder as he did so why it now seemed suddenly an empty, wasted gesture. "Don't worry, Limbeck," shouted Bane, forgetting that they were walking out of range of the thumping and bumping of the great machine. "When we get to my father, the Mysteriarch, he'll have all the answers." Hugh didn't know what the kid said, but he saw Limbeck wince and look around fearfully at the guards, and saw the guards stare suspiciously at the prince and his companions. Obviously, His Highness had said something he shouldn't. Where the hell was Alfred? He was supposed to be watching the kid. Turning, he thumped Alfred in the arm, and when the man looked up, Hugh gestured toward Bane. The Chamberlain blinked at Hugh as if wondering for a moment who he was, then understood. Hurrying forward, slipping and stumbling, his feet going in directions one would not have thought humanly possible, Alfred reached Bane's side, and to divert the boy's attention began answering His Highness's questions about the steel arms. Unfortunately, Alfred's mind was intent on last night's horrendous discovery, not on what he was saying. Bane was intent on making a discovery of his own, and using the Chamberlain's unthinking answers, he was drawing very near it. Jara and the Whups marched behind the coppers, who marched behind the prisoners. Hidden beneath cloaks and shawls and long flowing beards were thunderers, jingers, a smattering of toots, and here and there a wheezy wail. Footnote, known to humans as bagpipes. End of footnote. At a meeting of the Whups, called hurriedly and in secret late last night, Jara had taught the song. Being a musical race, the news singers had been keeping the Gegs in form for centuries. The Whups learned quickly and easily. They took it home and sang it to wives, children, and trustworthy neighbors who also picked it up. No one was quite certain why they were singing this particular song. Jara had been rather vague on this point, being uncertain herself. Rumor had it that this was the way Wells and humans fought. They sang and tooted and jingled at each other. When the Wells were defeated, and they could be defeated since they weren't immortal, they would be forced to grant the Gegs more treasure. Jara, when she heard this rumor spreading among the Wups, didn't deny it. It was, after all, sort of the truth. Marching along toward the lofts, the Wups appeared so eager and excited that Jara was certain the coppers must be able to see their plans gleaming brightly in the flashing eyes and smug smiles, to say nothing of the fact that those carrying instruments jingled and rattled and occasionally wailed in a most mysterious manner. There was, the Gegs felt, a certain amount of justice in disrupting this ceremony. These monthly rituals with the Welves were symbolic of their slavish treatment of the Gegs. Those Gegs who lived in Drevlin, mostly of the High Froman's own script, were the ones who consistently received the monthly mana, and though the High Froman insisted that all Gegs could come and share in it, he knew as well as the rest of Drevlin that the Gegs were bound to the Kixie-Winsey, and that only a few, and then mostly clerks, could leave their servitude long enough to bask in the Welven eyes and share in the Welven mana. The Gegs, highly elated, marched to battle, their weapons jangling and ringing and wheezing in their hands. Marching along, Jara recalled the instructions she had given them. When the humans begin to sing, we swarm up the stairs, singing at the top of our lungs. Limbeck will make a speech. Scattered applause. Then he and the gods who aren't will enter the ship. We want the ship, cried several Wups. No, you don't, answered Jara crossly. You want the reward. We're going to get the mana this time, all of it. Tumultuous applause. The High Froman won't come back with so much as a hand-knit doily. Limbeck is going to take the ship and sail away to upper worlds, where he will learn the truth and come back to proclaim it and free his people. No applause. After the promise of treasure, particularly knit doilies, currently much in demand, no one cared about truth. Jara understood this, and it saddened her, because she knew it would sadden Limbeck if he ever found out. Thinking about Limbeck, she had gradually moved forward through the crowd until she was walking right behind him. Her shawl thrown over her head so that no one would recognize her, she kept her eyes and her thoughts fixed on Limbeck. Jara wanted to go with him. At least she told herself she did. But she hadn't argued very hard, and had fallen silent completely when Limbeck told her she must stay behind and lead the movement in his absence. In reality, Jara was afraid. She had, it seemed, peeked through a crack and caught a glimpse of truth down there in the tunnels with Alfred. Truth wasn't something you went out and found. It was wide and vast and deep and unending, and all you could hope to see was a tiny part of it. And to see that part and to mistake it for the whole was to make of truth a lie. But Jara had promised. She couldn't let Limbeck down, not when this meant so much to him. And then there were her people, living a lie. Surely even a little of the truth would help them, not hurt them. The Gegs marching around Jara talked about what they would do with their share of the reward. Jara was silent, her eyes on Limbeck, wondering if she was hoping they'd succeed or fail. The High Froman reached the door at the base of the arm. Turning to the head clerk, he formally accepted a large key, nearly as big as his hand, which he used to open the opener. "Bring the prisoners," he called, and the coppers herded everyone forward. "Mind that dog," snapped the head clerk, kicking at the animal, sniffing with intense interest at his feet. Hafflo called the dog to his side. The High Froman, the head clerk, several of the High Froman's personal guard, and the prisoners crowded into the lift aloft. At the last moment, Limbeck halted in the door and turned, his eyes scanning the crowd. Catching sight of Jara, he looked at her long and earnestly. His expression was calm and resolute. He wasn't wearing his spectacles, but she had the feeling he could see her quite clearly. Jara, blinking back her tears, raised one hand in loving farewell. Her other hand, hidden beneath her cloak, clutched her weapon, a tambourine. Chapter 40. The Liftalofts, Drevlin, Low Realm. "Captain," reported the lieutenant, peering at the ground below, "there are an unusual number of Gegs waiting for us on the palm." "They're not Gegs, Lieutenant," said the captain, spyglass to his eyes. "They appear from the looks of them to be human." "Human?" The lieutenant stared down at the palm. His hands itched to snatch the spyglass away from his captain and see for himself. "What do you make of it, Lieutenant?" inquired the captain. "Trouble, I should think, sir. I've served on this run a number of years, and my father served before me, and I've never heard of humans being found on the Low Realm. I might suggest—" The lieutenant caught himself and bit his tongue. "Might suggest," repeated Captain Zankarel in a dangerous tone. "You might suggest to your captain? What might you suggest, Lieutenant?" "Nothing, sir. I was out of line." No, Lieutenant, I insist," returned Zankarel with a glance at the gear. "I might suggest that we do not dock until we find out what's going on." This was a perfectly reasonable and logical suggestion, as Captain Zankarel well knew. But it would mean discussion with the Gegs, and Zankarel couldn't speak a word of Geg. The lieutenant could. Captain Zancarel immediately came to the conclusion that this was just another trick of the lieutenant's to make a mockery of him. Captain Zancarel of the royal family in the eyes of the crew. The lieutenant had done so once already with his damn fool heroics. The captain decided he would see his soul in that small lapis and chalcedony inlaid box the gear carried with him at all times before he'd let that happen again. "I didn't know you were quite so afraid of humans, Lieutenant," responded the captain. "I cannot have a frightened man at my side going into what might be a dangerous situation. Report to your quarters, Lieutenant Botharin, and remain there for the duration of the voyage. I'll deal with the beasts." Stunned silence settled over the bridge. No one knew where to look, and so avoided looking at anything. A charge of cowardice leveled against an elven officer meant death once they returned to Aristagon. The lieutenant could speak in his own defense at the tribunal, certainly, but his only defense would be to denounce his captain, a member of the royal family. Whom would the judges believe? Lieutenant Botharin's face was rigid, his almond eyes unblinking. A subdued midshipman said later that he'd seen dead men look more alive. "As you command, sir." The lieutenant turned on his heel and left the bridge. "Cowardice, a thing I won't tolerate," intoned Captain Zancarel. "You men remember that?" "Yes, sir," was the dazed and half-hearted response from men who had served under their lieutenant in several battles against both humans and rebel elves, and who knew, better than anyone, Botharin's courage. "Pass the word for the ship's wizard," commanded the captain, staring through the spyglass at the small group gathered in the palm of the gigantic hand. The word went out for the ship's wizard, who appeared immediately. Slightly flustered, he glanced around the group on the bridge as if endeavoring to ascertain if a rumor he'd heard on his way forward was true. No one looked at him. No one dared. No one needed to. Seeing the set faces and fixed eyes, the ship's wizard had his answer. "We're facing an encounter with humans, Magica." Footnote, Magica. Humans borrowed this word from the Elven. End of footnote. The captain spoke in a bland voice, as if nothing was amiss. "I assume that all aboard have been issued whistles." "Yes, Captain." "All are familiar with their use?" "I believe so, sir," replied the ship's wizard. "The ship's last engagement was with a group of rebel elves who boarded us." "I did not ask for a recitation of this vessel's war record, did I, Magica?" inquired Captain Zancarel. "No, Captain." The ship's wizard did not apologize. Unlike the crew, he was not bound to obey the orders of a ship's officer. Since only a wizard could possibly understand the proper use of his arcane art, each wizard was made responsible for the magic aboard ship. A captain dissatisfied with the work of his ship's wizard might bring the wizard up on charges, but the wizard would be tried by the Council of the Arcane, not by the Naval Tribunal. And in such a trial, it would not matter if the captain was a member of the royal family. Everyone knew who were the true rulers of Aristagon. "The magic is functional," pursued the captain, "fully operational. The crew members have but to put the whistles to their lips." The ship's wizard drew himself up, stared down his nose at the captain. The magus did not even add the customary "sir." His talent was being questioned.
What's on your mind?
The gear, a wizard himself, could see that Zancarel had overstepped his authority. "And you have done quite well, ship's wizard," intervened the gear in soft, oily tones. "I will be certain to pass on my commendation when we return home." The ship's wizard sneered, as if it mattered to him what a gear thought of his work. Spending their lives running after spoiled brats in hopes of catching a soul. One might as well be a servant running after a pug dog in hopes of catching its droppings.
Here there.
"Will you join us on the bridge?" asked the captain politely, taking the hint from his gear. The ship's wizard had no intention of being anywhere else. This was his assigned station during battle, and though in this instance the captain was perfectly correct in making the invitation, the wizard chose to take it as an insult. "Of course," he stated in clipped and icy tones, and stalking over to the portals, glared out at the palm and its contingent of gegs and humans. "I believe we should make contact with the gegs and find out what is going on," he added. Did the ship's wizard know that this had been the lieutenant's suggestion? Did he know that this had precipitated the current crisis? The captain, thin cheeks flushing, glared at him. The ship's wizard, his back turned, did not notice. The captain opened his mouth, but catching sight of his gear shaking his head warningly, snapped it shut again. "Very well." Zancarel was making an obvious effort to contain his anger. Hearing a noise behind him, he whipped around and fixed a baleful eye on the crew, but everyone was apparently engrossed in his duties. The ship's wizard, bowing stiffly, took up a position in the prow, standing in front of the figurehead.
Before him was a speaking cone carved out of the tooth of a grenko. Footnote. Difficult to find, the grenko are large and savage beasts, much prized for their teeth. Because of the animal's rarity, they are protected from hunting by strict elven law. Grenkos shed their teeth annually. The teeth can be found strewn about the floor of any grenko cave. The challenge in gathering the teeth lies in the fact that the grenko leaves its cave only once yearly to go in search of a mate, and generally returns within a day's time span. Highly intelligent, with a keen sense of smell, grenko will instantly attack anything found in their caves. End of footnote. Across one end of this tooth was stretched a diaphragm made of the tear skin and magically enhanced to project a voice spoken into it. The sound boomed forth from the dragon's open mouth and was quite impressive even to those who knew how it worked. The Gegs considered it a miracle. Bending near the cone, the wizard shouted out something in the uncouth language of the dwarves that sounds to elves like rocks being rattled in the bottom of a barrel. The captain maintained a rigid, stony-faced posture during the entire proceeding, expressing by his attitude that it was all errant nonsense. From down below came a great squawking bellow. The Gegs were answering. The elven wizard listened and replied. Turning, he faced the captain. It is all rather confusing. As near as I can make out, it seems that these humans have come to Drevlin and told the Gegs that we, Welves, are not gods, but slavers, who have been exploiting the dwarves. The Geg king asks that we accept the humans as his gift, and that in return we do something to re-establish ourselves as divine. He suggests, the wizard added, doubling the usual amount of treasure. The elf captain had regained his good humor. Human prisoners. He rubbed his hands in satisfaction. What's more, prisoners who have obviously been attempting to sabotage our water supply. What a valuable find. I shall be decorated for this. Inform the Gegs that we will be happy to comply. What about the treasure? Bah, they'll get the same as usual. What do they expect? We don't carry more. We could promise to send another ship, stated the wizard, frowning. The captain's face flushed. If I made such an agreement, I'd be the laughing-stock of the Navy. Risk a ship to deliver more treasure to these maggots? Ha! Sir, nothing like this has ever before occurred. It appears to me that the humans have discovered a way to descend safely through the maelstrom and are endeavoring to disrupt Geg society to their own advantage. If the humans could manage to take control of our water supply... The wizard shook his head, mere words apparently being unable to convey the seriousness of the situation. Disrupt Geg society, Zangarel laughed. I'll disrupt their society. I'll go down and take control of their stupid society. It's what we should have done long ago anyway. Tell the grubs we'll take the prisoners off their hands. That should be enough for them. The ship's wizard glowered, but there was nothing he could do, for the moment at least. He could not authorize the sending of a treasure ship, and he dared not make a promise that he could not keep. That would only make matters worse. He could, however, report this immediately to the council and advise that action be taken in regard to both the treasure and this imbecile captain. Speaking into the cone, the wizard couched the refusal in vague and obscure terms, intended to make it sound like an agreement, unless anyone actually thought about it. Like most elves, he considered the Geg mental process to be tantamount to the sound of their language, rocks rattling around in a barrel. The water ship glided down on widespread wings, looking fearsome and majestic. Elven crew members, wielding spars, stood out on the deck and carefully pulled and pushed the descending water pipe into place above the geyser. When alignment was achieved, the magic was activated. Encased in a conduit of blue light that beamed up from the ground, water shot forth and was sucked into the pipe and carried thousands of menka above to the elves waiting for it on Aristagon. Once this process was begun, the elven ship had completed its primary task. When the holding tanks were full to capacity, the magical flow of water would cease, and the water pipe would be drawn back up. The water ship could now drop its treasure and return, or as in this case, dock and spend a few moments impressing the Gegs. Chapter 41. The Liftalofts, Drevlin, Low Realm. The High Froman didn't like it, any of it. He didn't like the fact that the prisoners were taking this much too docilely. He didn't like the words that the Welves were dropping on his head instead of more treasure. He didn't like the occasional musical note that emanated from the crowd below the palm. Watching the ship, the High Froman thought he had never seen one move so slowly. He could hear the creaking of the cable drawing the gigantic wings inside the huge body, thus speeding the ship's descent. But it wasn't fast enough for Darrell Longshoreman. Once these gods and mad Limbeck were gone, life, he fondly hoped, would return to normal, if he could just get through the next few moments. The ship settled into place, its wings trimmed so that it maintained enough magic to keep it afloat in the air, hovering near the palm. The cargo bays opened, and the mana fell onto the Gegs waiting below. A few of the Gegs began to clamor for it as it fell, those with keen eyes and good monetary sense latching onto the valuable pieces. But most of the Gegs ignored it. They remained standing, staring up at the top of the arm in tense, eager, jingling expectation. "Hurry, hurry," muttered the High Froman. The opening of the hatch took an interminable length of time. The head clerk, oblivious of everything, was regarding the dragon ship with his usual insufferable expression of self-righteousness. Darrow longed to shove that expression, along with his teeth, down his brother-in-law's throat. "Here they come," the head clerk chattered excitedly. "Here they come." Whipping around, he fixed a stern eye upon the prisoners. "Mind you treat the Wells with respect. They, at least, are gods." "Oh, we will," piped up Bane with a sweet smile. "We're going to sing them a song." "Hush, your highness, please," remonstrated Alfred, laying a hand on Bane's shoulder. He added something inhuman that the High Froman could not understand, and drew the boy back out of the way. Out of the way of what? And what was this nonsense about a song? The High Froman didn't like it. He didn't like it one bit. The hatch opened, and the gangway slid out from the bulwarks and was fixed firmly to the fingertips of the palm. The elf captain emerged. Standing in the hatchway, surveying the objects before him, the elf appeared enormous in the ornately decorated iron suit that covered the thin body from toe to neck. His face could not be seen. A helmet shaped like the head of a dragon protected his head. Slung from his shoulder was a ceremonial sword encased in a jeweled scabbard that hung from a belt of frayed embroidered silk. Seeing that all appeared in order, the elf clunked ponderously across the gangway, the scabbard rattling against his thigh when he walked. He reached the fingers of the palm, stopped, and stood gazing about, the dragon's head helm lending him a stern and imperious air. The iron suit added an additional foot of height to the elf, who was already tall. He towered over the Gegs and over the humans as well. The helmet was so cunningly and fearsomely carved that even Gegs who had seen it before were awed. The head clerk sank to his knees, but the High Froman was too nervous to be impressed. "No time for that now," snapped Darrell Longshoreman, reaching out to grab hold of his brother-in-law and get him back on his feet. "Coppers, bring the gods." "Damn," swore Hugh beneath his breath. "What is it?" Haplo leaned near. The captain had clanked his way onto the fingers. The head clerk had dropped to his knees, and the High Froman was tugging at him. Limbeck was fumbling with a sheaf of papers. "The elf. See that thing he's wearing around his neck? It's a whistle." "So?" "Their wizards created it. Supposedly, when the elves blow into it, the sound it makes can magically negate the effects of the song." "Which means the elves will fight." "Yes," Hugh cursed himself. "I knew warriors carried them, but not watership crews. And nothing to fight with except our bare hands and one dagger." Nothing and everything. Haplo needed no weapon. Ripped the bandages from his hands, and by his magic alone he could destroy every elf on board that ship, or charm them to do his will, or send them into enchanted slumber. But he was forbidden to make use of his magic. The first sigil whose fiery blaze he traced in the air would proclaim him a patron, the ancient enemy who had long ago very nearly conquered the ancient world. "Death first, before you betray us. You have the discipline and the courage to make that choice. You have the skill and the wits to make that choice unnecessary." The High Froman was ordering the coppers to bring the gods. The coppers started toward Limbeck, who firmly and politely elbowed them out of the way. Stepping forward, he rustled his papers and drew in a deep breath. "Distinguished visitors from another realm, High Froman, head clerk, my fellow whelps, it gives me great pleasure—" "At least we'll die fighting," said Hugh. "With elves, that's something." Haplo didn't have to die fighting. He didn't have to die at all. He hadn't expected it would be this frustrating. The squawky talk designed to loudly transmit the blessings of the Wells was now loudly transmitting Limbeck's speech. "Shut him up!" shouted the High Froman. "Throw up your hackles!" No, that can't be right. Limbeck stopped. Peering at the paper, he took out his spectacles and put them over his ears. "Throw off your shackles!" he shouted now that he could see. The coppers surged forward, grabbing him by the arms. "Start singing," Haplo hissed. "I've got an idea." Hugh opened his mouth and began to boom out in a deep baritone the first notes of the song. Bane joined in, his shrill voice soaring above Hugh's in an ear-piercing shriek, heedless of tune, but never missing a word. Alfred's voice quavered, almost unheard. The man was pale as bleached bone with fear, and appeared on the verge of collapse. "The hand that holds the ark and bridge, the fire that rails the tempered span." At the first note, the Gegs below let out a cheer, and grabbing their weapons began to toot and jingle and wheeze and sing with all their might. The coppers above heard the singing below and became flustered and distracted. The elven captain, hearing the notes of the dreaded song, grasped the whistle that hung from around his neck,
raised the visor of the helm, and put the whistle to his lips. Haplo touched the dog lightly on the head, made a sweeping gesture with his hand, and pointed at the elf. Take him. All flame as heart surmount the ridge, all noble paths are Elchman. Sleek and swift and silent as a thrown spear, the dog cut through the tangled crowd and leapt straight at the elf. The elven iron suit was ancient and archaic, designed primarily to intimidate, a remnant of olden days when such suits had to be worn as protection against the painful affliction known as the bends, that struck those sailing swiftly up from the low realm to realms far above. By the time the elf captain saw the dog, it was airborne, aiming straight toward him. Instinctively, he tried to brace himself for the blow, but his body, encased in the clumsy armor, could not react fast enough. The dog hit him square in the chest, and the captain toppled over backward like a felled tree. Haplo was on the move with the dog, Hugh not far behind. There was no song on the patron's lips. The assassin was singing loudly enough for both. Fire in heart guides the will of flame set by hand. Servers, unite! Shouted Limbeck, shaking off the annoying coppers. Immersed in his speech, he paid no attention to the chaos around him. I myself, ascending to the realms above, there to discover truth, the most valuable of treasures. Treasures, echoed the squawky talk. Treasure? The Gegs standing below the palm looked at each other. He said treasure. They're giving more away. Up there, up there! The Gegs, still singing, surged toward the door in the base of the arm. A few coppers had been detailed to guard the entrance, but they were overwhelmed by the mob. One was later discovered lying comatose, a tambourine around his neck. The singing Gegs raced up the stairs. The hand that moves Elchman's song, the song of fire and heart and land. The first Gegs surged through the door to the top of the arm and dashed out onto the base of the golden palm. The palm's surface was slippery from the spray of the water shooting into the air. The Gegs slid and slithered and came precariously near, hurtling over the edge. Hastening forward, the coppers attempted to stop them, trying without success to herd them back down the stairs. Darrell Longshoreman stood in the center of the hooting, clanging crowd and watched in mute anger and outrage hundreds of years of peace and tranquility go up in song. Before Alfred could stop him, Bane raced excitedly after Hugh and Haplo. Caught up in the melee, Alfred struggled to try to catch the prince. Limbeck's spectacles were knocked off in the tussle. He managed to save them, but, getting knocked about in every direction, couldn't put them on. Blinking, bewildered, he stared around, unable to tell friend from foe, up from down. Seeing the Gegs' predicament, Alfred caught hold of Limbeck by the shoulder and dragged him toward the ship. The fire born of journey's end, the flame apart, a lightened call. The elf captain, flat on his back on the palm's fingers, struggled ineffectively with the dog, whose slashing teeth were trying to find their way between helm and breastplate. Reaching the gangway, Haplo glanced in some concern at an elven wizard hovering over the fallen elf. If the wizard used his magic, the patron would have little choice but to respond in kind. Perhaps in the confusion he could do it without being seen, but the wizard did not appear interested in fighting. He stood over the elf captain, watching keenly the battle with the dog. The wizard held in his hand a jeweled box. An eager expression lit his face. Keeping one eye on this strange wizard, Haplo knelt swiftly at the battling elf's side. Making certain he kept clear of the dog's teeth, the patron slid his hand beneath the iron-clad body, grappling for the sword. He grasped hold and pulled. The belt to which it was attached gave way, and the weapon was his. Haplo considered the sword an instant. The patron was loath to kill in this world, particularly elves. He was beginning to see how his lord could make future use of them. Turning, he tossed the weapon to Hugh. Sword in one hand, his dagger in the other, Hugh dashed across the gangway and through the hatch, singing as he ran. Dog, here, to me, Haplo called. Immediately obeying the command, the dog bounded from the chest of the iron-clad elf, leaving the captain floundering helplessly on his back like an overturned turtle. Waiting for the dog, Haplo managed to catch hold of Bane as the child hurtled past him. The prince was in a state of wild excitement, shrieking the song out at the top of his lungs. Let me go! I want to see the fight! Where the hell's your keeper? Alfred! Searching the crowd for the chamberlain, Haplo got a firm grip on the squirming, protesting boy and held onto him. Alfred was clumsily shepherding Limbeck through the chaos raging on the palm. The Geg, struggling to keep his feet, was still pouring out his heart. And now, distinguished visitors from another realm, I would like to give to you the 3 tenets of WAP. First, the mob closed around Alfred and Limbeck. Releasing Bane, Haplo turned to the dog, pointed to the boy, and said, Watch. The dog, grinning, sat down on his hind legs and fixed his eyes on Bane. Haplo left them. Bane stared at the dog. Good boy, he said, and turned to enter the hatch. Casually, the dog rose to his feet, sank his teeth into the rear end of His Highness's trousers, and held him fast. Haplo darted back across the gangway to Palm. He extricated Alfred and the speech-making Limbeck from the thick of the crowd and hustled them toward the ship. Several whups blowing their horns surged after them, deafening any who tried to stop them. Haplo recognized Jara among them and tried to catch her eye, but she was bashing a copper with a wheezy wail and didn't see him. Despite the confusion, Haplo attempted to keep an ear attuned for fighting on board the ship. He heard nothing except Hugh's singing, however, not even the sound of blowing whistles. Here, Chamberlain, the kid's your responsibility. Haplo freed Bane from the dog and thrust the kid toward a shaken Alfred. The patron and the dog raced across the gangway. Haplo assumed everyone else was following. Coming into the dark ship from the sunlight glaring off the golden palm, the patron was forced to pause and wait for his eyes to adjust. Behind him he heard Limbeck cry out, stumble, and fall to his knees, the sudden absence of light and the loss of his spectacles combining to effectively blind the Geg. Haplo's vision cleared quickly. He saw now why he had heard no sounds of fighting. Hugh stood facing an elf with a naked sword in his hand. Behind the elf ranged the rest of the ship's crew, armed and waiting. The silver war robes of a ship's wizard caught the sunlight, gleaming brightly from where he stood behind the warriors. No one spoke. Hugh had quit singing. He watched the elf narrowly, waiting for the attack. The sullen walk, the flickering aim. Bane trilled the words, his voice loud and jarring. The elf's gaze slid toward the child. The hand grasping the sword shivered slightly, and his tongue flicked over dry lips. The other elves ranged behind him were seemingly awaiting his orders, but they kept their eyes fixed on him as their leader. Haplo swiveled about. "Sing, damn it!" he shouted, and Alfred, jolted into action, raised his voice, a piping tenor. Limbeck was shuffling through his papers, trying to find the place where he'd left off. There was Jara coming across the gangplank, more whups behind her, all gleeful and eager for treasure. Haplo signaled frantically, and finally she saw him. "Keep away," he motioned, mouthing the words at the same time. "Keep away!" Jara halted her troop, and they obediently, and a few literally, fell back at her command. The Gegs craned their heads to see, watching intently to make certain no one got a glass bead ahead of them. Fire leads again from futures all. The singing was louder now, Alfred's voice stronger, carrying the tune, Bane growing hoarse but never flagging. Certain now the Gegs would not interfere, Haplo turned from them to Hugh and the elf. Holding the same positions, swords raised, each watched the other warily. "We mean you no harm," said Hugh in Elven. The elf raised a delicate eyebrow, glanced around at his armed crew, who outnumbered them 20-1. "No kidding," replied the elf. But the hand knew something of the ways of elves, apparently, for he continued without pause, speaking their language fluently. "We've been stranded down here. We want to escape. We're bound for the High Realm." The elf sneered. "You're lying, human. The High Realm is banned, ringed round by magical protection." "Not to us. They'll let us pass," said Hugh. "This child," he pointed at Bane, "is the son of a mysteriarch. He'll—" Limbeck found his place. "Distinguished visitors from another realm." From outside came a clunking and clattering of iron. "The whistles. Use the whistles, you fools!" 2 whistles screeched, the elf captain's and that of the wizard holding the box. The dog growled, its ears pricked, its hackles bristled. Haplo stroked the animal reassuringly, but it wouldn't be calmed and began to howl in pain. The clunking noise and the whistling grew louder. A shadow appeared in the hatchway, blotting out the sunlight. Alfred shrank back, pulling Bane behind him. Limbeck was reading his speech and didn't see the captain. An iron-clad arm shoved the Geg roughly aside, knocking him into a bulkhead. The elf stood in the hatchway, blasting on his whistle. He had removed the helm. The eyes glaring at his crew were red with rage. He took the whistle from his lips long enough to shout savagely, "Do as I command, damn you, Lieutenant!" The wizard, box in hand, hovered at his charger's elbow. The elf facing Hugh lifted the whistle with a hand that seemed to move of its own accord. The lieutenant's eyes went from his captain to Hugh and back to the captain again. The rest of the crew either lifted the whistles or toyed with them. A few blew tentative bleeps. Hugh didn't understand what was going on, but he guessed that victory hung upon a note, so to speak, and so began to sing hoarsely. Haplo joined in. The captain blasted away on the whistle, the dog howled in pain, and everyone, including Limbeck, came out strong on the last 2 verses. The arc and bridge are thoughts and heart, the span a life, the ridge a part. The lieutenant's hand moved and grasped the whistle. Haplo, marking an elven warrior near the officer, tensed, ready to jump the man and try to wrest away his weapon. But the lieutenant did not put the whistle to his lips. He gave the thong on which it hung a vicious jerk, broke it, and hurled it to the deck. There was ragged cheering among the elven crew, and many, including the ship's wizard, followed their lieutenant's example. The captain's face flushed crimson with rage. Blotches of white stood out on his thin cheeks. Foam flecked his lips. "Traitors! Traitors led by a coward! Wisham, you are my witness. They are mutineers, filthy rebels, and when we get back... We're not going back, Captain, said the lieutenant, standing straight and tall, his gray eyes cool. Stop that singing, he added. Hugh had only a vague idea of what was going on. Apparently, they'd stumbled across some sort of private feud among the elves. But he was quick to recognize that it could turn to their advantage, and he made a motion with his hand. Everyone hushed, Alfred ordering Bane twice to keep silent, and finally clapping his hand over the boy's mouth. I told you this man was a coward, the captain addressed the crew. He hasn't the guts to fight these beasts. Get me out of this thing. The elf captain could not move in the iron suit. His gear laid a hand upon the armor and spoke a word. The iron melted away. Bounding forward, the elf captain put his hand to his side, only to discover his sword was gone. He found it almost immediately. Hugh was pointing it at his throat. No, human, cried the lieutenant, moving to block Hugh. This is my battle. Twice, Captain, you have called me coward, and I could not defend my honor. Now you can no longer hide behind your rank. You say that very bravely, Lieutenant, considering that you are armed and I am not. The lieutenant turned to Hugh. As you can see, human, this is an affair of honor. I am told you humans understand such things. I ask that you give the captain his sword. That leaves you weaponless, of course, but you didn't have much chance anyway, being one against so many. If I live, I pledge myself to assist you. If I fall, then you must take your chances as before. Hugh considered the odds, then, shrugging, handed over the sword. The two elves squared off, falling into fighting stance. The crew was intent on watching the battle between their captain and his lieutenant. Hugh edged his way near one of them, and Haplo guessed that the assassin wouldn't be weaponless for long. The patron had his own worries. He had been keeping his eye on the riot raging outside the ship, and saw that the Wups, having defeated the Coppers, were blood-crazed and searching for trouble. Should the Gegs board the ship, the elves would think it was an all-out attack, forget their own differences, and fight back. Already Haplo could see the Gegs pointing at the ship, yammering about treasure. Sword clashed against sword. The captain and lieutenant thrust and parried. The elf wizard watched eagerly, clutching the inlaid box he held to his breast. Moving swiftly but smoothly, hoping to attract as little attention as possible, Haplo made his way over to the hatch. The dog trotted along at his heels. Jara stood on the gangway, her hands grasping a broken tambourine, her eyes fixed on Limbeck. Undaunted, the Geg had climbed to his feet, adjusted his spectacles, found his place, and resumed speaking. A better life for everyone! Behind Jara, the Gegs were rallying, urging each other to go into the ship and grab the spoils of war. Haplo found the mechanism for raising and lowering the gangplank, and quickly studied it to understand how it operated. His only problem now was the female Geg. Jara! Haplo cried, waving his hand. Get off the plank! I'm going to raise it! We've got to leave now! Limbeck! Jara's voice was inaudible, but he understood the movement of her lips. I'll take care of him and bring him back to you safely, I promise. That was an easy promise to make. Once Limbeck was properly molded, he would be ready to lead the Gegs and develop them into a united fighting force, an army willing to lay down their lives for the Lord of the Nexus. Jara took a step forward. Haplo didn't want her. He didn't trust her. Something had changed her. Alfred had changed her. She wasn't the same fiery revolutionary she'd been before she went off with him. That man, meek and inoffensive as he seemed, bore watching. By this time, the Gegs had goaded each other to action and were marching unimpeded toward the ship. Behind him, Haplo could hear the duel between the two elves rage on unabated. He set the mechanism, prepared to raise the gangway. Jara would slip and fall to her death. It would look like an accident. The Gegs would blame it on the elves. He put his hand on the mechanism, ready to activate it, when he saw the dog dash past him, running across the plank. Dog, get back here! But either the animal was ignoring him, or in the midst of the singing and the sword clashing, it couldn't hear him. Frustrated, Haplo let go of the mechanism and started out onto the gangway after the animal. The dog had latched on to the sleeve of Jara's blouse and was tugging her off the plank, herding her in the direction of the palms. Jara, distracted, looked down at the dog, and as she did so, saw her people advancing on the ship. Jara, cried Haplo, turn them back. The Wells will kill them. They'll kill all of us if you attack. She looked back at him, then at Limbeck. It's up to you, Jara, Haplo shouted. You're their leader now. The dog had loosed its hold and was gazing up at her, its eyes bright, its tail wagging. Goodbye, Limbeck, whispered Jara. Leaning down, she gave the dog a fierce hug, then turned and, shoulders squared, stepped off the gangway onto the fingers of the palm. Facing the Gegs, she raised her hands, and they halted. More treasure is being dropped. You must all go down below. There's nothing up here. Below? It's being dropped below? Hastily, the Gegs whirled around and began to push and shove, trying to reach the stairs. Get in here, dog, Haplo ordered. The animal gamboled across the deck, its tongue lolling out of its mouth in an irrepressible grin of triumph. Proud of yourself, huh? Haplo said, releasing the mechanism and pulling on the ropes, drawing up the gangplank as swiftly as possible. He heard Jara's voice raised in command, heard the Gegs shout in support. The gangway slid inside. Closing the hatch, Haplo sealed it tight. The Gegs could no longer be seen or heard. "Disobedient mutt, I should have you skinned," muttered Haplo, fondling the dog's silky ears. Raising his voice above the clashing of steel, Limbeck carried on. "And in conclusion, I would like to say..." Chapter 42. The Liftalofts, Drevlin, Low Realm. Haplo turned from the hatch in time to see the lieutenant thrust his sword through the elf captain's body. The lieutenant yanked his weapon free, and the captain slid to the deck. The crew was silent, no sound of either cheering or lamenting. The lieutenant, his face cold and impassive, stood back to allow the wizard room to kneel beside the dying elf. Haplo assumed that this wizard, who had been in attendance upon the captain, was a healer. The patron was surprised, therefore, to see the wizard make no gestures toward helping the dying. He held the inlaid box he carried up to the captain's lips. "Speak the words," the gear hissed. The captain made some attempt, but blood gushed out of his mouth. The wizard appeared angry, and, propping up the elf's head, forced the rapidly dimming eyes to look at the box. "Speak the words. It is your duty to your people." Slowly, with an obvious effort, the elf gasped out words that were to Haplo unintelligible. The captain sank back, lifeless. The wizard snapped the box shut and, glancing suspiciously at the other elves, guarded it jealously, as if he had just locked away some rare and priceless jewel. "You dare not harm me," he whined. "I am a Wisham, protected by law. A curse will follow you all your days if you prevent me from carrying out my sacred task." "I have no intention of harming you," said the lieutenant, his lip curled in scorn. "Although what possible use the soul of that wretch can be to our people is best known to yourselves. Still, he died with honor if he did not live with it. Perhaps that counts for something." Reaching down, he picked up the dead elf's sword and, turning, handed it, hilt first, to Hugh. "Thank you, human. And you." The elf glanced at Haplo. "I saw the peril we faced from the Gegs. Perhaps when we have leisure to discuss such things, you can explain to me what is going on in Drevlin. Now we must prepare to swiftly take our leave." The elf turned back to Hugh. "What you said about the High Realm, is that true?" "Yes." Hugh took the scabbard off the dead elf, thrust the sword into it. "The boy," he jerked a thumb at Bane, who was standing mute, staring curiously at the corpse, "is the son of one Sinistrad, a Mysteriarch. How came such a child to be in your care?" The elf was looking at Bane thoughtfully. Bane, his pale face almost translucent, caught the elf's gaze. Meeting the gray eyes, he smiled sweetly, bravely, and made a grave and graceful bow. The lieutenant was charmed. Hugh's face darkened. "Never mind, it's not your affair. We were attempting to reach the High Realm when our ship was attacked by your people. We fought them off, but my ship was damaged and fell into the maelstrom." "Your ship? Humans do not fly dragon ships. Humans named Hugh the Hand fly what they please." The elves murmured, the first sounds they had made since the commencement of the duel. The lieutenant nodded. "I see. That explains much." Withdrawing a lace-edged piece of cloth from the pocket of his uniform, the elf used it to wipe blood from his sword blade, then slid the weapon into its sheath. "You are known to be a human of honor. Rather peculiar honor, but honor nonetheless. If you would excuse me, humans, I have duties to perform now that I am captain of this vessel. Midshipman Ilf will show you to quarters." So might slaves be dismissed from the presence of the master, Haplo thought. The elf has chosen to side with us, but he has no love for us and apparently little respect. The elven midshipman motioned them to follow him. Limbeck was kneeling beside the body of the dead elf. "I was right," he said when he felt Haplo's hand on his shoulder. "They're not gods." "No," said Haplo, "they're not. There are no gods in this world, as I've told you." Limbeck glanced about, looking very much as if he had lost something and hadn't the vaguest idea where to begin searching for it. "Do you know," he said after a moment, "I'm almost sorry." Following the midshipman off the bridge, Haplo heard one of the elves ask, "What do we do with the body, Lieutenant? Throw it overboard?" "No," said the lieutenant. "He was an officer, and his remains will be treated with respect. Place the body in the hold. We will stop in the mid-realm and deposit it and the gear with it. And from now on, mate, you will address me as captain." The elf was moving swiftly to command his crew's respect, knowing that he must knit up the threads of discipline he himself had unraveled. Haplo awarded the elf silent commendation and accompanied the others below. The young elf placed them in what Hugh said was the shipboard equivalent of a dungeon. The brig was bare and cheerless. There were hooks on the walls where hammocks could be slung up at night for sleeping.
During the day, they were stowed away to leave enough space to move about. Small portholes provided a view of outside. Having informed them that he would return with food and water once the ship was safely through the maelstrom, the midshipman shut the door and they heard the bolt slide home. "We're prisoners," cried Bain. Hugh settled himself, crouching on his haunches, his back against a bulkhead. He appeared to be in a bad mood. Drawing his pipe out of his pocket, he clamped it between his teeth. "You want to see prisoners? Go take a look at the humans working below deck. They're the reason he's keeping us locked up. We could take over this ship if we freed the slaves, and he knows it." "Then let's do it," said Bain, his face flushed with excitement. Hugh glowered at him. "You think you can fly this ship, Your Highness? Maybe like you flew mine, huh?" Bain flushed in anger. Hand clutching the feather, the child swallowed his rage and marched across deck to glare out the portholes. "And you trust him?" Alfred inquired somewhat anxiously. "This elf?" "No more than he trusts me." Hugh sucked moodily on the empty pipe. "So are they converted, or whatever happens to elves when they hear that song?" asked Haplo. "Converted?" Hugh shook his head. "I don't think so. Elves truly affected by that song lose all awareness of their surroundings. It's as if they've been transported to another world. This elf's doing what he's doing for himself. The lure of the reputed wealth of the high realm and the fact that no elves have ever dared travel up there is what's drawing him. Wouldn't it occur to him that it would be easier just to toss us out into the storm and keep the kid for himself? Yeah, maybe. But elves have a peculiar honor. In some way, they'll probably never know how. We did this elf a service by delivering his captain into his hands. His crew witnessed it. He'd lose standing in their eyes by slaughtering us just to make things easier on himself. Honor, then, is important to the elves." "Important?" Hugh grunted. "They'd sell their souls for it, those souls the vultures don't get first." Interesting to know. Haplo stored up the information. His lord was in the market for souls. "So we're taking a boatload of elven pirates up to the high realm." Alfred sighed, then began nervous fussing. "Your Highness, you must be tired. Let me put up one of these hammocks." Tripping over a plank, the chamberlain sprawled face first on the deck. "I'm not tired," protested Bain. "And don't worry about my father and these elves. My father will take care of them." "Don't bother getting up," suggested Hugh to the prostrate chamberlain. "We'll be flying through the maelstrom, and then no one will be on his feet. Everyone sit down and brace yourself." Sound advice. Haplo could see the first storm clouds scudding past. Lightning flashed blindingly. Thunder boomed. The ship began to pitch and buck. The patron relaxed in a corner. The dog curled up, nose to tail, at his feet. Alfred hunched miserably against the bulkhead and pulled a protesting Bain down by the seat of his pants. Only Limbeck remained standing, staring entranced out the porthole. "Limbeck," said Haplo, "sit down, it's dangerous." "I can't believe it," murmured the Geg without turning. "There are no gods, and I am going to heaven." Chapter 43, Deep Sky, Mid-Realm. Lieutenant Botharin, now Captain Botharel, sailed the dragon ship safely through the maelstrom. Footnote. Suffixes attached to a name indicate rank. A captain's name ends with L. A lieutenant's name ends with in. A prince, such as Prince Riche, adds the suffix on to his name. End of footnote. Keeping clear of encounters with other elven ships, he steered for the Aristogonian port town of Softness, a safe haven recommended by Hugh the Hand. Here he planned to stop briefly to take on food and water and to rid his ship of the gear, the former captain's body, and the gear's little box. Hugh knew Softness well. He had put up there when his ship needed the magic strengthened or repairs. He gave the elf captain the name because he, the Hand, intended to leave the ship himself. The assassin had made up his mind. He cursed the day he met that king's messenger. He cursed the day he had saddled himself with this contract. Nothing had gone right. Now he had lost his own dragon ship, almost his life, and damn near his self-respect. His plan to capture the elven ship had worked, but like everything else he touched these days, not the way it was supposed to. He was to have been the captain, not this elf. Why had he let himself get caught up in that damned duel? Why hadn't he just killed them both? Hugh was shrewd enough to know that if he had fought, he and all the others would probably be dead right now. But he ignored the logic. He refused to admit that he had done what he had done in order to save lives, to protect Alfred, Limbeck, the prince. "No, I did it for myself, not for anyone else. No one else matters, and I'll prove it. I'll leave them, disembark at Softness, let these fools go on to the high realm and take their chances with the Mysteriarch. Forget it.
I'll write off my losses, toss in my cards, get up and leave the table. The port of Suffness was run by elves whose purses meant more to them than politics, and it had become a haven for water smugglers, rebels, deserters, and a few renegade humans. The prisoners had a good view of the town from the porthole, and most, after seeing it, decided they were better off where they were. The town was nothing more than a squalid assemblage of inns and taverns built near the harbor. The homes of the town's inhabitants bunched like a flock of sheep on the side of a collar-like cliff. The buildings were shabby and run down. A smell of cooked cabbage, an elven favorite, hung in the air, undoubtedly because mounds of it were rotting in the garbage-infested alleyways. But because it stood in the sun, with blue sky above it, Suffness was a beautiful and awe-inspiring sight to the Geg. Limbeck had never seen streets drenched in sunlight, the firmament glittering like a million jewels in the sky above. He had never seen people strolling about aimlessly, not scurrying hither and yon on some business of the Kixie-Winsy. He had never felt a gentle breeze upon his cheek, or smelled the smells of living, growing things, or even things that were rotting and dying. The houses that Hugh told him were hovels seemed to the Geg to be palaces. Limbeck looked on all this splendor, and it came to him that what he saw had been bought and paid for by the sweat and blood of his people. The Geg's face saddened, he became silent and withdrawn, and Haplo watched with a smile. Hugh paced about the hold, staring out the portholes, fidgeting and inwardly fuming. Captain Botherell had given the assassin permission to leave if he wanted. "You should all go," the captain said. "Leave now while you have the chance." "But we're going to the High Realm, you promised," Bane cried. "You promised," he repeated, gazing up at the elf with pleading eyes. "Yes," said the elf, staring at the child. Shaking his head as if to break a hold, he turned to Alfred. "And you?" "I stay with my prince, of course." The elf turned to Limbeck, who, not understanding, looked at Haplo. "I'm going to see the world, the whole world," said the Geg firmly when he heard the translation. "After all, it exists because of my people." "I'm with him," said the patron, smiling and jerking a bandage-wrapped thumb in the direction of the Geg. "So," said Botherell, turning to Hugh, "only you are leaving?" "It looks that way." Hugh didn't leave, however. While they were docked, one of the midshipmen looked into the brig. "Are you still aboard, human? The captain is returning. You should go now, quickly." Hugh didn't move. "I wish you would come with us, Sir Hugh," said Bane. "My father would like very much to meet you, and thank you." That cinched it. The kid wanted him. He'd leave right now. Right now. "Well, human," demanded the midshipman, "are you coming?"
How are you?
Hugh fished around in a pocket, dragged out his last coin, payment for assassinating a child. Grunting, he tossed it at the elf. "I've decided to stay and find my fortune. Go buy me some tobacco." The elves did not linger long in Suffness. Once the gear reached civilized lands, he would report the mutiny, and the Carfachon would be sought by all the ships of the line.